Hello and welcome to the JMAA Live Deluxe Podcast. My name is JMAA. Welcome to the best podcast in the universe. I'm your host, JMAA All, and this is my co-host, Fungus. Say hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, by the way, Fungus's pronouns are probably they, them, I think, as far as I can recall.
They, them, she, her, it's.
Okay, fine. So, I think I got a little bit of an issue here with waiting for my PCR results. I think I gotta wait at top most 48 hours for my PCR results for like if I test negative for COVID or anything. Because I mean, it was annoying. I've been playing like a bunch of fucking board games, like fucking online on Splendor, Seven Wonders Duel and shit, and I got super pissed about it. Every single minute I spend at home waiting for my PCR results is a fucking living hell. I don't know about it. Like,
That sucks.
I mean, waiting.
It's
Yeah, it fucking blows. Like, Jesus, every fucking minute I can't fucking stand because every minute I go even way more cuckoo than usual. Especially playing all these fucking Splendor online games. Fuck off.
are you particularly susceptible to like really bad reactions to COVID or
No, not really. I don't have like symptoms or anything. Usually, I don't know. Bad reactions, not sure. But
like
the
not
only
not like asthma or prone to bronchitis or anything?
I don't know. I thought at first I had bronchitis or something. Like, for some reason, I kept coughing like nearly all morning and nearly all night for like
hmm
some reason. I don't know if it has anything to do with my smoking habits, but like, holy Jesus. For the minimal bit, I went to the doctor and I told her I was coughing like crazy for like all morning and all night. She went a fucking panic and sent me to the PCR test immediately. Like, in about like a couple hours or so. And like,
Okay.
I'm still waiting for my PCR results, which is absolutely bullshit because they take like literal ages to do the fucking testing here. It's not
Yeah.
like the antigen test that takes like 20 minutes to do the tests like that and it's not even accurate, but they gotta do it through a fucking lab and like it gets even longer than that. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's good that you know like at least if you do get it, hopefully it won't be that bad and you don't really have any conditions that would really be a major cause for concern. Like if I got it, I'm pretty sure I have had asthma my whole life and I think I'm prone to bronchitis like my mom is. So if I got it, like I have major respiratory stuff going on, so it would be kind of scary.
Yeah, no, I get you. Like, normally, I don't think I have any symptoms other than the usual coughing shit. But other
hmm
than that, I'm just perfectly fine. I guess I'm sort of asymptomatic at some point if I ever had like COVID or anything. But even then, it just blows. It just fucking
Yeah.
blows.
Then you just gotta hope that you don't get long COVID, where if you even are asymptomatic, like months down the line, you can start developing symptoms and it won't even come up positive on a test. And who
Yeah.
knows how long that'll last?
Oh shit. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll if I get positive, I guess I can take like 6 days off or something like that. I don't mind. But even then, I need to do
Yeah.
something. I need to come up with productive ideas to work on and everything. And it's getting boring at some degree without coming
So,
up with valuable ideas for either like website articles or like games that I gotta make or something like that. I got
so
like
you're the kind of person that can't sit still and always has to be focused on something, right? Like
maybe yeah, just
you always
yeah,
have to be productive.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like when I get manic, I tend to be like I get really bored and really antsy if I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I feel yeah. But basically, I just need to work on something. Like honestly, even if it's like the podcast here, right? But like, I need to keep myself entertained with something, and I can just sit there playing games all day or like watching a Netflix movie all day or something. I need to do something productive with anything just to, I don't know, either make a living or either entertain myself in some way, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I get that.
And yeah, yeah, but honestly, fucking
I think the podcast is a good way to do that.
yeah, yeah. Of course, it's a very good way to do that. Honestly, I can agree on that. By the way,
Sit
apparently,
down, bullshit about some topics.
yeah. By the way, apparently my YouTube channels have got banned apparently, and now I have to rely on my website mainly for like posting content and everything. Not
Yep.
sure, but like I certainly created a very secret YouTube channel at this moment that serves as a backup to like promote the podcast a little bit more. Not sure how much it's gonna
Allegedly.
last before like the usual suspects are gonna flag it down for like the usual ban evasion shit. Even though
Ah,
I've been doing nothing absolutely
you you
wrong in
you,
these
you, you
platforms lately.
probably shouldn't say like that you definitely have one. Just say like, theoretically or
Yeah,
uh,
theoretically.
allegedly.
You will never find it. You will never find which it is, you know? But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it is such bullshit. Like you didn't do fucking anything. You've tried to get this shit appealed, but it's just you have such a force going against you that's like, yeah, we can do this thing. We can flag falsely and we can get this shit banned just because we can do it. So let's do it because we
Yeah,
have this
also
fucking
just because I
grudge.
had like a bunch of previous channels, even the original one, which already got banned, even by false flagging. Imagine it. Here's the story, right? I got 2 strikes for like my original channel, which were for hate speech, and I'd find those like reasonable back when I used to be a fall writer, right? But then I got a music video that got a 3rd strike because of spam and deceptive practices, which is already kind of bullshit because it's literally a fucking music video with like Unicode text fucking title or something, right? That's the funny thing that's where the
How is
third
that
strike go.
spam?
Yeah, it got flagged by for spam, which is I mean some weird bullshit about the Unicode title or something. But even then, it's not fucking spam. It's like
Just sounds like they're Oh, sorry.
somehow the
I got
YouTube
a bad
bots.
habit with that.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it's weird. Like I tried appealing multiple times these channel bans over and over and again for like even the original channel, and they still won't get me the original channel because this I guess I don't make the profit enough for YouTube headquarters to actually make so much noise about it that it make it like a PR disaster or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
YouTube has proven over and over, time and time again, that they really don't give a crap about smaller creators, and they don't
yeah,
they don't have to appease them because there's not going to be any backlash. Like what? They're small creators; they can't fucking do anything.
yeah,
And honestly,
that's the main
I think
problem here.
I think Britbong and his group of trolls, whoever else is targeting you, are just really, really good at like abusing
The
the
flagging
flagging
system.
system. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
It,
they seem to just know it inside and out to put someone on lockdown. So they probably done that numerous times to other people.
yeah, it's pretty obvious that they've done that already to plenty of people already. Like this guy is well known for not just false flagging people, but hate rating people and sending CP to like fucking YouTubers and
Oh
shit,
God.
and like obvious criminal shit that I don't know how
Oh,
the fuck is he not behind bars already.
I didn't know he was known for that. Like how is he not fucking flagged and tossed uh
He's been banned
tossed off
multiple
YouTube.
times.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, he has been banned multiple times from YouTube and every single social media available. It's only like the little remaining little presence there that he apparently managed to remain there. He still has got a YouTube channel and he still got like the Twitter account for some fucking reason, even though he's still renovating. It's just that nobody's flagging him for that kind of shit except, a tiny, really tiny minority compared to his horde of fanboys and himself that flag me every single time. And like,
If he's
yeah.
done this before, can't we just like get in touch with the people that he's fucked with before, and then we'll probably have a big enough group to get him the fuck out?
Well, this obviously people like Keemstar and Augie and like
Oh,
Boblax and all these YouTubers to like know Britbomb very well, but apparently here's the problem: they don't want to pay any attention at him at all because they know it's a fucking troll, right? Like trolls rely so heavily on attention, and it's like some sort of unspeakable evil that it's like Voldemort in some way for many of these YouTubers in some way, right? Except
is
he's
that why you don't like saying his name?
yeah, most of these YouTubers don't like saying his name because he's so. I mean, even we all know he's such a fucking horrible person. He's a fucking psychopath.
I and not to demonize psychopaths, but yes, he definitely needs some fucking help.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I'm sorry if like using the term psychopath will be like very ableist, but even then, what I mean is that he's a fucking
Oh no, I
horrible,
mean like
horrible
he
person.
could he could literally be a psychopath. Like that could be a diagnosis that he could end up getting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially considering he has got like I don't know a similar level of autism than I do. I
Mm,
think that my maybe except it's not like treated with a therapist or anything. He's like on his own, on his mommy and daddy attic, and
yeah,
like doing his internet
free
bullshit
reign.
alone, like a need to no job, no education whatsoever, no occupation, just just sitting in his attic, just doing his internet bullshit, relies so heavily on like the internet bullshit that even at some slight bit it's his livelihood.
Really sad when you think about it.
No, yeah, I know. It's just sad life. But yeah, I don't wanna obviously keep spending talking about this bit of mucus for any longer, honestly, because quite frankly, fuck the haters. I'm just gonna say that regarding the YouTube bans or whatever. Fuck the haters. I still got my website. Wanna see you try get my website. Wanna see you try fuck with my website anyway. Fuck you. Fuck you for that. I can still make content anyway. And by the way, content is coming. There's like a video on the works that's exclusive on the Goon Fund. If you want to join the Goon Fund, go to jma.tv/join Goon Fund and you can check it out there soon. There's gonna be a funny video. It's kind of short, but like it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be my revenge letter to YouTube in some way. But yeah,
Ooh.
that's the shit. I still got my website, and I gotta talk about how good I feel about generating content for my website, even if I keep like running out of article ideas or whatever. Like especially when I consider like promoting or self promoting on Reddit. A lot of times when it comes to my website, like even the weird thing is that the Reddit community sort of recognizes my website as spam for some reason. Maybe it's because I keep posting about my website all the time on various subreddits.
That could be.
I just
you
gotta rely on it.
you
I
you
don't know.
you do have a like I understand you're in that it's a grind
Yeah,
mindset,
it's a hustle.
but
Yeah,
yeah, it's a grind, it's a hustle. Like I get that and I respect that. But holy shit, there is a fine line.
no, yeah, I can't just rely on it all the time. If I had like any other platform that works the same way. Like I already got a Facebook and I got like the JMA Games Twitter, right?
Hmm.
But they don't work as well as posting anything on Reddit for some reason. They don't bring as much traffic because I haven't got that much of a following on either Facebook or Twitter. And I even got TikTok. Like even TikTok doesn't do
Okay.
as well as like Reddit usually does. And even then Reddit, all
Yeah.
it gives you is like a single page view on like whatever you're posting on Reddit, and that's it. Like, I mean, it's not much, but like at least it brings you traffic to the website,
Yeah.
you know. But the thing that counts, I think the thing that counts the most is when like people share links of your website to other platforms, like social media, whatever. And, and like that's where the magic comes. That's when the SEO magic really appears. When you have the most links to your website, the more links you have to your website available on like social media and external websites, the better your website is gonna rank on Google. Apparently.
Hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize that that's how it works until you actually said that, and I'm like, what? Why does it work that way? But I guess it kind of makes sense.
Well, it's popularity for Google isn't measured in like the amount of traffic you get because I think people at some point it used to abuse that kind of metric to like generate rankings on Google,
Uh,
and I and I kind of find that sort of understandable, but like it's kind of annoying to like just having this much traffic to your website, but then like your rankings don't really go up.
yeah,
Sorry, I gotta drink some more.
no problem. Make sure to keep that throat nice and lubricated.
Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe because of all the talking and everything, but yeah, whatever. Um, new content to come. What I say. If life gives you lemons, go make lemonade. That's an very old saying, and it very much applies to what I've been doing through like all these bannings and like all these false flaggings and everything. When like a platform bans me or whatever, I just make something out of it. I'd like to improvise a bit to like come out with an alternative way to generate content.
Yeah, I've definitely seen testaments to your resourcefulness when shit hits the metaphorical fan. Like you pick up right on top of it.
No, yeah, I like to keep generating content in any way possible, even though I kind of miss doing streams or whatever. Even though
Yeah.
that's very time consuming and everything, like doing it live, it's not really the same than like sort of doing it pre-recorded or anything. Because doing it live gives you like that sense of like what's it called, like scenic panic or whatever, or like
Hmm.
that you're always subjected to like what the live reactions can get you,
Yeah,
which
it's
it
like
might be sometimes anxiety inducing, but
it's
like
the
yeah.
live feedback. You know.
Yeah, the live feedback, yeah. And like when you're doing it pre-recorded, you don't have to worry about anything at all basically. So for the time being, I think doing it pre-recorded, it might be kind of nice to do. I guess aside of that, I gotta keep up with like trying to like post like like on like this podcast on like the Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and even YouTube or something, or if I can even try figuratively. What's the word again?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah, hypothetically upload to YouTube in some way. You'll never find the channel in a way. Yeah, crazy stuff. Also fuck the haters.
There's also SoundCloud.
Yeah,
SoundCloud is good
yeah.
for podcasts too.
I'm pretty sure I can try SoundCloud as well at some degree. Not sure. I didn't prepare anything about SoundCloud yet, but I might look into it honestly. Yeah, you know. But honestly, it's like, yeah, I got like literally anything I can possibly do to be able to like sort of generate this sort of content. And we got like also like an intro track. I'm pretty sure you heard at the beginning of this podcast. I'm gonna probably put it in post or whatever. But like the intro track is made by Electro. It's a pretty nice, epic, sort of Doom Eternal style track or something that really fits like the badassery and like all how about this podcast is the best podcast in the universe. So like yeah, I guess you could check him out. Electro has a fiber, I think. You could look him up. He composes music. He's starting to delve into like keygen crack throw chiptune music, I think, which is the kind of music you hear like keygen crack pirated copies things, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty badass. So you should probably check it out. But yeah,
Okay, but I don't get to hear it, but the audience gets to hear it. That's not
yeah,
fair.
yeah, that's at the
No?
very beginning of the podcast. By the way, you know we don't get to hear
That's
it
bullshit.
here. Honestly,
I
I
want
just
to
put it
hear
in
it.
post. I just
It
edit.
sounds awesome. I don't want to
Yeah,
have to wait.
yeah, I'm gonna pass it into you. I think I got it too. You can give it a listen in a while. Give me a second. I think I
Oh no,
got it in this folder.
you don't have to.
No, yeah, no,
I
yeah,
was
I
doing a
know.
bit.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I got it in like the intro of this podcast, which I basically just put it in like in post. Jesus Christ.
Introducing the best fucking podcast in the entire universe.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. All right, here it is. You can give it a listen in a while, I guess, while I start with the next topic. I guess we're going to do a little bit of COVID news, I think, and something like that. We're also gonna have like a bunch of guests that are starting with episode 2, so like stay tuned for that too. But yeah, COVID news. Well, we're going to discuss about like how infectious the Omicron variant of the coronavirus was pretty much going to be, but like how little deaths are there gonna be? I think I'm gonna have like the statistics in here in a while. Hold on, I gotta grab a
Okay.
sip.
Yeah, I've been meaning to research this, but my hypothesis is that overall mortality rate is going down.
Yeah,
At least in at least in vaccinated individuals.
yeah, it's
But well, actually, I mean, like, no, on average, it would too. I would think.
mm-hmm. In Spain we got like around 10.1 million cases of infected people and like 93,000 dead people. I'm pretty much sure all the dead people from COVID on the Omicron variant are pretty much the unvaccinated or something. But like, it's not much really. It's like this anti-vaxxer crowd is like sounds like a bit like a minority at this point compared to like the rest of infected cases.
Okay, so I actually have a report from NYC Health
Yeah.
on the Omicron variant. As of January 13th, 2022. And under key findings, we have Omicron spread swiftly. Most people infected more quickly in New York City than any other point in the pandemic.
Wait, you
Omicron.
live in New York City?
I don't live in the city, but
Oh,
the city's pretty close to me.
oh, okay. Yeah, go
This
on.
is just an official document that I pulled up.
Yeah.
Omicron became the dominant variant in NYC within 5 weeks after it was first detected. For comparison, the Delta variant took 20 weeks to become the dominant variant.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, only 5 weeks. That's pretty crazy. So that also means that Delta, which I assume is more deadly, is less much less dominant, um, much less common as well. And I'm assuming because New York City is a very compact area, I'm assuming that
Yeah, well, New York
this,
City is as compact as it can be. It's like
yeah,
literally one of those rat cities or whatever. Like it's so cramped and like everyone lives really close to each other and like it's incredibly like compact and everything. Like
honestly, I wish I could
yeah,
live there.
a New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know about it, but New York City sounds like a fucking hellhole. I don't know about it.
Ah, I mean, I would like to be able to walk or ride my bike to literally anywhere,
No,
you know.
yeah, but holy shit, they got like NFT ads and shit in like Times Square and everything. It's like
That doesn't
capitalism on
really affect
steroids.
me.
No, yeah, I
Yeah.
know, but like, I don't
If
know.
if my town decided to or rather if a town that I didn't live in decided to put up billboards advertising NFTs, I'd probably be pissed, but like there's nothing I can do about it.
No,
Although
yeah,
I, there probably are ways actually to kind of guide the hand of where taxes go to, but ultimately it is going to be that internal government that makes the final say.
yeah. I just really wish sometime I could step in New York City someday, travel in there sometime. But like, I kind of fear getting infected of like literally anything. Like, there's not just COVID there, but if I went to Grinder or something, I'd really fear my life if I get catch like AIDS or something, which can be a high probability in like metropolitan areas like that in general. I don't know.
Oh, you plan on fucking strangers while you're here?
I don't
Good on
know.
you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. If I were anywhere to like in a
Well, how
place, at
else are
least if
you
I had
gonna
like
get AIDS?
I don't know, use a fucking condom, dummy. Duh. Yeah, but like
Also, AIDS is way what's it
tamer.
called? Yeah, it's much more tame now with the medication that's out that makes you undetectable. And
Yeah.
being undetectable is pretty much just the same thing as not even having it.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's something. But yeah, if I had like if I was in a hotel where in New York City where I could possibly letting anyone there, I will look forward to like sort of solidify myself and like sort of fucking get as many dicks as possible without catching it, of course. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't.
just be smart about it, you know?
Hmm.
You can go on Reddit and there are subreddits where you can just basically hook up with people and
Wait.
a lot of the people are actually pretty respectable re- whatever
Yeah. I just I don't know.
respectful and safe and stuff like that. Just don't make dumb rash decisions. And personally, I like getting to know the person before I even consider doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I always need to feel that level of security before I go ahead with things anyway.
Yeah, the only bad thing is I cannot bring poppers with in the plane or whatever because that counts as a liquid, right?
What does?
Yeah, poppers. You know about it?
I don't. It sounds familiar for some reason though.
It's like how do I explain it? It's like a aphrodisiac drug that you sniff. It's a liquid that you sniff and it gets you horny for like a few minutes and like gets you to dilate your anus.
Oh damn.
Sort of numb the feelings in your anus so like bigger stuff can fit in, I think. Fuck,
Hmm.
I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Well,
It just went from like COVID talk to like talking about getting anal rammed in the ass.
it's fine. It's a natural flow of conversation.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know. We just talk. Hey, we're gonna get railed by a dude. Holy shit! I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there's other stuff that you can take for that, but I don't know. Um,
I don't know. I'm
uh,
like the kind of person who watches Sissy Hypno while obviously sniffing poppers or something. I don't fucking know. It's kind of like a fetish of mine at this point. Jesus.
uh,
Even though like I got a problem with the feminization hypnosis thing, the constant use of like the F slur is pretty uncomfortable at most. I know about it. But Jesus Christ, could you like slow it down with the F slur? That's not really any cool. Okay,
yeah.
no matter how many times you call me that, honestly, when I'm like trying to like become this slot, I don't know, whatever. Jesus, cool it down with the F slurs, will ya?
What do you mean become?
Yeah, well, everybody knows I'm a transgender, non-binary woman, but like, I got my sexual fetishes still. You know, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
like,
I was just basically calling you a slut. Uh, so
wait, okay, okay, no worries about it. Um, yeah, how the fuck are we talking about getting railed in the ass by like a bunch of dicks? Well,
because okay, I could tell you exactly how this happened. I was talking about COVID
yeah, New York City,
in New
and
York
yeah,
City, and then you're like, I would like to visit New York City, but I don't want to get AIDS. And I'm like, are you gonna come to New York City and fuck a bunch of strangers? And then you started talking about poppers.
yeah, well, yeah. That's probably what happened. But yeah, like COVID, right? In the Basque Country here, it's even less cases, like 600,000 cases, but yet like 5,000 dead or something, like nearly 6,000 dead. It's not much even, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, might imagine these are like the usual anti-vaxxer crowd who like died off apparently,
Hmm.
and like Jesus Christ, they're fucking stupid. And speaking of anti-vaxxers, I was gonna look into a bunch of like anti-vaxxer Facebook groups and just
Oh hell
laugh my
yeah.
ass off of that, and
Oh
just to
yeah. No, I
lighten
would
the
love
mood
to
for a
do that
bit.
with you.
Yeah,
Hell
hold
yeah.
on. I'm gonna open Facebook.
Wait. We got to finish this segment though. This is important information.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, go on.
So I have here also that the hospitalization rates um compared to Delta are down by like 3%. Delta hospitalization rates was at 5%, and now they're about 2% in this area.
Yeah,
Um,
like
there okay,
hmm.
but there were more total hospitalizations due to significantly greater case numbers, but the percentage of hospitalizations compared to uh, the people infected is lower. So more
Yeah.
people are getting it, but less people are getting hospitalized, or less percentage of people are getting hospitalized.
Well,
Those
yeah.
most likely to be hospitalized are people who are not vaccinated. Um, a higher proportion of Black New Yorkers and people aged 75 and older were hospitalized.
Hmm. Yeah, that's kind of funny because every time, like, most of the people here who like catch COVID just remain at home doing the test at home and everything. They're like, it's like Omicron is very taming, like symptomology and everything that you don't generally need to be hospitalized or anything for that. I mean, you
Yeah,
just
like
basically,
2%. That's not a lot. I mean, uh you have to also consider that of that 2%, there's probably like maybe 1% that are dying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like 1% of that 2% are actually dying. I don't know. I didn't get to those numbers yet.
Yeah. I was looking into like these anti-vaxxer groups, and like I kind of find something interesting. Just like not I mean, I'm trying to find it, but it's mostly like promoting like this anti-vaxxer, anti-COVID card Telegram group for some reason. Hello, get your COVID-19 digital passports without taking the vaccine. We provide authentic digital certificate for. It's kind of like spam shit on a Telegram group. Like,
That's disgusting. You know they're that's basically the same thing as like making fake licenses and fake
yeah,
insurance and stuff like that.
it's very scammy. Yeah,
Except except fake licenses and fake insurance actually can help some people.
yeah, so there's another person who posted this. Watch out and stay away from the vaccine. It's poisonous. Kindly pass out the message to those who are still blind out there. So many secrets are hidden from us. The minority ruling are trying to destroy mankind. If you can take the vaccines and need the cards, contact and link and our fucking Telegram group.
Can
It's
you
another fucking fake
can you
COVID 19
share your
certification.
screen so I can see it?
Yeah, I think I can do that. Give me a second. Okay, there you go.
Also, I didn't know we were moving on to that. Um,
Yeah, I just went on this shit, but yeah, honestly. Okay,
I
screen one.
will give you the link though, just so that people have access to it.
Okay, there you go.
You can put it in the description.
Yeah, yeah, pass it to me. Pass it to me, obviously. But yeah, here's the thing. This kind of shit, I don't think I'm gonna probably show it on like the public podcast or whatever. But it's like a fake COVID-19 immunization record card or something, which with a fake QR code and everything from like some like what Philippines? Is this from the fucking
Oh,
Philippines? What the
Republic
fuck?
of the Philippines, it says. Yeah.
Yeah, Republic of the Philippines. Like Jesus, like the people are just desperate to not take the vaccine, yet being able to like cough into like clubs and everything, and this Jesus. Okay,
That's so
this
fucking ridiculous. Like they're doing so much damage by doing this too.
yeah, and like of course we got another one from Europe apparently, from like I don't know this is like French. It's like it's probably from France or something, but like Jesus, don't do this. Don't go into these Telegram groups and like ask for like fake COVID certificates or whatever. I mean, I know that COVID certificates like really bullshit. That another bureaucratic step that you're gonna make it every time you go into a bar or anything. But Jesus fucking Christ, don't take fake certificates. Just get vaxxed, okay? That's the shit.
We wouldn't need vaccine passports if there weren't any fucking anti-vaxxers.
No,
So
yeah, obviously. Jesus. But Jesus, that's kind of funny. Comments. Hello friends for all those who are afraid and those biomedical weapon jab and are against the current mandate and need to secure their kids' job and medical freedom. Yeah, of course it's gonna be about freedom. And a telegram group. It's all telegram groups in here. What the fuck? And like anti-vax cop who attacked COVID restrictions dies from COVID. This guy must be this guy must be doing a really good burn. You know, this fucking guy must be having dealing a good burn to these people. Jesus. Wow. Okay.
yeah, the amount of times that I've seen headlines of person who didn't take the vaccine or person speaking out against the vaccine dies of COVID, like oh my god, there have been dozens and dozens of headlines that say that.
Magic
Like
karma.
even even Meatloaf.
Wait, who's
Meatloaf
the
apparently was an anti-vaxxer and he
Oh
died
Jesus.
recently
Okay.
because of COVID.
Who was Meatloaf again? What was it, like a rapper or something?
No, no, no. He was a pop music
Oh,
guy. He's best known for "And I would do anything for love, but I won't do that." And also in
oh,
Rocky Horror Picture Show, he was, I forget his name, but he rode a motorcycle. And he was the guy that Dr. Frankenfurter did
it always
brain
has to be
sur-
boomers,
brain
isn't it?
surgery on.
Yeah, it
He would
always
do the
has to be
hot patootie,
boomers.
bless my soul. I
Yeah,
really like that rock and roll.
yeah, it always has to be fucking boomers every fucking time, isn't it? It was probably some boomer fuck or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
This this is like old telegram
he
groups.
was up there, I think. Probably
Yeah,
60s.
yeah, probably a boomer or something. I don't know. It's always the fucking boomer shit. But yeah, what about this one? Thank you, Supreme Court justices. The Trump presidency wasn't perfect, but having Joe Biden's unconstitutional power grab struck down makes it all worthwhile. I don't know what that
Hey,
probably means.
you want to know literally the only good thing that Trump did during his entire 4-year presidency?
Yeah, what is it?
He made animal abuse a crime.
Wow. That's all. That's it. Didn't Hitler do that too? And like a lot of Nazis tend to like
Oh God.
deflect on like criticism against Hitler by saying, "Oh, Hitler was also a vegan and he also cared about animals." Well, looky here, he killed a good bunch of people here in concentration camps.
Yeah, but I mean that's
Yeah,
literally the only good thing that he did.
yeah,
Because one could
obviously.
argue that pulling the troops
Even
out
though it's like
was a good
yeah,
move, but then our allies kind of got fucking murdered because we did that.
yeah, and like normally this will come as a move for propaganda for like the Nazis and like obviously Trump or whatever. You know, the animal carrying stuff, especially because in Nazi Germany it was especially like some sort of like propaganda shit about animal or like veganism or like and again being against animal cruelty or something, which it still retorts back into like white supremacist propaganda shit.
I bet no one even knows that. By the way, the only reason that I know that that law was passed during his presidency is because I was talking about how animal abuse still isn't a crime, and they're like, "Oh, it is actually. It was made illegal recently." And then I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh, I wonder when that happened." And I looked it up, and I'm like, "Oh, it was under Trump's presidency." Wow,
I just
literally the
remember.
only
Yeah,
good thing he that happened. Not even the only good thing that he did. It because he probably had nothing to do with it other than signing a piece of paper. It's the only good thing that happened under his presidency.
yeah. I also tend to remember this thing that you know a YouTuber by the name of like Only Use Me Blade, right? He's
I
a
don't think
real
so.
Yeah, he's a real piece of shit YouTuber who like streams getting himself drunk all the time. Used to be like one of those Call of Duty montage guys back in the day, but then it became like getting himself drunk all day, every stream, intensely drunk every time. And like he went into turning into a big piece of shit. Well, turns out that guy did commit animal abuse. He threw his dog into a wall on a stream,
Oh my god.
and like yeah, it's very bad. Like there's even videos about Only Use Me Blade speaking about how much a horrible person he is. But yeah, it kind of remind me of that because I don't know if like the Only Use Me Blade thing throwing his dog or whatever had like to coincide after Trump illegalized animal abuse. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
I can't really make the timeline there. I don't think you probably know either because I don't know. I don't exactly guess what's the timeline of that, but it's like it kind of reminded me of that honestly. And this other
Oh
one,
my
right?
god.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? Why
You
are
s-
you comparing voter ID to fucking vaccine passports?
Yeah, voter ID is racist, but you must show a vaccine passport to work, travel, buy groceries, go to a restaurant, and get medical treatment. Visible confusion. What? What the fuck is this shit? And what's
Bruh,
like,
you need your voter ID literally one time.
and
Like,
of course, yeah, this
when you
website
go
they're
vote, that's the
promoting.
one time.
Yeah, yeah, you only need it one time. That's one thing. But this website they're promoting, of course, is gonna be on Parler and Gab and shit. Yeah, of fucking course. What? Why the fuck on Tumblr though? Isn't
Oh,
Tumblr supposed to be against like these conservative
by the
adults or
way,
whatever?
by the way, voter ID probably wouldn't be racist if it was as easy to get as a vaccine passport.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what's the border ID thing there in the United States?
Huh?
Well, how does it work there in the United States? I know I'm not a
Um.
U.S. resident or whatever, but what's the deal with voter ID then?
Oh, I think it's usually called a green card here. I don't know if that's an
Oh, right,
outdated
yeah,
term or not. Um.
yeah. It's yeah. When it comes to like people immigrating to the United States, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
it can lead a lot of fucking racism there, honestly. And
Oh yeah,
yeah.
especially because it's more complex than that. There are actually cities around the areas where people come in um not through immigration that basically they give them shelter, they have a place for them to bring their family and to have a life, even if they're not able to go through that process.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, I think it was Trump. Could have been Biden. That was supposedly cracking down on these cities and not really allowing them to be a thing anymore.
Yeah. Hmm. There's this other one. It's paraphrasing Pendulet apparently, and it says it's amazing to me how many people think that voting to have the government give poor people money is compassion. Helping poor and suffering people yourself is compassion. Voting for our government to use guns to give money to help poor and suffering people is immoral, self-righteous, and bullying laziness. People
What
need
the
to be
fuck is this?
People need to be fed, medicated, educated, clothed, and sheltered. If you're compassionate, it will help them, but you get no moral credit for forcing other people to do what you think it's right. There is great joy in helping people, but no joy in doing it at gunpoint.
At
What?
gunpoint? What, making sure that people have a place to live and can fucking eat and have an education? That's
This is
what?
silly.
That's not moral? How is that not moral?
I don't know what it must work on an alien world or something to like have this sort of like mentality or like idea of that helping people is like immoral for
This
some
is
reason.
like this is like the huge like industrial revolution grade freaking what's it called? What work ethic is first mentality. Like to a toxic degree.
Jesus, yeah, I don't know. I
This is
just
like you should work, everyone should work, everyone should pull their weight. If you don't, then you're a piece of shit
oh
and you
god.
don't deserve anything. Can you imagine unironically thinking that someone who physically cannot care for themselves or work a job deserves to just die?
That's just some Hitlerian bullshit in there, honestly. I mean, gee, what that's kind of Hitler logic. That's really into Hitler logic there. I can
It's
I
like
know it.
American conservative logic.
No, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Hitler logic. Sorry, same thing.
See, yeah. No wonder what and the United States of America is at least a center right country. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
Like, why the fuck is even evangelism a thing in the United States? It's such a fucking right-wing, absolute dogshit religion version of Christianity that, like, it's so overly exaggerated to the point of, like, being utterly bananas.
People are stupid, and they're very stupid when they're young, and they get them when they're young. That's basically it. It's just a continuation throughout the generations.
Oh boy!
This is the way it is. This is how you. This is what you do. This is pass it on. Like,
yeah. So
thank God,
fucking shit.
More and more people are getting out of it. You know, I'm pretty sure, like all over the world, there's
soon we will seize the means of production.
Way less people being religious, and more and less conservative. Like worldwide.
I do hope. Yeah. There's another one. January 6th was not an insurrection. Not a single person. Not a single person was hurt by the protesters, and the damage they caused was trivial. It was, however, a warning to the oligarchs in Washington. Okay.
Okay. Not an insurrection. By definition, it was an insurrection. Not a single person was hurt. Bro, someone died. Dying isn't being hurt? Huh.
Weird.
Also, protesters. No one was fucking protesters. They fucking stormed the place. They broke the glass. They broke in. They audibly were talking about how they wanted to fucking murder people. They looked for said people that they wanted to murder.
This is contradictory at this point. It's like saying, we're not just, killing people or anything. This is not about killing people. But however, it's a warning for the oligarchs to not die. They don't want to die. They don't want to die. Yeah. It's just silly.
The people that were hiding, fearing for their lives. I mean, come on.
Jesus.
That damage is trivial. That psychological damage is trivial. Yeah.
And the damage is done to the whole country too.
That want you dead is not damage.
And there was the Boogaloo boys and the Proud Boys and all these sorts of nice people just went around just not causing an insurrection, but giving a warning to the oligarchs in Washington. I'm Alex Jones. I'm giving you a warning to the oligarchs in Washington. The freaking frogs are turning gay. I just kind of imagine Alex Jones just acting like that. Like he's actually on some sort like fuming sort of foam out its mouth, fucking Alex Jones shit. Buy my pills, buy my man pills, give me Rolexes. Do you know, Alex Jones, with the money he gets from InfoWars store and everything, he buys Rolexes, all sorts of Rolex watches, right?
Man's got a taste for high fashion.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got like his most expensive Rolex watch. I think it was like $50,000 or something, or like the cheapest one. I think I don't know, but like probably the cheapest one was like a $50,000 or something. And like Jesus, how many fucking Rolex watches does this guy have? I don't know. I guess this guy has got really good standards for fashion, but he can't obviously spend it all on like Rolex watches. That's like rich people bullshit.
We all have our interests, and honestly, it does make sense that the more money you have to spend on said interests. That's why some rich people just collect classic hot rod cars, or like they collect Ferraris, or like other insanely expensive things because they really like it. They want to show off, Or maybe
it really helps them compensate for the small penis.
That too.
Like, rich people are assholes. And I said this already in an article, but I think I'm going to say it again. Rich people are assholes because they want to compensate for the small penis. You
Well,
got,
there's
first of all, the rich person, like billionaire penis, which is pretty much on femboy size, right? You got like tiny micro penis shit. Then you got to the income penis, which is incredibly huge in comparison. And then there's my fucking girl penis, which is, I don't know how to fucking describe it, honestly. Is
Leviathan,
it,
I think, is a good word.
yeah, Leviathan or like gargantuan kind of shit, you know? Compared to like rich billionaire fuck penis, micro penis, that's like a lot of difference, honestly. So in that, because of that, I don't need to be a bitch asshole to like compensate for my penis size, you know? So that's my theory. You know, I kind of throw it away, like just for like convenience, and you know, just in case anybody wants to know why rich people are fucking assholes at every time, and like they want to
Yeah,
always compensate for the tiny penis sizes. No
just
means to
every single rich person just
Jeff Bezos
happens to
even.
have a small penis. I mean, it could happen. It could be stranger things are true. So
Yeah, like Jeff Bezos has a small penis. Elon Musk probably has a small penis. That's why he divorced from like Grimes. Probably he couldn't like get her good in bed or whatever. And like even Bobby Kotick has a small penis. No wonder why Bobby Kotick needs to hoard so much money like a fucking smog dragon thing. You know, because like he's got too much small of a penis. Like the guy obviously needs to compensate it by like exploiting workers and like acting like a asshole. And yeah, I don't know. That's already wrote out in an article on my website, but like yeah, it's kind of true. It's kind of true. There's another one saying all that's matter is racist and insensitive. Putting a you matter sign is in your yard is okay. And then there's like the NPC meme. What's like, Jesus? What's with these fucking NPC memes? Like most of the conservatives act more like NPCs than we actually do. What's up with that?
well, keep in mind these are the same people that follow someone blindly and call other people sheep.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's ironic, really. Like Jesus. They're like it's like boomer tier meme shit for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, yeah.
Regarding that, just then, like that just goes to show that they just see words. They don't understand the meaning behind the words because you know, one is about equality for black people, and the other is about
Hmm.
suicide prevention and mental health. Like it
Oh,
just
geez.
goes to
Yeah.
show they have. It's like I corporate wants you to distinguish the difference between these two phrases, and then they're like it's the same thing.
Comes to say that most of America is pretty much illiterate.
Ugh.
Especially if you go down south, it's mostly illiterate zone right there.
I don't I don't think most Southerners are illiterate, but I would not be surprised if a higher percentage of people in the South were illiterate compared to other areas.
Yeah, yeah. I know. It's just
Really,
weird.
I think it comes down to the income of areas and
Yeah, especially when
how
the
much is put
education
into the
system is pretty
education
expensive and
systems.
yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah.
I understand like most of the education system in America is pretty expensive and everything, depending on where you go. And some areas are better than others and everything. It's like usual American shit. Here's like what Christmas is all about, and like okay, it's a
Oh
whole
no.
Bible quote. It's
Oh my
like
god.
whole Bible scripture shit. which is posted from the same meme page by the same guy. And like puts
Lovely.
like yeah some peanut shit. I don't get what's with these people and paraphrasing the Bible. Like when Jesus was obviously fucking socialist or whatever. Like people, it's ironic because a lot of like Christian evangelist shit will like try to sell you like merchandise of like believing in God and everything, like selling you pins and T-shirts and like I don't know brain pills and making a whole business out of Christianity.
Yeah.
Even trying to put more Christianity into like commercials and everything. Here's a catch though, especially for Christian commercials and everything. Like if Jesus saw that kind of shit, if Jesus came to see that kind of shit, or like
Yeah.
when we saw like what they were doing in the market around the temple, whatever, he would fucking Chuck Norris the fuck out of the entire shit.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely would. He probably would march right into some kind of artillery store, get a bunch of freaking automatic weapons and just spray everyone down.
Obviously, who burned the whole markets down because especially considering like Christianity, when it comes to like Christianity and Christmas commercials and everything, they don't allow that sort of shit. They don't want like Christianity to be commercialized in the sense of like capitalist nonsense, like they regularly want them to do, like putting I don't know the usual bullshit about the war and Christmas and like putting Christmas on like every single piece of capitalist product available in
Yeah.
the holidays or whatever. It's just I don't know. It doesn't make sense for like a regular Christian. There's even like some sort of interview in Fox News where like there was like this pastor or whatever. He kept telling them what they didn't want him to tell, which was basically that no one wants to put Christianity in like this commercial bullshit. And it went pretty much like that. It's tried to like sort of pull out from this pastor whatever they wanted him to say about the war on Christmas or whatever. Which I mean, the war on Christmas is like kind of bullshit, you know. This was supposed to be
Yeah.
like December 2021, by the way. What I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Jesus would be like, what the hell is this about? Like I was born in spring or whatever.
I don't know. More Telegram group
but
shit. Yeah.
but Christians don't even really want to learn about their own religion or where it came from or real facts about it. All they care about is the bullshit that they were spoon-fed, that they keep regurgitating in each other's mouths like mama birds to baby birds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know about that, honestly. Fucking Christ. And like, I am kind of looking forward to looking for another anti-vaxxer group because this one is already, it's just a more of the same shit, basically. Um, all right, not vaccinated. A
Oh,
place where,
have you seen the r slash anti-vaxxer r slash anti-vax Reddit?
wait, r/anti-vaxxer. Hold on, Reddit.
No, anti-vax, I think it is.
Anti-vax. Hold on, was
I
it
think
that?
so.
No,
No?
hold on, better gateway. What's so like hold on, R it's giving me a battery gateway error. Hold on, I'll try it again. Why though?
No. Try.
Okay, there you
Oh,
go.
okay. There we
Uh
go.
yeah, R anti-vax. It's like a subreddit that says information about vaccine safety and combating anti-science rhetoric.
Yeah,
Um
the anti-vax um what's it called? Anti-vax subreddit actually got taken over
mm-hmm.
by people, and honestly, it was just Space Jam memes. Like all they did was post Space
I
Jam
saw
memes.
one like Facebook group previously. I wanted to show it here, but like it got like the first post that I saw there was airplane sex.
I'm sorry, what?
Airplane sex. Airplane porn.
Oh,
Like a couple airplanes having sex.
okay.
It was just plainly fucking hilarious. And
Like
like,
from the Pixar movie?
not I don't know, but it's like a bunch of like anthropomorphic planes having sex with each other.
Uh,
It's just weird. Maybe it was probably to mess up with like the sort of mess with anti-vaxxer people, but yeah, it's just weird. Hold on. Pro anti-vaxxer community encourage the stupidity put forward by. Hold on. Wait, what? No. Hold on. Uh, I need real anti-vaxxer fucking groups here in Facebook. Hold on. The unvaxxed. This group is for unvaxxed people, and there's like really nothing here. Okay. It's giving me a warning. This group is talking about vaccines. I don't know, but like, it's private too. Oh Jesus, I don't know how to find these. Those like mostly private shit. Like the ones who seriously cover their fucking asses. Okay, vaccine in New York. I don't know. Anti. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a fucking minute. There's gotta be something here in Facebook, right? Like, hold on. What about can I look for public groups? Hold on. Yeah, Facebook is really cracking down for like on this shit. Really, say no to COVID vaccines.
I was gonna say try using pure blood as a keyword as a search term
Wait,
because
pure blood.
yeah, recently I found out that apparently some anti-vaxxers call themselves pure blood because they think that getting the vaccine taints your blood or some shit. What the fuck is that?
Oh Jesus, I don't know what the fuck is this. What is this really? That cats?
They look like wild cats.
They look dead. I don't know what the fuck is
Oh,
this.
you think so? They look like they're stuffed with leaves.
Fuck. I don't know. I don't get it. All right, pure blood.
Oh,
Is
maybe
that what?
they're. No, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe they're like
Let's
dehydrating the
see.
hides or something, but that doesn't make sense.
Pure bloods. Pure bloods. Hold on. Public groups first. Um. All right. Are you sure
Oh,
it's
wait, wait,
called
wait.
pure blood?
That first one. Look at that first one.
The first one, pure blood army of.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at the
yeah.
description.
Yeah, okay. A place for those who will stand against the COVID cult by any means necessary to protect the innocent and preserve freedom, truth, and justice.
Yeah,
Okay, with the Alex
brother!
Jones shit. Okay, too few people over here joined.
Oh, damn, not enough people in the world are fucking morons. Damn, we need more people to be fucking morons.
Oh Jesus, I don't get what's with this fucking shit. Okay, Truth Watch. I'm honestly asking anyone who's willing to answer what's the ethical, scientific, and logic justification to force the entire world to receive a product made by habitually criminal companies who are liable for injury or death when the product doesn't even stop transmission.
Oh my god. That is so easy to answer.
You know really?
Yeah, of course. It doesn't stop transmission, but it slows it a lot. And
Yeah,
it's a huge step in making sure
yeah.
that this virus is as least deadly as fucking possible. There you go.
Obviously.
There's the answer.
Yeah.
Who
I pretty
cares?
much
Who
knew
cares
about it.
what
Yeah.
company? Who cares what company owns the patent? That is bureaucratic bullshit. There are actual scientists that care about people in the world that don't want humanity to go fucking extinct that made this, that made huge strides in
Yeah.
scientific progress.
Even though it should get rid of the fucking patent, even to like being able to afford like third world countries to be able to afford like the vaccine or whatever, because that holy shit. They can
Yeah,
like yeah.
this guy almost has it. He almost has it, but he's getting mad at the vaccine more than he's getting mad at the companies that aren't letting people get the vaccine. It's
Yeah.
like, oh my god, it's like it's a state of emergency. Like, come on, if this was a zombie virus, would you be like, "No, it's my freedom to die and get resurrected like Jesus Christ"?
Really resurrected like Jesus Christ, except with a lot of fucking what's it called? Really
Necrosis.
necrosis shit. Yeah. Do you call that really the type of kind of Jesus Christ shit? What do you
Zombie
imagine?
Jesus, brother.
Yeah, zombie
Zombie
Jesus.
Jesus army.
Holy shit! Zombie Jesus Ninja Army. Okay, that's
Oh my
what would
god,
be
that sounds like an amazing band name.
it kind of does, but it also sounds like a B movie kind of shit.
Oh my god, yes.
Like
Yeah,
some
it
sort of
definitely
like
does.
trauma tier B movie shit. Okay, here from a 1981 book by Builder Burger Jacques Attali is an example of the elite's mindset. We're going to just like anti-Semitic shit here. All the shit.
Yeah.
The future will be about
Yeah,
finding a way to
I
reduce the
heard that dog
population.
whistle.
Oh wow! Oh, yeah, it's gotta be an anti-Semitic dog whistle here. I'm not gonna bother reading it honestly. Okay.
Oh, the fucking reducing the population thing. The thing where oh my god, I remember being into that conspiracy theory that was like, hey, you know how everyone's talking about how the world is being overpopulated and we need to reduce the population? Man, it's not. The population is being reduced and they just want to reduce it even more. They want to make people extinct. Like, I used to believe that shit.
Uh huh. Yeah. Well, in some way, capitalism is killing people in some way, but not in a way that it leads to the humanity being extinct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like there was a conspiracy theory that they were lying about the overpopulation problem so that more people would, you know, uh, so that the population would decrease dramatically.
Oh yeah, here's a funny thing. I also got Shinigami eyes, so obviously it will detect which website is transphobic or not. So, for
Oh,
example,
cool.
the Blaze.com is tagged as anti-trans, and like it says, "House oversight Republicans give HHS a February 16th deadline to turn over talks on funding the Wuhan lab." And oh, come on. Do you really think the virus was invented in a fucking Wuhan lab? Really? Like it
Oh my
couldn't
god,
come from
these
anywhere else.
I mean, it's pretty common knowledge by now. I mean, to anyone who has done any research on coronavirus and where it came from, that there have been people studying coronavirus for like decades,
Yeah.
for like 10 years before COVID-19 was a thing.
Uh
They were
huh.
studying how it naturally occurs and evolves in bats and other animals and stuff like that. Like that, there was this one researcher. I think she's referred to as the Bat Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Like she spent like 10 years researching coronavirus in bats, and like because of her, we had a significant amount of data to allow us to make a vaccine in such a quick time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, what's the problem then? Did the virus escape from like the lab or something, or what?
Well, no, like we've been observing that it occurred naturally in animals. Like we know that.
Oh, right. So it just appeared in animals like normally, right? Like it just popped up and like evolved in a way that suddenly appeared in other wild bats outside of the lab, isn't it?
Yeah, and to say that it came from a lab is basically just disregarding her years of research and hard work.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I know, like, when I was a far righter, I always thought, like, it came from the lab, but, like, no, it's, like, natural progress of, like, virus, nature evolution or something. But yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. Rolling average. What the fuck? What's this graph for? You see it? The
Yeah. Rolling average of deaths per something.
I don't know. I don't want to bother clicking it because I fear it's gonna be a virus website. So there's this Canadian trucker. I'm not gonna play the video anyway. Prosecute or death. World's number
D-
one mass murderer.
Dr. Death.
Doctor Death.
Dr. Death Fauci is responsible for millions of deaths. We're not going to explain why. Hold
Because people are fucking stupid, basically. I mean,
on, hold on.
virus.
Hold on. Let me see something here. I'm gonna do some research Yoni here.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Okay.
Goody.
Let's see. How has Dr. Fauci murdered? Wait, was it millions or
Uh,
thousands?
oh, hold on. Millions,
Okay,
millions.
wow, that's a lot of. Wait, lives? Does it say people or lives?
He says millions of deaths.
Millions of. Oh, they're talking about the fucking dog thing.
Wait, what?
The fucking there was like this I forget what testing it was, but it was like this testing in South Africa. I think it was South Africa,
Mm-hmm.
that resulted in the deaths of like a lot of dogs, and for some reason, anti-vaxxers attribute that to something that Fauci did. Um,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
Yeah, that really big correlation there. Okay, there's
yeah.
obviously Babylon B reposting, Biden frantically looking for 8,000 troops to deploy into Ukraine that don't have myocarditis.
I
Okay.
don't know what that is.
Myocarditis. I don't have any fucking idea what it is either. And of course, you get a post Ben Shapiro too, like
Hold
some
on.
like Daily Wire bullshit. Don't tread on Florida, of course. Because you got all my permission to tread on these ANCAP libertarian fuckers. Tread on them.
Oh, okay. Apparently, it's has something to do with COVID-19. Myocarditis is inflammation of the heart muscle, and pericarditis is inflammation of the outer lining of the heart. In both cases, the body's immune system causes inflammation in response to an infection or some other trigger.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Does it have anything really to do with coronavirus or something? It's like a symptom or whatever.
I let's see. Myocarditis is usually caused by a viral infection. A severe case can weaken the heart, which can lead to heart failure. Blah 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 blah. By caused by a viral infection. So I guess they're
Yeah, that probably
re-
has
re-
something to do with coronavirus at some regard. Yeah, I know about it.
Oh, wait,
Um,
hold on. Oh, I see. Common questions. Can an mRNA COVID-19 vaccine cause myocarditis? The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has released data showing a small increase in cases of myocarditis and oh, it is carditis.
pericarditis.
Pericarditis after receiving the mRNA COVID-19 vaccination. The Pfizer and Moderna 2-dose vaccines, hell yeah, I got the Janssen, especially in young
Hey,
adults.
yeah.
It says small increase though. Like I have a feeling it's like what 1% or something.
Yeah, I mean, not a big fucking deal, honestly. What, like, they keep coming, like, with anything so insignificant and small, and
Yeah.
they'll go, like,
Okay.
oh, look, the vaccine is totally causing that. Blah, 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 blah. You know,
Okay. So You can get
Mhm.
myocarditis as a symptom of COVID-19,
Yeah.
and it is a rare side effect of the vaccination, which means like probably zero point 0.1 people that take the vaccine will get it. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure it's way more common in people that have the actual virus because that's how vaccines work.
Yeah. It's kind of weird, honestly. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm tired of looking at these anti-vaxxer fucking Facebook groups. I know, making fun of them is kind of tiring at this point. I know about it. Yeah. Let's talk
I
about
like it. I
general.
think it's fun.
Yeah, it's been fun, honestly. But yeah, let's talk about gaming news for a while. Apparently Activision Blizzard is still being pricks. I don't know what like this has been like from like last week or something, or probably I guess. But like Activision Blizzard chooses not to voluntarily recognize Call of Duty QA union. The union next step is to file for an election for with the NLRB, requiring Activision Blizzard to begin bargaining.
To begin, what?
To begin bargaining. Yeah, I'm gonna pass you the article here, just
Oh,
in
okay,
case.
yeah.
So like, you know. I'm gonna also put in this screen share here. Beep, 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 beep. If this doesn't take so goddamn fucking long, fucking British. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah. Anyway, on January
Oi,
twenty
oi, oi, oi,
first,
oi, 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 oi.
the QA testers at Call of Duty developer Raven Software announced they had formed a union and were seeking voluntary recognition from Raven parent company Activision Blizzard. With a supermajority of Raven quality assurance invested in our organizing efforts, we have found it to be in our own best interest to push forward with unionization. It has become evident that equity will never be achieved without a collective bargaining power. The workers wrote in an open letter to Activision Blizzard leadership. The newly formed Game Workers Alliance, composed of 34 quality assurance workers, asked for recognition to form a union with the Communication Workers of America by the end of the workday on Tuesday, January 25th. Activision has now missed that deadline, meaning the union is going to file for an election with the National Labor Relations Board, reports the Washington Post. In a statement to PC Gamer on Tuesday, an Activision Blizzard spokesperson confirmed that Activision chose not to voluntarily recognize the Game Workers Alliance. At Activision Blizzard, we deeply respect the rights of all employees to make their own decisions about whether or not to join a union. We carefully reviewed it. Yeah. You know, Activision Blizzard executives are gonna fucking say that, even though they're gonna be union busting their asses. You know that. Such shit.
Wait, that can't happen, can it? In if a union goes to corporate to basically uh what's it called? For a compromise,
Yeah.
the company can't just go, well, we can't agree on anything, so let's just agree to disagree. You guys are fucked. They can't do that. They have to reach some sort of compromise,
Well, of
right?
course, this has to be like Activision Blizzard bullshit, like the usual executive bullshit. I mean, they can't find any way to weasel their way out of the unionization like that. You know, considering it's just Bobby Kotick. Even though I'm not sure, since like now Microsoft owns Activision Blizzard, how that's gonna probably turn out. But even then, Bobby Kotick is just gonna run away with like a bonus of like billions of dollars or something. Such shit. Um, the statement continues that if the Game Workers Alliances file for an election with the NLBRB, Activision Blizzard will respond formally to that petition promptly, and that the most important thing to the company is that each eligible employee has the opportunity to have their voice heard and their individual vote counted, and we think all employees at Raven should have a say in this decision. If more than 50% of the QA workers vote to ratify the union, which sounds likely since they claim to have a supermajority as support, Activision Blizzard will be required to begin bargaining with the Game Workers Alliance. Activision Blizzard's statement above that all employees of Raven should have a say in this decision may play a part in the election process. There are only 34 workers in the Game Workers Alliance, but more than 350 employees in the entire studio.
Wow.
Oh, are gonna probably, hire some like Activision Blizzard is gonna probably hire some fake employees to like vote against unionizing the shit. I don't know. We'll see about
Oh
it.
yeah.
It's so dog shit. Like most of this AAA game corporations can come up with this sort of fucking bullshit anytime, and it's obvious shit. It's just, I mean, they're gonna obviously do it at some point, and like, I hope they fail on their asses and fall flat on their goddamn asses. Honestly, the amount of bullshit these fucking billionaire corporations do to like avoid unionization is just absolutely bullshit. But it's pretty obvious at some point that they're gonna fucking fail. You
Yeah,
know.
I mean, they should know that this shit is just gonna backfire. It might take some time, but it is going to backfire.
If not by legal means, it's gonna backfire in the form of Molotov cocktails or something. You know that.
Or all their employees quitting and going to a competitor.
And then they go like, why don't people want, why people don't want to work at my company, dude? Why don't people want to work at my shit with this piss poor salary and piss poor working conditions, dude? It's fucking obvious shit, you know. Also,
Yep.
on the other side of gaming news, we got YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki, who apparently shows interest in like NFTs.
Ugh.
Now, apparently, YouTube is gonna show NFT. By the way, we're gonna probably go on about NFTs more in detail in the next episode or whatever. But like, NFTs fucking suck.
Yeah.
Why will YouTube want NFTs and crypto in like YouTube or something, right? Like,
Because it's trendy.
yeah, it's fucking trendy, and like whenever something's trendy, like Susan Wojcicki's eyes turn into dollar fucking signs. But yeah, a week after Twitter added support
Cha-ching.
for NFT avatars, YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki has said that cryptocurrency and NFTs present a previously unimaginable opportunity to grow the connection between creators and their fans. Oh, bullshit!
What? How?
Bullshit! That's just some bullshit. Grow the connection between creators and their fans. What a
Hold on,
load of
so
fucking baloney.
Are they talking about like someone makes a YouTube video and then they can post that YouTube video as an NFT to sell to like one of their fans
Yeah,
or
most
something?
likely,
Is
yeah.
that what they're
Most likely, yeah, or the thumbnail, or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe have NFT avatars and shit, and like, oh Jesus, it's horrible.
That's so dumb.
Jeez, I don't know about it, but it's fucking dumb as shit.
Like they don't seem to understand that like it's so easy to scam someone with an NFT. Like you sell the NFT and then you just switch the image or video and then turn around and sell sell a different NFT to that same image or video. Like come on.
They think integrating NFTs into literally everything is so goddamn easy.
Not to mention that the crypto mining shit is just it requires such a huge amount of energy that it's terrible for the environment.
Yeah, and also for the fact that NFTs are totally shit. They're like a bigger fool scam and everything, you know? Not to mention the speculation in that kind of market and like the huge amount of scams there are in and like rock pulls and everything. Look, I'm not going to detail right now how NFTs are so shit in this episode, right? I don't think I want to save that for like the next week's episode, right? But
Oh yeah, true.
NFTs are
feel free to cut out all the stuff that I said. Or bleep it. That'll
No,
be
I
funnier.
don't need to, but it's obvious shit that NFTs. Oh god, NFTs. Why will anybody want to invest in this shit when it's so obvious that it's so goddamn shit? But it's just weird.
I
Um,
know, like the
how does this even become a trend anyway? It's
you know
so weird.
the worst thing about NFTs is that and they worst of all, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to figure out more about NFTs, I'm gonna save it for the next episode or whatever next week. Yeah, that's
I tried to make you
due to
laugh, but I
wanting to
failed.
put
It's
NFTs.
okay.
Yeah, and by the way, I gotta just starting to need to fucking pee, so I'm gonna call it for this podcast. Check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, even maybe somewhere else on our website too, on JMAA.tv for more podcast goodness. This has been
Yeah.
JMA and Fungus. We're gonna see you next week. All right, see you next week.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the JMA Live Deluxe Podcast. I'm your host, JMA Eddie All, and unfortunately, apparently, Fungus is not gonna be probably in this podcast because she's been having problems with her teeth. So obviously, she's not able to talk too much on the podcast for now. Apparently, she's gonna have her teeth fixed next week or something. As far as I know, but at least we got a cool new guest that is gonna make up for the absence of Fungus, which his name is Sam Deely. He him, I guess, is his pronouns, and yeah, he's here with us on the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, I get a bit of a surprises in here, and that I gotta tell you on this podcast, but I'm not gonna ahead of myself too much, and I gotta ask you not to get angry with me for this because it has something involving a very murky business that I've been critical of for lately. But
Okay,
I'm not getting too much ahead of myself yet. But yeah, we got
sure.
certain interesting things to talk about in this podcast anyway. We actually promised to talk about NFTs, and yeah, NFTs are pretty much murky business as per usual, right? But like,
Well,
yeah, sorry,
yeah,
what?
I mean, anything that's, created by scam artists is going to be pretty murky, yes.
No, yeah, obviously, this is pretty much scam territory. So I know about this, but apparently, not only that, it's also causing like a severe damage to the environment at some degree. I don't know, like they're trying to improve this by saying they're like eco-friendly, trying to do like eco-friendly kind of stuff with the NFT shit. But like, it's still a
Well,
scam artist shit, isn't it?
their claim is that, oh, well, some technological advancement in the not too distant future is going to make it so that all these machines that we use to farm
Cryptocurrency.
the right to farm the coins won't produce all of the carbon or whatever the ecological impact that they currently have once we have this new technological breakthrough. But there's like two problems with that, and the first is that breakthrough isn't here yet.
Obviously,
uh,
I don't see it yet. Yeah.
I mean, like you're banking on like this thing that you don't know when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen, and secondly, um, even if it did, even if even if there were no ecological impact to cryptocurrency at all, it would still just be swindling people out of money. Like that's the whole point of the system.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I know this kind of shit, right? And I think it's pretty fucking ugly business, obviously. And
Yeah.
not to mention, like, like Dick Masterson said it once, it's like gonna blow up a bunch of smoke into a little rabbit's face at some point. So
Yeah.
unless they actually do something about it, about the environmental impact about it. Uh,
Yeah.
it's yeah. They haven't like they made a promise, obviously, but I don't see it happening yet. I know there's like some
Well,
cryptocurrencies that are like they claim to be eco-friendly in quotations because I'm not really 100% sure of it. Like I say like what's the name? Cardano,
yeah.
all these shit coins that, for most of the crypto bros don't matter anyone
But if
unless
they're
they're
making
Ethereum.
if they're making the claim to be like eco-friendly currently, either
Yeah, that probably
excuse
like
me, excuse me, sorry,
sorry.
I had some gas. um, if they're making the claim of being eco-friendly currently, I would have to assume either a they're saying that like, oh well, we don't, aren't farming enough coins, to have that much ecological impact. Which, okay, sure, but like that also means that like your coin isn't going to be basically worthless if that's the case, right? Like you're not going to have enough coin in circulation for anybody to even want to have any of it if that's true. Not that anyone should want to have it anyway, because like obviously, a handful of people have gotten really rich selling it, but like that's only because like whoever's left holding the bag, holding all these coins at the end, when the bottom falls out and the coins become worthless, will have no money at all. Like so,
Like yeah, we're seeing like even to the point of anti-capitalist means of like using cryptocurrency will obviously be either hard to do or like either failing on their ass. I'm not sure. Like I know I can probably easily blame myself for all this, but I'm not getting ahead of myself too much. But like yeah, they claim like these eco-friendly cryptocurrencies are like proof of stake cryptocurrencies. That's just like yet another fucking buzzword for all these fucking crypto bros, honestly.
hmm,
Yeah,
proof
but
of stake versus proof of work. Yeah, I there was a video put out recently by, I think it was Folding Ideas.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
with
saw it. Yeah,
a really thorough documentary about it that like outlines like all of the reasons why like um it isn't, it's never been what anyone claimed that it was going to be, that it's not like the people's currency, it's not, it's not taking power away from government, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, and that's the complete irony of it. And like, yeah, it's yeah, environmentally it might not be very friendly, to be honest, if you're able to say that. But yeah, by the way, have you heard like, about the Bored Ape Judge Club neo-Nazism controversy that was going on recently?
um I think I like vaguely heard something about there being some fascists involved in some cryptocurrency, but like my response to that is like, well, yeah, I mean, like because there are fascists everywhere. So, like, obviously, there are going to be like on any new hot new quote unquote technology, there are going to be some fascists involved somewhere because they just want to
Yeah,
have their hands in any pie,
yeah, well,
which isn't
yeah.
any different than anybody else. Like, anywhere there are going to be people, there are going to be some fascists probably.
No, yeah, I know. But apparently, I wrote recently an article about the boarded Judge Club neo-Nazism controversy, which was derivated from like a website made by Ryder Rips. It goes on to say that there's coded Nazi messages in like the Bored Ape Judge Club branding and team members. And even
Huh.
like for example, like the skull of like the Bored Ape Judge Club logo, it resembles like the Totenkopf skull from the Waffen SS, right? It
Oh
has
yeah,
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
amount of teeth.
Yeah, that
18
sounds
teeth to be
familiar.
precise, like the initials of Adolf Hitler.
Yeah,
And
that comment sounds familiar.
yeah, and obviously some of the team members are named after like neo-Nazi dog whistles. Yuga Labs is named apparently after like the Kali Yuga dog whistle that neo-Nazis make. You know, like derivated from some Western philosopher who imported it from like Hindu philosophy for some reason. But it's like a
Hmm.
Nazi dog whistle. And there's other team members who are, one is named Gargamel, which is like an anti-Semitic depiction of a Jewish man in the Smurfs. There's also like there's a guy called like Emperor Tomato Ketchup, who's like the name of like a banned film that like features a small child dressed as a Nazi dictator raping an adult woman. I mean,
Mm.
it's kind of getting ugly there, but like
Yeah, that's pretty
most
gross.
of it, it's like Nazi dog whistles apparently, and like this guy Ryder Rips pointed it out in like a website called like Gordon Goner, which is the name of another owner of Board Ape Dutch Club, Gordon Goner, which is like, like a dog
Oh, Goner,
whistle,
yeah.
yeah, like a
Gordon
dog
Goner, yeah.
whistle name after like Drongo N word, and
Hmm.
yeah, just quite a lot. I took my article derivating from that, so I don't know. I guess I called it. You know, I did like before my YouTube was banned. I did a video saying how Nazis love fucking NFTs, and
Right, yeah.
like, should I act surprised? I don't know.
Yeah. I think I remember Shark 300 talking about Gordon Goner and some of this same stuff on one of his streams.
Yeah, Gordon. Yeah, Gordon Gano is a kind of funny name because it's obviously a fucking dog whistle, and like the result of like naming his website GordonGoner.com is that Ryder Rip's website got into like the first results of like Google if you search the owner's name on Google.
Mm,
I
yeah.
know that's kind of like a low, kind of like a blow in there. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you all surprised for this? Like I told many times, fucking Nazis like Stone Toss and Sam Hyde and all that shit love this kind of shit because it exemplifies hyper capitalism in some way. And now you got it. Now Board 8 Dutch Club is welcome to the fucking Nazi club. Apparently, well, that's
Right.
that's something.
Yeah, well, fascism is capitalism in crisis, so.
Yeah, well, that's pretty fucking obvious. Well, that's
Yeah.
Board 8 Shot Dutch Club. I know that's gonna affect the bottom line of like the Board 8 Dutch Club image or PR, but I hope it goes tanking down like the rest of NFTs. I'm willing to
Yeah.
believe anything as long as it gets me rid of NFTs because I already, yeah, by itself, I'm willing to believe anything that will destroy NFTs and like make it fucking real so I can destroy
Yeah.
NFTs.
Well,
I don't
like
know.
Bitcoin was bad enough because like Bitcoin, like uh, they made the claim that like, oh, well, this isn't like other money. What it basically is. I mean,
Yeah,
more or less. I mean, there's some like it is only a very minor. Bitcoin is only a very minor change from like regular national currencies like the euro or the dollar. Um, but then you add NFTs on top of it, and we're like, okay, so what is an NFT? Well, you own a link that
nothing.
you own a link, like a reference to a thing. Like you don't own the thing, you just own like
No, yeah, that's literally
you
nothing.
you you own this like digital finger pointing at this other thing.
It's a smoke. Yeah, it's fucking smoke. They're selling you smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
And what do you fucking expect? Like Nazis are gonna fucking obviously love this type of scams a lot. I know, not surprising at all. Oh well, who cares? And like the amount of scams and deceptive practices there are there. I mean, I have already seen like Folding Ideas this video about how fucking scammy and scummy as NFTs are, and like how it involves like a lot of fucking bigger fool scams, which basically boils down to that a bigger fool scam. Which it's really bad. A lot of pump on dump, a lot of fucking Ponzi schemes, like whatever it is, you can name every single scam available is gonna be there. Like Jesus, oh Jesus.
Well, yeah, it's it just occurred to me just now that like Bitcoin and NFTs basically are like the QAnon of money.
The QAnon of money?
Yeah. So it's like the money version of QAnon.
I might not be surprised if QAnon starts using Ethereum or something.
I'm sure there are QAnon people using cryptocurrency.
I mean, are you telling me that basically the same people who believe that Donald Trump is gonna become president forever and there's gonna be a new dollar currency that will dominate, and all of a sudden their debts are gonna be forgiven? The same people are believing this NFT nonsense.
The people who are still waiting for the ghost of JFK Jr. to come back to Dallas, where his father was assassinated.
Jesus.
To deliver some amazing message that's gonna topple a global pedophile ring, and like these same people, like they're gonna top this global pedophile ring. No comment, none whatsoever on fucking Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Sorry, Ghislaine Maxwell, which really on the nose, that name there.
It's very strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very strange. Might as well hire the fucking mystery man from Scooby-Doo. I know. Who's going to be the ghost this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jesus. Like, they put NFT ads on Times Square. Like everywhere you go in New York or Times Square, there's going to be either NFT graffitis and NFT ads. Like, what the shit? Like, that's how they spend their disposable income generated by NFTs, not by helping the poor, not by helping marginalized voices, but just putting big-ass digital billboard shit on Times Square.
Yeah. Spending huge amounts of money to advertise that they own.
It's like a cycle.
A sign that points at some other, bad piece of art.
And oh shit,
I shouldn't say that. I mean, art is subjective. I'm sure somebody really enjoys all those,
But any Twitter artist can be hesitant to post any art on Twitter. They decided to post it on Times Square.
Right.
That's
I'm just saying, I don't want to get on people's case for liking the art. The art is fine. I mean, it's subjective. Some people love it, some people hate it. It's just
Yeah, especially considering I'm not the one to criticize any kind of art because my art is obviously not the best. But even then, I tell you again,
hammering it into the NFTs that's really the problem.
Yeah, well, and I tell you again, any artist will be hesitant, or artist or game developer will be hesitant to post that kind of stuff on Twitter or anything. And yet they put it on Times Square. It's not even when they post MMOs, NFT MMOs on Times Square. They're not even finished. They look like early alpha stuff that you see on Twitter that people will be hesitant to post.
Yeah.
And it's like, why will you put that on a giant digital billboard for everyone to see on Times Square?
Yeah.
And okay, Times Square. By the way, any better use of like using the Times Square digital billboards will be if I will put my own website's ad on there. That will be completely badass, honestly. Like
Oh,
I'd be willing to have
love,
anyone.
I would love to be able to advertise on Times Square. Yeah, but like, there's no way that I can afford that.
Well, I'll be willing to have anyone with a disposable income to have it for me to put my own website's ad on Times Square. I think I already made it even, or I posted on TikTok, I posted it, or like maybe Instagram or something. It's like a video that's 30 seconds long, but I want that on Times Square. And if anybody listening to this might be having the disposable income to put at least for one day on Times Square on a giant ass billboard up there, right? Basically, just fucking do it. I'd be willing to have something like that, and feel free to take a video of that too and send it to me. I dare you. I dare you. Anybody that has the disposable income to do that, I'd be willing.
Oh.
And yeah, like imagine this, like this sort of like NFT technology is gonna be in gaming too for some reason. Like fucking Konami and EA and all that shit are into that shit.
It's like I was saying about the fascists, right? Like it is just, a hot new tech, and everybody wants to be in it because they don't realize that it's a scam. I mean, that's the only reason anybody is, flocking to it.
It's very trendy.
Yeah, right. It's just like Beanie Babies, right? Like,
like digital Beanie Babies. I'm gonna make NFTs of Beanie Babies too.
Or the old, the Tickle Me Elmo craze, or like grandmothers who are like punching each other out in the toy store over the Tickle Me Elmo.
World Star Hip Hop NFTs.
Spending $30,000 on one Tickle Me Elmo doll, like 18 years later.
Oh, gee.
Like the kid, like
you could buy a Tickle Me Elmo anywhere for a way smaller price than that.
Well, right, but at the time, like they were the hot item, and everybody wanted it for their kid for Christmas, and so like there were stories of people that had spent like $30,000 on one Tickle Me Elmo doll, and we're like, 18 years later, the kid, like, tell me again why I can't go to college. well, when you were 3, you were really into Sesame Street.
Who isn't into Sesame Street these days? I don't know. I wasn't into Sesame Street as a kid. I don't know about it. But yeah, well, imagine like the Beanie Babies company making Beanie Baby NFTs.
Yeah.
We'll start again.
That would honestly not surprise me either. I would be totally like not shocked at all to hear that Ty was trying to do some kind of NFT thing with the Beanie Babies.
Yeah, well, apparently I heard also about this project from a YouTuber named Nerd City. It's an NFT project. It's called the Dead Avatars Project. They claim it's gonna be ethical at some degree, to like being proof of stake or environmentally friendly and all everything, which I'm pretty skeptical of. But they're doing this because they're doing the research for a video on the Tryhard series. I don't know.
Or data avatars?
Yeah, it's deadavatars.com, in case you don't know.
Okay.
It's like NFTs of like skeleton dudes, like bony, randomly bones kind of people, right? Like Dark Souls skeletons kind of thing. It's like
Gotcha.
skeleton avatars apparently with googly eyes and everything, and like they're gonna just try to make like a tryhards part of like NFTs with that in mind. Which tryhards, in case you don't know, it's like a series of videos detailing on like the tryhard part of being a content creator, like I don't know, building your merch or like building an Instagram audience, that sort of crap. And it involves also like hiring artists for making t-shirts or whatever, or like promoting Instagram or like Reddit, Facebook, or stuff like that. I think it's a great video series, but I don't know how they're gonna tackle this on like the NFTs, like the NFT quiz and everything. I don't know what it has something to do with like content creators on YouTube, because I heard even heard like YouTube Susan Wojcicki is interested in like the NFT shit, but I what is like I know some content creators are like into NFT business. Probably a
Wojcicki
few
being
of them.
Wojcicki being the CEO of YouTube, right?
Yeah, the CEO of YouTube. She said
Yeah.
she was interested in using NFTs or something for like
Mm.
who knows what. Like we mentioned already that is like the previous episode of a podcast with Fungus, and like that I think the whole point that she wanted to do with NFTs is that I don't know, maybe the thumbnails or videos are gonna become NFTs or something. I have no fucking clue. Either way, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But what Nerd City does, or at least is probably trying to do, is like sort of the showcase on a YouTube research video how do real content creator tryhards are doing it on like say the business of being a content creator or something, right? Like first time it was like being a tryhard on like Instagram by from like people like Tana Monju and like um whatever
Oh,
it
this
is
is
that any Instagram influencer can be. Later they tried on like merch because apparently Jake Paul was doing like shitty merch, and they wanted to showcase how to do even way better merch as a content
mhm.
creator. And now they're probably maybe showcasing with the NFT thing that how do try hard content creators are doing it with NFTs, which I don't know how it will turn out, but fucking Nerd City doing NFTs is kind of a turn off still, because you're still dealing with a scam territory, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And
Uh,
like, yeah,
you're right. You're still just getting on that bandwagon that's gonna collapse underneath everybody. So
yeah.
um,
I don't know how much the bandwagon is gonna last. Honestly, I'm
I
just
found an
saying.
article on The Verge about what Wojcinski was saying to Susan at YouTube. Um, from The Verge, YouTube CEO hints at potential NFT features. Susan Wojcicki says the company is looking to, quote, help creators capitalize on emerging technologies. So,
Yeah, well,
like,
that's what we probably mentioned
it
in like
sounds
the last
like
episode. Yeah.
it sounds to me like the idea is that like they're thinking like, oh, well, we can add something into the YouTube interface that will like help a creator like submit their video
Open Sea or something, right?
to submit their video to the to
Yeah, to the
Ethereum,
blockchain.
right? So that video can become an NFT, which again, not surprising to me, but like sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say something, and I bet I'm gonna ask you not to be angry with this, but I
Sure.
tried to like a couple experiments here, right? And it involves NFTs.
Okay.
So, in order to like showcase how, at least how ugly the business of making NFTs are, or maybe possibly how can we make an anti-capitalist use of like NFTs or something? Even though it's gonna fail on my ass, obviously. I minted like a couple NFT projects so far. I'm trying to mint like a couple NFT projects here. One is like the Christfog Deluxe thing that I minted as a single NFT. And like the other is like the Psychobongs NFT collection, which is like the kind of more collectible kind of shit in case it works better, right? The problem is minting this shit is a fucking hellhole. It's like, at least with the Psychobong shit, I don't know. I'm still uploading the fucking images to like RPFS to like be able to like link it there from like the minting process or whatever. And like it's already 27%. It's been here for like hours uploading fucking images. It's like 10,000 images of Britbong fucking made into NFT shit. And like I gotta upload them all. I gotta upload all the metadata of that. I gotta mint everything. And like even listing it on OpenSea, all the 10,000 of them is a living fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Because at least you gotta do individually with each and every one of the NFT shit that you minted. You gotta list individually each and every one of them on OpenSea, which is a fucking pain in the ass. So like, I'm at this point, I'm basically doing it so you don't have to showcase how fucking ugly this shit is. Unless unless you got the resources and the manpower or whatever capitalist bullshit you're willing to put into to be able to do this shit. So honestly, don't fucking do it. I lost an actual body because of this. I'm dead serious. Because I thought, I was into the fucking grip for some reason. No, I just wanted to showcase how fucking ugly shit is. Maybe some anti-capitalist use can be pulled out of this eventually or something. Maybe just a tiny bit. Maybe it will help anyone seize the means of production or whatever. But Jesus, it's so fucking ugly. At this point, I'm willing to like sell the shit to like the crypto bro fucking suckers who might buy into the shit. And yeah, but especially like the Psychobong shit, which is NFT collection like based on like in spite of Britbong, right?
Yeah.
The fucking guy who's like stalking me and shit. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to sell it to any crypto bro sucker who might be into that shit. I don't know, like, maybe we'll have $40 or something for each. I don't care. Whatever. It's a stock shit. Pure dog shit. I just got myself into some pure dog shit here. And I regret every single second of it. My God. Do you get where I'm going with this?
I mean, it certainly would be nice to think that there might be some anti-capitalist use for NFTs at some point, but like, it's like ultimately like you're trying to con the con man to accomplish that, and
yeah,
it just seems so risky.
Yeah, I even saw like one YouTube cartoon about a Wojak who tries to sell his own NFT. And like the point is he ended up gaining what he spent on gas fees to mint that NFT. You know what gas fees are, right? Like you spend a little bit of money on gas fees so you can mint an NFT, or at least in Ethereum, right? Not on Polygon. So like he wasted the gas fees, $200 or something. Then he get the deadline for like his bidding for 1 Ethereum for his NFT. Fucking meets the deadline, but it gets an offer for $200. As long as he somehow gets rid of like the commission royalties, which like is usually at 10% for like an NFT collection, right? and then he sells it for like $200. Then later the next day, he figures out that same NFT has been resold by Jake Paul for $10 million, and they basically got nothing
Right. Yeah, because
because he
they
got rid of the commission royalties like a fucking
because
moron.
because somebody just asked them to, like.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, yeah, got scammed by his ass, and like,
Yeah.
honestly, I wouldn't get rid of the commission royalties, honestly, for that means I will get a constant flow of like funds for it. Maybe it helps. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably donate what I earn from all these NFTs for like, I don't know, say a charity like Kogam or Black Lives Matter or something. That would be really helpful. But apparently, promoting this shit, at least promoting it so you're able to find potential buyers for this shit, is hard as fucking hell. You can't even get me started on the amount of promotional NFT spam bots that I got, which are all paid promotions. They like once you
Right.
DM
Yeah.
them, they ask you to pay for promoting your NFT, and it's
Yeah.
oh god.
Well, it's a market.
Like again, like poor people get screwed by this, and like rich people get even richer with this shit.
Yep. Well, I
It's
mean, that is that is the world's oldest con, is it not? Like the rich get richer.
oh
um,
yeah, like it's like hyper capitalism shit as per usual.
yeah.
And like I don't know what kind of fucking anti-capitalist uses you can probably use of NFTs, but like please, if that's not gonna happen, stay away from that shit. Don't do my mistakes. If
Yeah.
that means it's not gonna turn like NFTs into something that can be used for anti-capitalist uses. I even wrote in my manifesto, right, that any tool that capitalism gives you can be used to fight against capitalism and fascism. But if that tool is not even useful for that, just fucking quit it.
Yeah.
It's just oh god. Okay. That out of the way. I don't want to spend too much time talking about NFT shit at this point.
Sure.
The business is already murky, and honestly, I don't want to get too much into it. Maybe I'm gonna get something out of it. I don't fucking know. I don't care at this point. But that's what there is. I don't know. Maybe Psychobonks is gonna come soon, as soon as I get done with this fucking uploading and metadata uploading and minting shit that I gotta do, which will take hours at this point, several days even to do. And yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's kind of nonsensical. Yeah, so on a more positive note, I was willing to have every guest like tell a personal story that will somehow sort out like the usual doom scrolling that people listeners can do on a regular basis. So, have you got any personal story that you can tell that will probably maybe cheer someone up or something?
Um, a personal story that is uplifting. Uh, man,
You can't think of
some-
anything, right?
somebody should have hit me with that beforehand.
I should
um,
probably pass you the
I,
list of subjects on the
like,
podcast, but yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, I I know that that I have some uplifting stories. I'm just not sure if I can like pull one out of my brain at this particular moment.
Oh yeah.
Um,
If you don't
the,
have anything at the moment, just I don't know, whatever. Just I don't know. We'll pass on to the next thing, or like I don't know, whatever you want, you dude.
this this week this week in particular has been
Mm-hmm.
kind of challenging for me because I've been working on this I've been working on a video project that has a very frustrating personal story in it, and so I've been losing sleep over that. So
Yeah, I was
um,
willing to see that kind of video, but I got banned on YouTube apparently, so I don't know how I'm gonna probably see it or find the channel anyway, because I don't exactly remember like what was the exact name of a YouTube channel or whatever, but I can probably see it, yeah. In secret.
well, getting
Because
access to view it probably won't be a real challenge.
no, yeah, I know your name and shit. But I gotta keep the likes and I gotta keep myself from commenting on videos because I'm using like some sort of like quote unquote personal account, and like the basic gist of it, I don't upload content there or whatever. So like, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
staying away from YouTube for like uploading content or whatever. So I all I can do possibly is like view the video and like maybe that's
yeah,
it. I'll probably subscribe. But as long as I keep my head down, so like basically just of it, I'm always like bad debating on YouTube for some reason. So like I can't
sure.
like I need to keep my head down, basically.
Yeah,
On
no,
any
it's
on any YouTube account that I use lately.
I don't mind at all. I'm not like fishing for
Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. How's that video going anyway?
um it is uh so this week in particular I just finished up the probably the hardest like emotionally the hardest part of the story for me to tell. Um so it's there's a lot of anger there. Like there's a lot of like me like yelling at the camera. um,
Oh
uh,
God, yeah.
but it also is like um, that also is like me getting over the hump because like um, uh, I'm now over halfway through completing it. Um, so that's good. I think I'm nearly done. I should be able to finish it up in another week or so. Editing is where, like for me, like I see a lot of people on YouTube who um, will just like um, uh, talk talk at the camera for a few minutes and throw up a video. And I'm not my videos like I put a lot of like graphics on screen and whatnot, and so my videos take a lot of
Effort, yeah.
yeah. It takes me a long time to produce a video because I'm hunting down like the pictures and you know um, putting them onto the
Yeah,
getting them into the
it takes me
editor and
to a lot
etc.
of effort when I used to edit my own videos and shit. And like
Yeah.
I even hired my another editor to do the other stuff as well. So like it takes a
hmm
lot of fucking time, honestly. And by the way, what's the video about again?
This particular video is about how the myth of meritocracy hurts people with invisible disabilities like autism or ADHD or bipolar
Oh
or
yeah.
whatever. That like it, we've been sold this idea that like
Well, if
uh,
you work hard, you'll make it,
right,
right?
yeah, that everybody can have whatever they want. They just have to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And it's just there's just so much evidence that is not the case.
Well,
um,
they keep saying like if you keep the hustle, you'll get the grind. I don't know, whatever. If
yeah,
you keep the
but
hustle, you got the carrot, man.
yeah,
You get the gold. Like it's bullshit. Yeah, well,
and
no, it's kind of bullshit.
invisible disabilities are like especially a problem because like um, when somebody is uh, we can sometimes, not always, convince people, for example, that like children don't deserve to starve because their parents are poor, or that a person who paraplegic and obviously like needs a wheelchair, that you know we can convince people that these people need help. But like with an invisible disability like autism, where like somebody just you know they just look a little awkward. Like it's real hard to convince people that like no, that it's not just looking a little awkward. Like it is way worse than that.
Yeah. And as a person with autism, I've been working like with around 10 years of this shit, or like over 10 years of the same job. And you
Mhm.
can easily notice
Yeah.
that even if I keep grinding my shit to the teeth, I will get
Mhm.
basically nowhere at some point,
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
eventually at some long term in the future, but it doesn't seem to like the grind is not being able to pay it off, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bought into it. When I was first diagnosed 15 years ago, my first instinct was that, oh well, now that I know, I'm just gonna like, buy all the books that I can, and I'm gonna, read as much as I can about social skills, and I'm gonna learn, where I fucked
Yeah.
up, and 15 years later, I've now come to the realization that like, oh no, like there is scientific research that proves that like it you're not gonna just overcome it by learning social skills from books. It is just not a thing that can happen. You literally need society to change in order for you to be able to just basically function.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually true. A lot of other problems. So, like it's like with the charity shit that they do on Oxfam and all that shit with all these starving African children and everything. Like I found it kind of particularly problematic because it always has to rely on common ground proletariat citizens to do that sort of shit, to like sort of sort it out on like third world countries, when in fact you can go way back to colonialism days with all the bourgeoisie class doing it, like making it sure like third world countries become third world countries by themselves. And like,
Mm. Yeah,
who's to
yeah, yeah.
blame here, really? They put the blame on us for like being indifferent to that shit, but who's really indifferent about it is like the higher class people, like the bourgeoisie shit. Like,
Yeah, yeah. The kings and queens and other colonizers, the
yeah,
ones that
or
that had
like,
all the money and the power. Yeah.
like the executives are corporations or presidents at some fucking government. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's like an easy way to deflect the blame on us because we're somehow unaware or ignorant about starving children in Africa for some reason. But that's like a problem beyond our fucking hands to be able to solve. That's on like the governments and like the corporations to do, on like to sort that shit out with the problems that colonialism actually caused.
Yeah.
And it already gone out of hand because colonialism did such fucking damage to those countries. Which, by the way, there were once rich countries at some point in history, like Africa or
Yeah, yeah.
India, whatever. There were once rich countries, but apparently colonialism that fucked it up completely.
Yeah. Yeah. People just, piled in and stole everything, plundered all of, what they had for themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the problems in society or like the world that happen on a global scale regarding the disparage between poor people and rich people are not on us to solve, or like the lower class or like the proletariat people, like the poor people.
Yeah.
It's a problem that the higher class people it can like sort it out but are not willing to.
Right.
And they like keep lying on us about the meritocracy bullshit all the fucking time. Like, oh,
Right.
it's all
Yeah.
in our hands. Do you want to be poor? Do you want to keep being poor? Do you want to be rich? You just start thinking like a rich person, dude. You
Oh yeah,
just
yeah,
start
yeah.
thinking like a rich person, or else
Thinking,
you don't want to stay poor. Like that's some bullshit.
think and Grow Rich or the Secret. Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's also like the usual fucking shark mentality thing, or whatever the
Mm,
fuck it's called. Which is also some capitalist pseudoscience. But yeah, no.
mm,
There's like also this guy who keeps telling me my internet career is over. Coincidentally, he's like the guy who like helped me flag like these Britbong slanders videos or whatever about me, and like
mm-hmm.
so all of a sudden this guy is acting all uppity on me, like saying my internet career is over because somehow I'm like ban I was banning on YouTube and I got banned for it. And like, what the fuck is up with these people? Like,
Mm.
obviously this kind of person will be the kind of person who will go back at Kiwi Farms to cry about me. That sort of fucking piece of shit. And I will not be surprised if he comes up to Kiwi Farms to like cry about me about this or whatever. But by the way, I'm just here to tell that even if some doors are closed and some opportunities are closed at the moment, there's plenty of other opportunities out there to like come across, right? Like that's the main reason I'm making a podcast, using the website more. Like people don't like understand. Like it's like everything that is a problem has like a solution. Like as long as you put the effort
Mm.
into it, you know.
I, mm, that sounds to me like meritocracy again.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I keep like sort of trying to make it with my website and like my Instagram, my Facebook, or like my JMA TV Twitter or JMA Games Twitter. And the hopefully like the Twitter presence that I had that I haven't got banned yet. And like my TikTok, I'll keep uploading videos to TikTok still. I don't know how he didn't get me on that one. Brett Bong, that piece of shit. But I don't know. Oh, by the way, there's some good news about it. Apparently, got Britbong got karma,
Mm.
and like a while after I got banned on YouTube and Twitter, at least on my one half of my Twitter, he also got banned off YouTube and Twitter. Can you imagine why it is? Can you guess?
um,
Can you guess why the fuck did he get banned off YouTube and Twitter? Take a wild guess. Take a wild fucking guess.
Brickbong, I would assume probably hate speech.
Well, yes, most likely. But also bannerbating. He
Oh yeah,
keeps
yeah.
like doing the shit over and over, like bannerbating on multiple YouTube accounts and Twitter accounts. Like, obviously the same shit that I will be doing, right? But like, at least I'm not such a piece of shit. I'm not such a
Mm.
hateful piece of shit like I am currently. I mean, I used to be, but like this guy, Jesus Christ. If you look at like his previous Twitter account, like the last one that got banned, it's all like misogynistic and like hateful shit, which
Mm.
I mean, it's pretty obvious from the get go. And like he keeps posting about, oh, how women are worthless or something, like some shit about that.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. And like, not to mention, this guy's an obvious criminal. Like, there's evidence out there of this guy doxing people and like sending CP to people and like all that shit. Like, and I'm here to pay for the fucking plates here with all this Kiwi Farm shit haunting, keeping my past haunting me. It's just
Mm.
weird, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, how the fuck does like these sort of people, these Kiwi Farms people, like keep helping my past, keep haunting me. Like it's just baffling to me. And I know I gotta clean my reputation
Yeah.
fully
Well.
at first, still, right? But like, I'm doing my best, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's gonna be
I
still
get
these
that.
people who are gonna just sliding into everywhere I go. Everyone who interacts with me and like, oh,
I get that.
this JMAA
Yeah,
person is
well,
like a
it's
Nazi,
like
and like, yeah,
so much of um, their uh, excuse me.
yeah,
Um,
no problem.
so much of their headspace ends up being occupied by uh, like revenge. It really like revenge really drives them so much that like once you've become sort of entangled with them, it's really hard to get away because like they just don't they just won't ever let something go because like that's just
Yeah, like
it's the whole revenge thing.
yeah,
Um,
like even if I mind my own business and like not do anything to the guy, he still like has me living inside his head rent free.
yeah.
Like that's
Um,
the most obvious
there's
shit.
a researcher by the name of Carol Dweck,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a 3-part video on my YouTube channel about her research. She's talking about something called the mindset model, and it uh, it's I mean I like there's a reason why this was a 3-part video. Uh,
Well,
so like it's not like the easiest stuff to explain. Like I can't really explain the whole thing on the podcast, but
yeah,
the sort of thumbnail synopsis is that uh, there's a funny thing that happens when when you kind of when you have this belief, this uh, kind of a fetishization um, of genetics as an explanation for um, uh, how things have played out, in the world or in your life. So, like, like if you it, inevitably, if you look at like the works of like fascists, like they're always obsessed with genetics,
mm-hmm.
and like those things go hand in hand because the reason why fascists lie all the time is because they uh, internally are incredibly insecure about the idea that they don't measure up to this standard that they've set for themselves. That the oh well the white supreme race, right? They you know in their head are thinking like, well, but I'm not this uber mensch that white people are supposed to be, and that is why they end up feeling like they have to lie all the time because they don't believe that a person is capable of like becoming more than they start out as, right? It's like
Yeah,
you are just like whatever it is that you are, whatever you manage to accomplish, it is only in their mind the result of your genes. You notice, and like so, like Donald Trump was obsessed with
yeah.
this
Well, your
too.
genes
Like,
can be actually a mixed bag of sorts, right? Like you can
right,
be
yeah.
exactly one thing or another.
Right, your genes are, you're going to get some stuff that's helpful to you and some stuff not so much. Um, uh, it's not that, it's not that, uh, uh, you know, you can like work your way out of any situation like the myth of meritocracy says, but rather that even though that's true, even though you can't always work your way out of a situation, you need to maintain that attitude that working on problems is at least going to help, because
Mm-hmm.
if working on the problem can't help, then the only other alternative is to lie and cheat and steal, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's not a big surprise because, quite frankly, Brett Bong is quite a fucking liar all the time. Like, lying about everybody else being mad about him. Like, that's the basic lie he can pull out. Like,
yeah,
everything, he gets trolled every time, and he's like, oh, they're getting mad at me, so they're doing this, and that. So, I'm not mad, hashtag not mad. Like, that's the usual shit. And like it's very telling, honestly, and that's actually a right kind of theory over there because, quite frankly, it applies even to like the saddest human being like Brit Bong is, and like
yeah,
imagine this, like even then you have to lie about your fucking hate. Like he's
yeah,
5'4", he's like a
yeah.
manlet. He's measured probably the same than a fucking gnome. So he has to lie about his hate all the time. And not only that, he
But
also got like
you
a
know,
red tip penis.
I'm 5'4", and I don't give a shit. Like,
No, yeah, I
I'm
don't
still
give a shit about my hate either. But like, if
I'm
she's so
I'm
willing to like brag about, oh, being so taller than
yeah,
me
yeah,
and
yeah.
shit,
I'm
like
I'm
he's
short
lying through
I'm
his
short and
teeth.
I'm short and I'm pudgy and I have bad teeth. Yeah, okay, fine. I just I work on other things. I work on my improving my comedy.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But yeah, that's
Trump,
some
Trump
shit.
Trump lied a lot about the same sorts of things. Like uh, Trump would say, like would make the White House tell people that he's like 6'4" or 5" or something, and then there'd be like photos of him next to people that are 6'2" and taller than he is.
Yeah, it's also like very fat.
they,
He's
he,
like, it's like,
he
wasn't this
made
like
he
this?
made he
Yeah.
made people in the White House edit photos to make his fingers longer in the photo because he
Oh,
was
what?
insecure about people saying that he had small hands.
Well, I remember there was this photo of like Trump golfing or something like that, where like you could see like he's wearing big diaper shit.
Or
I don't remember which it is, but like,
the
jeez.
one where he's out golfing and he's like climbing up the hill, and it's just very apparent that he's heavy and out of shape.
Yeah, he's really fucking out of shape, obviously, because obviously he's pretty fat.
Yeah.
He looks like fucking I don't know Humpty or no, not Humpty Dumpty, like what's what the character of the fat guys on Alice in Wonderland, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum kind of shit.
Hmm.
He's probably as fat as
Well,
Alice's Tweedledee and Tweedledum for some reason.
and to be fair, being heavy is not actually an
No,
indication
it's not an
of
indication of bad
health.
health. Yeah.
Um, but like they get all insecure about it because societally we've been trained to think of it that way.
Yeah, well, like I said, people with rich billionaire people with small dicks tend to act like fucking dicks to compensate for the small penis size. So, there's a bit of insecurity there in Trump when he's got having like this small dick energy that forces him to compensate for his small penis size by
Yeah,
being a fucking dick.
yeah,
I already wrote that on my website, right? Like, generally, rich billionaires have to be dicks with people and like exploit workers and everything because they got really tiny penises. I don't have anything wrong with like tiny penises or whatever. I mean, tiny penises are cute and shit, but don't act like a dick to compensate for your small penis size. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, there was
I
a there
yeah.
was a I saw I'm pretty sure it was meant to be comedic, like they were like trolling somebody. There was this like um uh small dick club, like the guys guys that were proud of their small dicks.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure something like that. Anyway.
Which is,
Well,
you know,
yeah, about something else. Just like, yeah, this guy on Reddit who slided in like in my Reddit replies. There was like in a subreddit. I think it was the H Bomber guy subreddit, right? And it's apparently he's coming from Doomworld because I know some of the story he tells is true, and contrary to what I replied to him and everything, but he mostly made a bunch of shit up at some degree. Like this guy is from Doomworld. He's like the coder of like some Doom source sports or something like that, and he's telling me I doxed him when I was a forerunner, and like he'll never forgive me for that shit. And like, yeah, bro, I what I did to this guy when I was a forerunner was like he had this public Twitter profile, whatever, which has a face of his on like the profile picture, and I decided to like mock his looks, like it's like your usual kind of like white nerd dude, to be frankly honest, but still, but even then, like doxing him, his profile picture was public, and he had like his name public on Twitter for some reason. Like,
right. You can't claim doxing if all the person is doing is commenting on something that you put out already.
No, it was already there. And like all I did was like mock him on on a stream or whatever.
Meaning the person that's claiming to be doxed is saying that like, oh, well, they doxed me because they made some comment on this thing. But the thing is something they themselves already put out. Like, it was information that they released.
Yeah, you can't his
claim
profile
doxing.
Picture too.
You can't claim doxing if you did it yourself.
No, yeah, like that was my point. Like he's making a bunch of stuff up just because he spites me, and like the entire Doomworld community does. At least like the admins of Doomworld or something. Like I know Major Erlene is having like a problem with me, or like I had to block her to avoid like her obviously messing with me or whatever. But like they spite me for like no reason, even though I just trying to come clean about being using to be a fascist or whatever, like trying to be a better person in general in that community. Yeah. But like Jesus, they can't let go of my past shit.
Yeah.
And it gets icky.
That's what I was saying. Going along with the obsession with genetics, that like they are very fueled by they're very fueled by revenge, because again, like they don't believe.
Yeah, but they're like not fascists or whatever. They're just regular like progressive Doomworld members or like something like that. Except sometimes they go through like etchy humor. Sometimes I guess, but like they're like somehow the most progressive members of Doomworld, and they yet somehow feel like they need to avenge me against me for some fucking reason. Like it's fucking weird how they keep like this crush on me forever, even though I changed so far, and I proven I changed so far to be a better person. But like, they just keep it. They just somewhat keep it at this point. It's getting ugly at this point, where like they have to obviously fucking make shit up about me,
Yeah, well, it's once you've been in those circles,
delivery, and can you make sure whether
how to get them to stop.
Yeah, what was that?
Once you've been in their circles, it's just going to get them. It's just going to be very hard to get them to stop, and you may never be able to.
Oh yeah, you're getting like troll calls or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. How come anyway?
What? No, not me. I was saying like you were talking about these people being after you, and I was saying that like once you've been in those circles, it's going to be very hard to get them to stop.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
and you may never be able to actually get them to stop.
What I meant was you suddenly had like a pizza delivery thing over there.
Delivery what?
Someone like it was like someone else's voice over your like your side or whatever for some reason.
Oh, on my camera? No, all I heard was the dogs were barking in the other room.
Yeah, that's weird. How the hell did I get some guy like telling me about some pizza delivery or something?
I don't know. Maybe some kind of crosstalk.
I don't know. This is weird. Okay, I do really hope that doesn't appear like the final recording of this. I don't know, but yeah, yeah. On that subject, I think it probably. I mean, I might not be surprised if these Doom World people are still looking at my fucking gooey farms or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Sure.
And then yeah, it's how the fuck.
Well, and that whole process of like maintaining like the like something like Kiwi Farms, like the like this is a wiki of all the like people that we think are shitty is very much a part of that.
Yeah, it's like a game where they're raised to who they can make kill themselves the fastest, you know?
Well, it's that whole, like I said, it's that whole ethos of like needing revenge because they're tied up in
yeah
this notion of people not changing, like that.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that like that we maintain this record of these other people being shitty because whatever you do is forever, because like it was decided like in your dad's nutsack before
yeah
before you were even conceived.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, okay, so let's get to like the new segment of today. It's not much, but I got this one. Apparently Elon Musk is a goddamn fucking racist, and I can pass you the news that appeared on Twitter. Apparently, I think I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's fucking going on with Twitter anyway, because I think it's probably broken or something. But like here it is. Give me a second, and I'll read the actual thing for here. I think probably Twitter is fucking broken or something. I have no fucking clue. Give me a minute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Okay, it's fucking working. I don't know why the fuck wasn't it working before, but California is suing Elon Musk's Tesla, alleging it runs a racially segregated workplace and discriminates against black employees. Black workers report being concentrated in parts of its factory, one called the plantation by all the workers, and hearing slurs up to 100 times daily. Yeah. Tesla has faced multiple discrimination lawsuits in recent years. In the 2021, they ordered to pay $137 million to a black man who reported racist harassment, 6 women suing for sexual harassment, and a black woman who's also suing over rampant racism, conditions like Jim Crow era.
Yeah. Yeah, the Tesla factory conditions are pretty grim.
Well, especially for a guy who doesn't invent his own shit.
Yeah, and all of that gotta change.
Fucking hell, it's gotta change. Obviously, it's gotta fucking change.
Yeah.
What, like, why do we keep fucking dickheads like these, like Elon Musk, just fucking controlling how the stock market goes and how the cryptocurrency market goes and everything? Well, like, he's acting like a fucking dick like this. This is like a fucking man-child on steroids, you know?
Well, I think a lot of it, a lot of the problems that we deal with have to do with the sort of the well, it goes back to the meritocracy, like I was talking about the video that I'm
Yeah.
working on. That we as a society are have long before the term meritocracy was even coined.
Yeah.
Uh, we've been just very conditioned to just kind of accept the idea that whatever is happening is good and right because because the people in power are the ones doing it, right? Like the divine right of kings, oh well, obviously this is correct because the king did it. Yeah, no, that's not how anything works.
Mm-hmm.
But it is very much the way that people think because you know it is.
Yeah, we've been conditioned into it for so long, isn't it?
Right. When you grow up in the culture that says those things,
Yeah.
it's very hard to fight that urge to just sort of go along with that conditioning.
Well, and it's I think we're also being conditioned into treating marginalized people, like people of color, like this in such a way that we have Tesla factories segregating black workers and shit. Which, wow, that's not surprising, isn't it? For a dick like Elon Musk to act like a fucking dick.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. No.
Well, yeah, that's a cookie that crumbles in a way. You never know. Maybe Elon Musk gonna start cracking the whip or something, or I don't know. Maybe he's gonna hire a bunch of people to crack whips. Who the fuck knows? So if it will get worse at some degree. It will definitely get worse unless something is done about it. And oh boy, calling a factory called a plantation.
Right,
Who in the right mind does that in 2022?
Right. Was that were they saying that Elon Musk himself had nicknamed it that?
No, it's just being called the plantation by other workers for some reason. I don't know, it's just like Tesla culture or whatever, but it's really icky.
Yeah.
And
that's
really icky.
Yeah.
Really icky.
It's got to be an indication of some kind of problem.
Well, it sounds like an everything problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the new segment for today. And honestly, I couldn't have much more for this episode. So thank you everyone for watching and listening to the JMAA Live Deluxe Podcast. You can find us on Spotify, iTunes, and wherever that is, our website, jma.tv. And yeah, you can obviously check that shit out as well. By the way, this has been JMA and Sam Dealey on the podcast for now. So I'll see you in the next episode with another guest. See you around. Bye.
Have a good one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the JMA Live Deluxe Podcast. I'm your host, JMA Eniol, and apparently Fungus is not going to be on the podcast yet because she's basically asleep. But we got a little bit of a guest to make up for the absence. So we got Keith Hutchings, the person behind the Affordable Home Project, I think, or I don't really exactly remember the name of that organization apparently because I did my research, but I got a little bit of memory lagoons here. But yeah, here's Keith. Can you introduce yourself for a bit to see what you're up to or whatever?
So, yeah, Affordable Home Project sounds like a good organization, but what I am the founder of an organization called the Comfortable Home Project,
Ah, yeah,
and
that's the thing. Yeah.
we are in Perth, Australia. And what I'm working on doing is promoting energy efficient housing to help people know that they have a choice to live in a home if they're building a house that has essentially minimal or no energy expenses over the life of the home.
Yeah, so you
We
mean like solar energy and all that stuff?
So there's two different things. So solar, when you talk about solar energy, that's you put the panels on the roof of your house, and they create electricity, and then you use something like an air conditioner to cool or heat the house to make it comfortable. And what we're talking about is a process that's called passive solar design, which is where you design the house in a way that in the winter you bring the sun into the house and warm the house up with the sun heating the mass of the house. And in the summer, you try and keep the sun out of the house, and then you also design the house to catch the prevailing breeze that comes
Mm-hmm.
through
Yeah.
and flush the day's heat out. So the house by design, because technology will always eventually fail. I think the lifespan of a solar panel is somewhere between 12 and 25 years. But there are houses in Turkey that are 5,000 years old and they still function as passive solar houses. They are still comfortable to be in most days of the year with no energy at all, just by the design of the home.
Yeah, so you mean like basically giving like affordable energy to like people in poverty or something, right? Like actually sort of working out ways to like give comfort, like sort of like affordable energy to like people that can afford like a decent house or whatever.
Well, the thing is, right now, most of the people who are building these kind of houses, that's really the mission of the Comfortable Home Project, is to get ordinary people. What's been happening up until now is that it's people who are paying for architect designed houses that are getting a passive solar house. They're getting an energy efficient house. And if they can afford an architect, a they can afford their energy bills, and then they end up living in a house with no energy bills. And what a big part of what we're doing is just trying to let ordinary people know, you know,
Like
our
you mean middle
parents
class
know,
people, right? Or
middle class people that they could live in a house that saves them. Here in Australia, the average energy bill it the average family spends between $1,500 and $2,000 a year on energy,
mm-hmm.
and roughly half of that is going to be their air conditioner if they have an air conditioner in their house. And we have a situation here in Australia where a lot of people have houses have been built with no air conditioning. We've just had a heat wave and a bunch of people died. Usually it's the elderly, and
Yeah.
often because they're on fixed incomes, if they do have an air conditioner, they're reluctant to use it because they can't afford the cost of it. So there is, what part of what we're trying to do is get the attention of governments and say, if you are building affordable housing, it needs, or, social housing, it needs to be designed in a way that the people living in the house don't have any energy expenses, and that's possible to do. So it is really important that we get this message to the people who are making these kind of decisions, because right now what they're building is mostly crap.
Yeah, it's
uh,
mostly crap in the regards that people cannot afford the energy to like sort of have like air conditioning enough to survive the heat, isn't it?
exactly. Or you're being in Europe dealing with the cold, and a properly designed house will just be so. back in June, I went to a house and to do one of the interviews, which is up on my website, and it was just freezing outside. I mean, freezing what we get for here, which is, I think it was about 6 degrees Celsius outside,
Yeah,
which
it
is
well
cold.
depends. If you're like an Australian who constantly lives under the heat of Australia, you're not well used to like the cold of Europe, because usually Europe, at least in the north of Europe, is like really extremely cold and cloudy and everything or whatever. I live in like a northern part of Spain, right? And like it's mostly rainy and slightly cold in here. Maybe someone who lives in Australia isn't well used to like the usual cold that we live in here in San Sebastian, right? But like, yeah, it depends on the situation mostly, because it's about, I think it's about like people being able to afford the energy costs to like sort of have either air conditioning or like heat in their house. And like, especially considering the whole housing crisis that we got in here, especially like house prices is like constantly go up, but like the salaries of people constantly go down or like get stagnant at some point, which
That they
it's
stayed the
their,
same.
yeah, they stay basically the same, and but the house prices keep going up, and that's at most of the Western world, in America, in Europe, or say in Australia even, which, yeah, it's pretty bad, to say the least. It's pretty fucking bad, and like, honestly, it's a horrible reality we have to live in. Honestly, myself, I basically tried to earn a living aside of my shitty office job to like be able to sort of afford a house, and like to be able to get out of my parents' house or whatever. And Jesus fucking Christ, I seen prices like of houses up go to like sort of 80,000 at least to live in a modest apartment here nearby. And it's, I don't know, it's crap. It's pure crap, honestly. Like, I don't know how, like especially considering Spain, there's like immense housing prices compared to like the rest of Europe. And it's the reality of Spain compared to like the rest of Europe. It's pretty bad in terms of like the housing crisis in here, because I remember the days of like the constant building and building and building of houses in Spain from literally anywhere, and there's a lot of speculation in the housing market as well. So like even more than anywhere else in the world, apparently, in Spain at least. So it's no doubt that that like a lot of this shit is coming from a lot of speculation from like the housing market, where it's pretty shitty business, at least. What do you think about it?
Well, the thing for me, we've those kind of things can only be fixed across the government, and what but I don't have the patience for dealing with governments. I tend to be, yeah, I think if I tried to do things like building code change, yeah, there's a lot of shadiness. So what we focused on is consumer led demand. That what we want is for people to know that they have choices in how they live, the way they live, so that, because most people think, oh yeah, my only choice is apartment or house. It's
Yeah.
the, it's very simple, and we just have to accept what's on offer. And I want to get to a point where people are saying, yeah, no, we're not going to stand for this shit anymore. We will not buy, your crappy, expensive, badly built houses. And that's the only way. But right now, people don't actually know that they have a choice, that things could be different from the way they are right now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So not long ago, there was like a volcano in the Canary Islands in Spain, and like a
yep.
lot of houses got sunk in by the lava and everything. I mean, what kind of shit do you do with that when like people could like have this kind of shady houses in the middle of a fucking volcano, and like honestly getting blown apart by lava and shit. Like, what do you do with that? Like, it's pretty fucking
Well,
ugly.
that is nature, and nature is very powerful. There's not a lot we can do about those kind of things. People live in those places that possibly they never should have lived in, and usually that's the poor people. It's not, the rich people can leave. And but what we can do is design our. I mean, you can't build a house that's going to withstand a volcano, you know. So
No,
that isn't
yeah.
going to happen. But you can build a house that can be designed to survive a hurricane. You can build a house that is designed to work with the climate. What we see here in Australia is our houses, they don't actually, they they match up to the climate that a bureaucrat in London had the delusion that houses were built. So we have a lot of houses here that have no heating in them whatsoever. They're designed for the heat of summer, but
Mm-hmm.
when it gets down to 1 or 2 degrees in the morning in winter, that's awfully cold. Um, so what we need to do is build our houses, is design our houses for the climate that we have in the places where we live. Here in Australia, there are 7 different climatic zones, and the houses, but we only have one building code. The building code works maybe for one of those zones. It doesn't really. It's pretty crap. But we should have a different building code for each of those climatic regions, requiring the houses to be built in a way. Up north here, we get cyclones and everything coming through, and the houses have to be built in a way to
Yeah,
withstand
so
that.
they resist cyclone and everything, right?
Yeah, yeah. The roofs have twice as many screws on them, so the roofs don't rip off and all those kind of things. But that's to a specific area, but really all of Australia. And the problem here, you mentioned the corruption. We have a lot of the what's called regulatory capture. The property developers and the building industry own the politicians, and they say, no, sorry, we don't want to build our houses better than that because that'll cost us money, and we don't want to ruin our profits. So, but that's why I focus on consumer demand. Um, the story I like to tell in how we can change this, if we get better at talking about it,
Yeah.
is, do you remember, probably your parents had one of those black phones, the old Bakelite phones? I'm making gestures, which really works well on
Well,
an
you mean
audio
like those
podcast.
bricky phones that were
Yeah,
immensely huge,
yeah,
right? Like, I don't know.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember
I've got
like,
one here. Here, let me show you, so you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't know if like
Or
the people here on the podcast can see it, but yeah, I remember that
no,
kind of shit.
your parents, maybe your grandma has one of these, and they were great phones
Yeah,
because when my sister would piss me off, I could slam the phone down, and it was really satisfying to slam that
yeah,
phone down.
fucking slap the shit out of it.
Yeah, you know, call
Even
me
then, you
again.
you try that with like a regular cell phone or like a smartphone or whatever,
You
and
you
like
can't
it
do
fucking
that
goes
with
to
an
shit.
iPhone. No. But 2005, Steve Jobs came out with the iPhone, released it, and somebody gave me that phone. Like, you know, 25 years ago, that was the shit. That was a great phone to have, and everybody had one in their house. And then suddenly, 5 years later, you could not give one of those fuckers away. I would go to garage sales, and people would be like, if I give you $5, will you take this thing away for me?
Yeah, isn't that iPhone pretty resistant to faults too, or whatever, or like breaking the screen or whatever, or is it just me? Because I
Yeah,
do
my
use
they. Yeah, they're delicate as shit, and you can't slam them and say, "Don't call me again, you asshole." You have to like
Yeah,
just touch the button delicately. There's no satisfaction, but you've got 1,000 songs in your pocket and all that kind of shit, you know. So the housing, the way we're talking about housing,
yeah,
is as much the difference between the old black Bakelite phone and the iPhone in terms of its value as a home. You know,
mm-hmm, yeah,
it's a home that you're comfortable in, and that's really the big difference. And you know, you can talk about the building industry, but you know, the building industry, the property developers, if they don't have a market, if people won't buy their houses, then that's what they do for a living. So you know, if they can't sell their product, they're not going to sell their product. And that's what we have to change is people just going, yeah, no, sorry, I don't want that shit. And
yeah.
that's what we're working on.
Yeah, that's really good, honestly. And I was about to comment something in regards of like renting or buying houses because quite frankly, we got like a little bit of a tendency. I don't think this is like necessarily like a right wing conspiracy theory as they say on multiple occasions, but it's a regular thing in capitalism as well, right? Where there's a tendency of having to rent everything instead of owning anything and like still being happy about it. Which I mean, we rent not just our houses at this point because like the disparity between the poor and the rich is pretty immense, but also we tend to rent anything else like cars, washing machines, movie subscription services, games, or all sorts of shit. They moving towards a model where like instead of like owning a house which lasts forever at least, you have to rent the house and you're subjected to the conditions that renting a house is pretty much into. I think is the inner consequence of like making housing so goddamn expensive and sort of having such a disparity between poor and rich people that is incredibly immense because I mean it's still like a huge funnel of money, isn't it? Like it's still like funnels a lot of money from people who cannot afford to own a house. And what's your thoughts about it?
There's a really interesting thing here in Australia because a government that we had, a conservative government back in the 1960s, wanted to break the power of the unions and the power of the Communist Party, who fed from the unions. And what they realized is that Australian working people were a nation of renters. And if you're a renter and you decide to go on strike, and so the company, the factory closes, you can just load everything in the back of the station wagon, move to the next city, and get a new job. So, what they decided to do here in Australia is turn the working class into a nation of homeowners because then they have the sunk cost of, you know, you can't quit your job because you've paid, you know, $100,000 on your mortgage. And if you quit your job, the mortgage, and that will be the end of that. Um, and so a lot more people are homeowners here in Australia. The interesting thing with the European model is that you have people who you have more tenancy protections. Um,
Mm-hmm.
where people can stay in the same place. The other thing that's really been interesting that I've been looking at, I don't know how much they do this in Spain, but in parts of Germany, they have this process called the Baugruppen, where a group of people will come together and they will become their own property developer. So they will pool their money, they'll buy the land, and they'll design the building that suits there. So, like, say you've got a whole bunch of young families, so they build the house so it's like a big square box, but you know, or the apartment block. because
Yeah.
this is often as many as like 40 families. But they'll put a central courtyard in so the kids have a place to play and things where it's safe, because you can't leave the courtyard, and n- nobody else can come into it who doesn't live in that building. So that's the way that in some parts of Europe people have gotten around it. It's an interesting thing because other people that I've spoken to in Europe talk about how being renters gives them a lot of freedom, where when you own your own home, you're kind of trapped in that place. So, but yeah, the whole culture is changing to this. I mean, there are companies now that are coming out with cars that in order to turn on certain features, you have to do it as a subscription. The car doesn't come with that feature, like that you can start it with a remote starter from inside the house if it's cold. You have to pay a certain amount a month for it. And yeah, but this is a problem because we as consumers are distracted and are, it's like there's a lot of talk in America about the right to repair and the
Yeah,
John
I heard
Deere.
about it. Louis Rossman,
Yeah,
especially, like, does a lot to talk about the right to repair and everything, but he especially also like tackle this issue of like renting everything, owning nothing, and being happy about it. Yeah, I
yeah.
think I remember about it.
So the thing for me is like, well, why would anybody buy a John Deere tractor? Because you are not allowed to. You can only use their rep, and only their rep can connect their machine to it to diagnose it and things like that. And I was just like, why would you buy a John Deere? But the people are still running down to the John Deere place and spending $300,000 and then complaining. It's like, well, you were warned. Why did so? It's we as consumers need to go. Yes, sorry, we're not playing anymore. Um, and that's part of that comes from people being informed, people learning that they have choices, and then feeling like they have some power to do something about it.
Yeah,
That
so like I especially hear the John Deere case because I think they'll probably have some primitive kind of technology, especially if you try to install like some sort of like custom thing on the BIOS of a tractor from John Deere. They will automatically soft block itself. I think it happens also with like iPhones when like you try to install some custom hardware into it, or like it happens mostly with a lot of like devices as well, but housing, I don't know about it, but like this on housing, there's a lot of things regarding like basic house tax and electricity and everything that relies on like this renting model. So yeah, it's pretty ugly,
well,
honestly.
yeah, that's what we have to start changing that. So a friend of mine does power. We started talking about solar, and what he does is he sets up solar systems in buildings, and basically the solar and the battery, and then
Yeah.
sells the solar to the tenants in the building. So he has become a power company for that individual building that he's set up.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, but if you get a group of people together, they pool whatever money they have, they save, they design the building. Maybe because you're young and you don't have a lot of money, you build a building that's very, very simple, and then you add sort of fancier things to it. Like some people I knew that they built a building, they knew that they were all young, but they all planned on living there till they were old. So when they designed the building, they put in a shaft for the elevator. But the elevator itself was going to cost them like a $500,000 or something. So they simply didn't install the elevator. They just said, we'll use the stairs for the next 15 years and then we'll put the elevator in. So we have a lot of power if we have the knowledge and do the thinking to say, yeah, okay. So we can get together. We can build a building that's more like a warehouse. We put up some simple walls into it, and then we'll make it fancier later. We'll put the
Yeah.
elevator in later. But the other thing is then starting with putting that solar system in so that you have you have the savings, because all of those things that you're renting, as you say, they all have a cost. You get a bunch of people together, and instead of owning 15 cars, you own one car. And so you only use the car when you need it. And this is happening in a lot of cities, these ride share arrangements, or shared vehicles and things. And so we have to fight back against this. And I keep seeing these things. I love every time I see them on the you know in the newspaper. Millennials are ruining, car manufacturers because they're
Yeah.
not buying cars. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's because you're building shitty cars. So stop doing that, and then they'll buy cars. My son's 28, and he and his girlfriend just bought their first car because they
Yeah,
live in
what I
Melbourne.
really miss, honestly, is having like, if I had like a driver's license, I'll get myself a fucking like Chrysler Dodge. That fucking shit is cool. I miss
Yeah,
that. I miss that type of cars. I know they got like severe CO2 emissions or whatever, but I can easily tune it out with like more efficient or like eco-friendly energy or whatever, or like any kind of eco-friendly gas or whatever, and like sort it out. At the least, if I have the disposable income for it, for a Chrysler Dodge or whatever, that's probably second hand, and also like the modifications to be able to like sort of build it so it's eco-friendly, kind of like up to like my standards of like living, like I'm fucking dreaming this shit, like an eco-friendly
yes, yes,
Chrysler Dodge, but like
yes.
I miss that type of cars, honestly. They have more style into it,
Oh,
even, right?
there's some guys in America that are taking those old cars like that, where maybe they've got a blow-in motor, and they're turning them into EVs. They're filling the trunk with batteries, and under the back seat putting another bank of
Yeah, kind
batteries.
of like electric cars or something, right?
Well, they're an electric car. Yeah, they take but they don't have the sound. The sound of a V8, that low rumble.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
sound of
on
like Harley Davidson chopper, that holy
yeah,
shit. It's like
yeah,
it's like
we
hell
want that.
coming, hell freezing over. It's like the sound of the apocalypse,
That's it. That's it. I said to a guy on a social media post where he showed this picture, I said, all we need is to mount some speakers in the wheel wells to get that rumble going. Because if it doesn't sort of give you that feeling in your gut when it's sitting there idling, then. But yeah, you could do that with some nice bass speakers in the wheel wells, and it would work just as well. And then, of course, you have infinite torque. Because, yeah, somebody
Yeah.
was saying, with EVs, that part of the problem is they've got so much torque that they actually wear through their tires faster. This is, one of the lame excuses that the fossil fuel industry don't buy an EV because you'll make more microplastics from
Yeah,
the
like
tires
it's
where.
very weird because a lot of the problems coming from like climate change and everything comes especially from the fact that it's like oil barons and like crypto miners and everything, and they're doing the most of the damage to the environment they can, but they have to like sort of deflect it into common ground citizens as to say, hey, if you don't eat meat, you'll pollute the environment even more. Like, oh, sorry, but it's not up to us really. It's not
Yeah,
up
well,
to us.
that
It's up to
was.
like the politicians and oil barons to do a goddamn thing about it, not the common ground average law-abiding citizen.
Well, yeah, that was what the whole carbon footprint was, a big scam. It was like, you have to take personal responsibility. We're not going to take any responsibility for that because that would ruin our shareholder value. And it's like, no, you are the cause of this. And yeah, it's a thing that I get quite passionate about is, the fossil fuel industry in the US alone has been spending $1 billion a year on PR campaigns to try and convince people to not do anything about climate change. And, anytime you see these guys that are going, oh, yeah, climate change is fake, it's just a myth,
Yeah,
it's
Koch
something made
brothers
up by
propaganda
goose.
for most of the part. Yeah, it's
They
basically
are
Koch
being
brothers
paid by
propaganda shit.
they're getting paid by the fossil fuel industry
Yeah,
um,
and yeah.
to, to say those things. And so yes, and it'll keep going, and but we have to pull them up on it and go, yeah, no, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
So
especially when you have to consider there's a lot of goons like Ben Shapiro and like Steven Crowder and all these fucking morons fucking boosting up the Koch brothers top propaganda shit about climate change. And it's pretty fucking obvious. They got the fucking entire blame on this shit. But even then, they have to put the blame on us for like, oh, eating meat or something. What's that gonna change? Our oceans are fucking burning. What? Is the ocean fucking burning because I didn't eat a fucking steak or something? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
yes, yeah, it is, and it's this kind of blame shifting of and then people are buying into it, and it's
Yeah.
and in some ways there is truth to it, but then there's also like, we the West Australian government is just in the process of approving this natural gas processing plant here, which I think is going to be one of the largest in the world. And in the lifetime of that, it will basically produce something like 1 billion tons of carbon. And it's like, yeah, there is, until the government wants to do something about that. So we've got an election coming up soon, and I'm hoping that changes some things. But
Yeah.
yeah, what really needs to happen is that people have to realize how much power they have. And
Mm-hmm.
that's, the when a lot of the archives out of the Nixon administration, going back to the 1960s and early 1970s, and those guys were just going nuts from paranoia because they were terrified of the power of the people that were marching in the streets against the Vietnam War. But the people who were marching in the streets, they were thinking like, oh, what good is this? We're not doing anything. But the guys in the Nixon administration in the federal government in America were absolutely shitting themselves.
Yeah.
And we have that power. They only rule with our permission. And right now they're being really good about creating this tribalism, separating the two different groups. You're either on my side or you're again, but and it's all a gigantic con. And once people
Yeah,
figure out,
any
oh,
electoral system is a con in the sense that we're allowing ourselves to get ruled by a bunch of Henry Kissinger tier shit.
well, I tend to be an optimist. I am by nature an optimist. And I believe, and I also, I've met a bunch of politicians at
Mm-hmm.
various times. I have worked for people within the political system, and they were people on my side of politics. I'm a hardcore lefty. So they were either sort of left or really left.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Yeah.
were good people. So I don't like the painting of all politicians are scammers and
No,
crooks and
yeah, I
things.
understand that. And like there's people like Bernie Sanders still who even then that are in the Democratic Party, they're still serving a lot of actual leftist politics because in America there's a tendency of like having either center right people having to rule everything, or like either extreme right people, which
Yeah.
is a reality because America is currently like a right wing country at this point, for the regards that nearly all
Well,
presidents have been ruling from either the neoliberal standard or like either super fascist right wing shit, you know?
yeah, yeah. So that's the side. Yes, America has shifted way far to the right. Um, Australia is far. Even our conservative party is far less conservative, but they'd like to go there. They would, our current
Yeah, I like to
batch
imagine
conservative
that. Yeah.
government, they have wet dreams about the looking at
Segregation,
our, because we have
gentrification.
all those things, the rent seeking, that you were talking about earlier, but
Yeah.
also like we have a healthcare system, we have socialized medicine here, and you can see our government is looking at the American system and with a bit of drool running down the side of their face, because it's like there's so much fucking money to be made for their mates and their supporters, so they're looking at, they want to pull the country in that direction of the kind of extreme capitalism that America has become. But
Yeah, like there's a lot of leaders in the Western world that try to emulate what America is doing in regards of government, and like, why would you want to do that? Like, most of the regular people who like sort of, look at the United States, like, do look at the United States in spite of what it represents, and not as a referent and a example of how should be the standard of like the Western civilization and that sort of shit. It's fucking terrifying, honestly.
well,
That
it's
a
that
lot of
that
our
great
leaders are,
line.
yeah,
Yeah, it's that great line from Gandhi. Has always been a favorite of mine. The journalist asked him, "What do you think of Western civilization?" And he said, "I think it would be a really good idea. Um, it'd be nice if they became civilized." Yes.
yeah,
Uh, the
yeah. Sort of like going and their tanks and their guns and their bombs. Yeah, that true shit.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
lots of
yes.
guns, especially lots of guns.
Well, yeah, well,
They
they,
sure love their guns, honestly. Jesus
yeah,
fucking
it's
Christ.
crazy. Yeah, I've no desire to be back. You may have noticed from the accent, I am an American, but I've lived here in Australia for 30 years, and I have no
Yeah.
desire to be back there. There's parts of it I miss, but I've got a few friends there still, but shit is crazy over there. And yeah, they're just obsessed with guns, so
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense to me. But
Yeah, that's your typical day at Burger Land, isn't it?
yeah, yeah, well, yeah, but and then I walk around in the streets and most people just look unhappy. So I
Yeah, isn't
just
that
like,
weird?
yeah. But the thing is, it's that extreme of, if you're in, like, say, a local hardware store, then the people there they're just ordinary people. They're middle class people, they're working class people,
Yeah.
and they're getting screwed. Where then there's this level of wealth, and you don't see them out and about, but
Yeah.
they're having the
Very
time of their
screwed,
lives.
indeed.
Yeah. So, but we have this in America. We have this system of tribalism that has separated people, and it's been so effective. You know, you're a green and I'm a blue, and we won't talk to each other, so we won't actually notice that we're both getting
Yeah.
shafted. And what we're both doing is fighting for the interests of the billionaires. So
Yeah. Sad
yes,
reality, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
yeah,
so I wanted to bring you another important topic: the impact crypto mining has on the environment, especially because you're kind of like the sort of expert on like environmental issues as well. So I wanted to see if you got something in regards of like the environmental impact of crypto
Honestly,
mining.
I don't know anything about crypto mining. I do know that it requires a lot of energy, and that, probably most of your listeners, as young people, they'd probably know more about NFTs and
Yeah,
crypto mining
we're
and
just
all
a
that
bunch
kind
of
of shit.
zoomers, honestly. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Except me, I'm
something,
just a millennial piece of shit.
mu- yeah, I will not accept a, oh yeah, no, I'm confusing my computer. Uh, get bound on the table. Um, so I work with a lot of young people. I love working with young people. So, it's gonna make a millennial piece of shit thing. I'm gonna just unplug this web.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's yeah. It was
keep wanting to
it was
turn on.
I was just fucking with anyway. But yeah, like a lot
Exactly.
of
Yeah, to use the technique. So, the what I see. So let's take it down that millennial piece of shit track rather than because I couldn't even bullshit about crypto mining, cryptocurrencies. I just, if the subject comes up in a podcast, I turn it off. So, can't tell you anything. Is it good? Is it
yeah.
bad? I don't know.
I know. I
But
thought you knew something about it or something, right? Or whatever.
no, not at all. I've stayed right away from it. I've
Oh
really
yeah.
focused on housing, and I believe that everybody needs to do something about climate change. For some people, that's marching in the streets, the Extinction Rebellion people,
Mm-hmm.
gluing yourself to the roadways, whatever. That's other people who are working within companies to change the way. But my focus ha- has been to change the way we build housing here. So. Um, that's the important thing for me. Now, I've done something weird and I've lost my image of you. Let me see if I can. Oh, there
Yeah.
you are. You're back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry. I
Yeah.
just moved my mouse. And it was, I'm not used to Discord. I'm an old guy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
it's
nice to make fun of
understandable.
me.
You don't have to worry about it, anything at all. Just it's just understandable. But yeah, I
Yes.
was gonna bring a
Let's
lot.
circle back to this thing about millennials because I really like the millennials, the Gen Zs, these younger people. And I particularly like this aspect of the like, why should I own a car? Like, in my
Yeah,
generation, the thing was as soon as you graduated from high school, you bought a car. And it was like, it was the automatic thing. And now they're going, but I live in a city. Cars are a pain in the ass. Why would I do that? Why would I spend five
yeah.
grand a year?
Well, a lot of
There's
us
all
will
these
spend a
things.
lot of time instead of owning a house or a car. We'll spend a lot of time wasting it on like I don't know Netflix or say I don't know whatever Whopper there is in Burger King or whatever or something or like whatever
Yeah,
Domino's got about their bat pizza. Have you ever heard about the bat pizza? Or from like I think it was from Domino's or something or Papa John's, but there was like the Batman pizza, and it's like a pizza shaped like a bat for some reason.
no, I don't eat a lot of fast food, so
No,
I did
yeah,
not hear about
yeah,
that. Yeah,
you're not missing much. I mean, it looks pretty ugly, honestly.
yeah, yeah. It
Yeah,
sounds kind of weird, really.
it's just
But
weird.
but that's this idea of living experiences, and that was kind of how I lived when I was young. I worked in the theater. I was a theater tech, and then I spent my summers traveling. And I got to a point where I was 30 years old, and I had no assets. I lived out of a backpack, and that's how it was when I met my wife. I had sort of 5 boxes of things.
Yeah,
So I'm a fan of it. I think that there's a whole lot of, one of the things that I've been looking at is marketing. And because we're trying to create a cultural change. And I say to people that climate change is a marketing problem, not a technical problem. And what a
yeah,
lot of young people have done is they have said, we're not buying the marketing anymore. We're being marketed to all the time. We're going to choose what we believe. And when you study marketing, you learn things like in America, it is expected that you will have, the traditional American breakfast is orange juice and bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
And the orange juice and the bacon were both marketing campaigns. This guy,
Mm-hmm.
so there was a big, I think his name was Ben Beniers. He was like the biggest marketer in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
And this company went to him and they said, we've just doubled our production of how fast they could turn pigs into bacon. But we haven't worked out how to sell more bacon. And now we suddenly have twice as much bacon as we did before. Can you help us? And he created the whole idea of having bacon with your breakfast. Before that, bacon was like a travel food because it was salty
Yeah.
and so it would keep.
Mm-hmm.
And ordinary people didn't eat bacon. You certainly didn't eat it for breakfast every day. And orange juice was almost the exact same story. All of these orange groves came online down in Florida, and they were like, "Holy shit, we are producing 40 times more orange juice than we did before, but nobody's buying orange juice because it doesn't
Yeah,
actually even
well, and it
taste very
happens the
nice."
same with the eggs and the bacon, isn't it? Like I remember there was like a lot of surplus of eggs, and like they had to sell all the eggs, so they like implemented this huge marketing strategy on the eggs, especially, right? That's why we have in America they have like the eggs, bacon, and orange juice breakfast that you say,
Exactly.
right?
And the diamond ring is another thing. The diamond was basically a waste product. It's an industrial product. You use it for cutting shit. And they said,
Mm-hmm.
well, we got a lot of these things. Let's sell more of them. And they went to this guy and he invented the idea that you should spend a month's salary on your engagement ring for your future wife. And if you don't spend a month's salary on it, you're a schlub. And now
Yeah.
suddenly young people are going, I can get an industrial, what do they call them? A Morrisite?
Mm-hmm.
Or I can get a man-made stone for the tenth the cost of that. I'd rather put the deposit on a house. And they're saying, fuck you to the diamond industry.
Yeah.
And
But yeah,
because they're like, this
it's a
thing
lot of
was a
marketing, yeah.
scam.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
marketing shit, and especially considering I tend to do the same than you do, especially in terms of marketing, because I think what I'm trying to do is like make an important change to the world in some way in the future. And what I tend to mostly focus on is the way I market myself and the way I brand myself. So like, it goes up to the standards of like trying to compete with the capitalist and fascist system in every single conceivable way, especially in marketing. Because I remember back in like the 2016 marketing wars, like I mean meme wars or whatever. I remember I escaped from the far right ages ago, right? And like there
Mm,
was like this whole thing about meme warfare going on. It involved a lot of marketing here, especially
yeah.
for the far right. So in the same way, I could use the same meme warfare tactics on against the far right to like sort of market myself and the left into sort of like superiority or something, right? Like some sort of like uh moral superiority or whatever, you know?
Well, that's the thing that the far right is operating from a lot of time is that, you know, we are better than you. And, so
Yeah. Like the typical smugness they got when they're looking at the
yeah,
left,
yeah.
isn't it?
So, and that's, and I tend to think if the best thing you got going for you is the color of your skin and that makes you superior to somebody who's brown. I mean, I'm an old white guy, so
Yeah.
I've got that going for me. But if the very best thing, if the most you got going for you is the color of your skin you were born with, that's kind of sad, really.
Yeah,
So
it's pretty sad, isn't it?
I talked to this guy. I was in a petrol station one night. I walked in, and just as I walked in, he said, "The point of sale system has just crashed. I'm going to have to reboot the system. It's going to take about 5 minutes. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. You're just going to have to wait."
Yeah,
And I was like,
I'll wait.
it was
Yeah.
1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't give a
Oh, okay.
shit. So I'm standing there talking to him, and he's very dark skinned. And so I say, "Oh, so where are you from?" And he says he's from Ghana. So we're
Mm-hmm.
chatting away, and I said, "Just out of curiosity, how many languages do you speak?" And he says, 14. And I think, you speak 14 fucking languages. I can barely speak English. I can only make
Yeah.
myself understood about half the time. And then I laughed and I said, "That's so funny because these white supremacy guys, with half their teeth missing, are going, they're saying, well, we're superior to you." I said, they barely
It's like
speak English.
it's like a bunch of idiotic people with 2-digit IQ or something, right? I
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
feel like that. I had this guy who apparently lately he claims he isn't like far right or anything, but call me an F slur or whatever multiple times already, and it's like Jesus, he's desperately trying to like sort of troll me through Reddit comments and like email. And then I had like a VC with the guy. This is like a guy who hates like Patreon and all these new Web2 internet shit that a lot of people tend to. He says paywall everything or whatever, just for like making the basic income for paying all the bills. And like
Yeah.
I'm this guy. It's like basically the kind of like stupid people you'd get from a KKK kind of gathering. That's basically like 40 IQ or lower. It's
The
that kind
thing
of shit.
we have to keep in mind, because I've been doing a lot of stuff on LinkedIn, and I've got some connections on LinkedIn that I know that they are evangelical Christians, far
Yeah,
right conservative followers. But I also know that if we didn't talk about politics, I could sit down and I could have a beer with them and talk about work and our kids and
yeah.
all those kind of
It's
things
like regular
and have
people
a
in some
great
way, the same way,
time.
right? Isn't it?
What politics has been doing over the last couple of years, and it's particularly in America, but it's moving into Europe, is working to separate us from each other.
Yeah.
And what I say to people is that if you earn your living
Mm-hmm.
from any form other than stocks and shares,
Mm-hmm.
then we're all on the same team. And we're all getting screwed by the billionaires. And if you coming to me and you're going, all those bloody whatever, you can fill that line in however you want. Those bloody dot dot dots. Then
Yeah.
you should be
I
checking your
understand
back
that.
pocket,
Mm-hmm.
because while you're believing that, some billionaire is picking your pocket because
Mm-hmm.
you are distracted with the guy who wants you to use a different toilet or the whatever. All of this distraction is
Yeah, it's the
all
basic
about,
either blue or red shit that the billionaires are trying to con us into, right? To try to separate
yeah,
us
yeah.
and everything.
And
Yeah,
the
I
funny
understand
thing
that.
is, the billionaires. So I just saw something here in America. So they're playing both sides. So the fossil fuel industry has donated in last year they gave $1.2 million to the conservative party here, and they gave $800,000 to the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the
Yeah,
party of the
that
working
is
classes.
incredibly
So
dodgy
they're
indeed.
playing both sides. They own them
Yeah.
all, and they're saying, yeah, it does. So, well, there was something recently again on LinkedIn where this guy was talking about this Democrat in America who took a lot of money from what they said Republican sources. And
Mm-hmm.
I said, look at all of Congress, because these big companies are giving money to both sides of politics. They might give a little more to the other side, but they own them all. And it's like Pokemon. You got to collect them all. They own them all. And so
Yeah.
when you're busy going, oh yeah, I'm a supporter of, yeah, they're owned by them too. Oh, but yeah, those bastards over there, those bastards that are that color, oh yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
own them too.
Yeah.
So there's my side and there's the slightly worse side. But what we really need to do, this is why I've connected with a whole bunch of people. The funny thing is, because I keep disagreeing with them, they slowly have all blocked me. At one point, I had a whole bunch of right wing conservative Albertan Canada oil patch workers. These guys are as far to the right. They actually wanted Alberta to secede from uh, Canada and join America. And I was like, yeah, how's your health insurance there, dude? Yeah, go to America. Yeah, where you're going to spend $100,000 a year. And if you get sick and you're in, they're oil patch workers. So they're
Mm.
working all day with toxic chemicals. You're going to end up sick, probably with cancer, and you're
Yeah.
not going to be happy when you suddenly discover you've joined America and you have no health insurance because you're unemployed now because you got sick.
Yeah, they're always fiddling with that worker class people all the time, right? Or to like push their fucking goals.
Unless you make your living from the returns on stocks and shares,
Mm-hmm.
you are a working class person. People like to
Yeah.
say, "Oh, I'm middle class." Oh yeah, right, okay, yeah, oh,
That's the golden rule. Yeah, that's basically the golden rule. If you're not manipulating the stock market in some way, you're like the worker class people,
yes,
basically.
and it doesn't matter. You might be on $500,000 a year as a salary, but as soon as something happens with that company, you're out of a fucking job. So you are as much at risk as, yeah, sure, you've got $500,000 a year as income. You can always sell the fifth Lambo or something, but you're as much at risk as but you're no billionaire. They're the
Yeah, just
ones that are
like
just,
Bobby Kotick, Jeff Bezos, and all these people. If you're not them, well, you're not one of them, basically. Yeah,
yeah,
that's kind
exactly.
of funny way to see how the worker class really is and how you can distinguish people from the worker class. Because I do think last time I tried on the sort of trying to get some returns from the stock market, I didn't really do shit. It's a rigged game. Like investing in the stock market. I did this ages ago, right? But investing in the stock market as a poor person, and I don't know how the fuck do these fuckers at Wall Street bets on Reddit did already the other shit. But like, if you're like a poor person, you got very very impossible chances of like sort of getting some decent returns to like become the next billionaire or something. You know?
Well, yeah, it's as you say. I mean, the thing is, the people. Well, so one guy put it really well. I can't remember. It was one of the billionaires in America. He said, "Imagine a contest where you get 3,000 people together, right? And
Mm-hmm.
you all flip a coin. Heads I win, tails you lose. Goes through. Okay, so now 500 people are the winners, and they go up against the next guy, and they flip their coin, and the winner comes up. And so now you've got 250, and it goes down, and each time they go up against each other, they're just flipping a coin, and if it comes up the way they called it, they win. Right? Keeps narrowing it down. Now you're down to 30 people. and they've won every time, so they're still in the game. And
Mm-hmm.
then they play, and it goes down to 15 people. And now suddenly those 15 people are telling you that they're geniuses and they're writing books on their strategy about how to,
Yeah, some hustle
coin
culture
flipping.
shit, isn't it? Or like
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
they
And they're
call it,
saying I'm a
shark
genius.
mentality, as that we call it here, right? Do you want to be your own boss? Like that kind of
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, sort
Yeah,
of.
because
Yeah.
the people who know how to do that stuff are not writing books about it. They're just out there doing it. And so that's a lot of what the people who are making money in the stock market, first of all, they're doing it, they have a lot of money to play with. So, if you buy $500 worth of stocks and that money goes up to $600, then you're doing great. If it goes down to $400, you're fucked. And so, but it's like somebody, it's like somebody playing the poker at in Las Vegas. If you go in there with $1 million and you don't care whether you're gonna, your kids are still gonna go to school, and you know, and you play poker and you're not gonna lose your house, then it does. It's like, yeah, this is fun, but the stock market or playing gambling is going to
Yeah, like
be.
I will be able to say, it's just basically gambling level shit for poor people, you know?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So, we had a little bit of money at one point, and a little bit of it has been invested, but we started with so little that. But a friend of mine bought some stocks years ago, and then after like 10 years he was like, this is just going nowhere. He'd profited a few $1,000s, and then he just said, yeah, fuck this, and he sold all the stock. He made like $1,000 off it, $2,000. The next week that
Mm-hmm.
company sold some technology, and if he'd kept the stock, it would have gone from like $5,000 to $20,000. But he just gave him the shits and he sold it. So, but
Yeah,
then
he
there's the other
sold
side
too
of it.
early, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
by
a
a week.
recurring meme everywhere.
But then there's the other side of it. There's all those people that bought stocks back in the .com boom, and it was like, pets.com. It was going to be this huge thing. And, if you bought Amazon stock then, you'd be a fucking millionaire. But if you
Mm-hmm.
bought pets.com, you were basically lining your stock certificates, using them to line the bird cage, because they became worthless
Yeah.
basically overnight. And it's like, yeah, can you afford that? So, but I'm more on the side of being, the entrepreneur. You take some money, you build a business, you build a reputation. If you're in the stock market, you're funding someone else to do that. And you need knowledge, and you need, some information, or you need to be hooked into the circles who are going, hey, mate, buy this one. Like, you get the phone call in the middle of the night, buy 20,000 shares of
Mm-hmm.
this stock. And then, so you buy it first thing the next morning. And then the next day, that company sells something, some new technology or something. But,
Yeah.
we're not hooked into those circles. Nobody, I don't hang out with the guys down at that know something's up. The there's some guy, some billionaire, who sold something like $250 million worth of his Facebook stock, and then the next day it plummeted. He knew about something.
Oh yeah, the Facebook plummet that happened recently, right? Like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
huge immense that looks like kind of falling down immediately to like down a several bunch percent. Yeah, I saw that too.
yeah. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to it. I just, my interest is climate change. My interest is people, like individual people, not
Yeah,
companies. So, you know,
yeah.
that's about it. So, do you have any more questions that I can answer for you? I couldn't answer the cryptocurrency one.
Yeah, well, that pretty much wraps it up, honestly, because it's been already like 1 hour, 4 minutes. So I guess that's enough. So yeah,
Yeah,
anyway,
like
check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, our website too, JMAA.tv. And well, I'll probably see you in the next episode anyway. You have anything else to say, Keith?
just to ask your listeners to either, and I don't know if you do show notes, if you'll put my name, if people are on LinkedIn and they want to connect, I will connect with anyone on
Yeah,
LinkedIn. If
yeah.
you turn out to
Connect
be a
connect to Keith's LinkedIn. I think
LinkedIn,
they're
so
probably
it's
gonna
Keith
see the name
Hutchings.
around.
I'm the only Keith Hutchings in Perth, Australia. So I should be hard to find. If you want to sell me cryptocurrency, I will probably block you. If you want
Yeah,
to ask me to get
and
married, I will probably
I
block you.
understand.
And then
Yeah,
the other thing is check
I
out our
hate
website.
cryptocurrency too as well. So I'm on that boat pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. So don't try and scam me, but if you're interested in changing the world, come and talk to me. And check out our website, thecomfortablehomeproject.com.au. And, I'd invite everyone in the world to learn about how much better their homes could be.
Yeah, that's really cool. Anyway, I'll see you in the next episode next week, and I'll see you around. See ya. Bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, so you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Okay, it's all right. Hey, hello everyone. It's welcome to yet another episode of the JMA Live Deluxe Podcast. I'm your host, JMA. Fungus is gonna be kind of late, but we got a little bit of a very special guest today, which you might be familiar with. Some of you might be familiar with. Some of you wouldn't. But he's kind of the big leagues, and his name is Guru Larry Bundy Jr. He's Hey, yeah, that really triggers my tingling. But yeah, so could you do a little introduction of yourself, just in case there's any newbies to whatever you do or whatever?
Okay. Well, I'm on the YouTubes and I make videos about anecdotal and sort of weird, bizarre, and funny histories of video games. Sort of weird things that have happened in the past and stuff like that. And before that, I used to be like a TV presenter for gaming shows in the UK and sort of Europe as well.
Yeah, which was like Games Janks Can Wonk, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that was an early one. That was for Screw Attack. That was, yes.
Yeah, sort of. I mean,
Oh,
it's been like a time where like there was a lot of like public access television or something, or like there was like game shows about video games back when
yes.
there was like literally no internet or anything, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, when it started satellite television stuff that came out, there was a network called Game Network. It was an Italian company originally, but we sort of hijacked it over the years, so it started having UK presenters on it.
Yeah, so like we're talking about like mid 2000s, early 2000s, late 2000s, or
I joined that about 2004. That channel, that network.
all right,
I
yeah,
went to another one about 2007 called X League TV, which is an e-sport channel.
an esport channel. What about that?
Yes, but basically I used to do everything that wasn't e-sport related. So, and it was also more popular as well, strangely, because I don't think esports.
Yeah, I remember like another sort of YouTuber tried to make a TV show. You talked about it previously, like the story of like who was his name? Like what was it?
The Game Life.
Yeah, Game Life. That one. Yeah, you made and sort of like a part of an episode about that, and like
Rise and Fall video.
yeah, that was about it, and like holy shit, you overtook his throne, his rightful throne, to like having the only existing TV show about video games made from YouTubers, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, it was a weird time back then. I mean, he got a TV show and he only had 600 subscribers on YouTube, but like 600 subscribers was massive back then. You were like PewDiePie with 600 subscribers.
Yeah. So, until eventually he got arrested for like threatening someone to make a mass shooting or something, right?
He threatened to shoot his girlfriend in the same day as that university shooting in America.
Oh yeah, that's really fucking unfortunate.
Yes, and incredibly stupid as well.
Yeah, I know. Why would you fucking do that? I know, it's just weird.
How did you think that was going to go down, really? So
He didn't really think it through, isn't it?
no, well, it completely killed his career, and he hasn't really been seen since on the internet, and not in any sort of public persona. I see him on Facebook every now and then.
Yeah, that's got a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that. Well, it's more of a shame for his friends on the show as well, because they all got cancelled as well, even though they did absolutely nothing wrong. So.
Yeah, oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's kind of yikesy, kind of oofy, kind of Minecraft oofy or Roblox oofy around here. Yeah. Yeah, do you know that sound effect for Roblox oofs comes from like a game called I think it was like a game about some cherub or something.
Yeah, I know that Tommy Tallarico sued him or something, or took him, threatened to take him to court over it because it was his sound he created.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of familiar with that too. But yeah, we're gonna start talking about that particular topic. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's about the metaverse. Maybe you got some interesting facts about gaming in a metaverse or whatever,
Nothing at the moment, really. Nothing I can think of. I think.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you.
Okay, everybody go home.
Yeah. And like the whole gist of it is that Fortnite is kind of like the precursor of like the metaverse kind of thing, right? Where you got like a giant advertising kind of cat billboard kind of thing with all the Marvel characters and Rick and Morty characters. Who the fuck will put Rick and Morty in like a Fortnite?
I don't know. Just throw enough money. I think they'll accept anything.
Yeah, it must be a real fucking money maker over there. I'll be honest.
Oh yeah.
Like Epic Games really fucking knows about this shit, and like the metaverse thing. Apparently, so far it's kind of like a bit of an advertising billboard for other brands or whatever. They've been like trying to do this for like ages, way before all the Facebook, Meta, Mark Zuckerberg shit ever did. And even though they did it like sort of maybe around the time VR chat also had like its own kind of metaversey thing at least.
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah.
They sort of made it even like in Fortnite there's like even concerts and all that sort of shit where like people can interact with each other and socialize or whatever. But like, yeah, it's capitalism on the hyper, baby. Yeah. Maybe you heard about the news. Maybe it's related to the metaverse, but like, there's a bit of a AAA game companies interested in this whole sort of NFT business for some other reason.
Yes, just give you money without them doing any work.
Well, but basically it's a whole money laundering scam kind of thing,
Yeah.
So have you got like any interesting fact about that or?
No, basically it's a pyramid scam. That is.
Well, but I mean, yeah.
Unless you got in at day one, you're not really going to be making any money from it. Unless you can find someone stupid enough to buy a picture of a monkey for even more from what you pay for it. But
I mean, it's the same kind of people who will still buy Ubisoft games,
Yeah.
Sort of, because
I know, but it's just you're just paying for a picture that you don't even own. So
you pay for like I don't know some recolor of a gun in like a game from Ubisoft that you don't even own,
Yeah. Well, Counter Strike's been doing that for years with their guns and stuff and their knives.
Yeah, but these are like things you own, like the skins in CS:GO. Like people own it, isn't it? That's the whole.
I mean, who are you going to show it to as well? These NFTs.
Yeah, it's kind of like a completely different thing, isn't it? And like, like there's of course we got Ubisoft quartz, which completely fell in their ass. Do you happen to know why, or like those? It's just was because of the backlash or whatever,
It's
isn't
because
it?
of the backlash. I mean, it's so negative towards them at the moment. What were they thinking? I think Team 17 tried to do it as well with Worms, but everybody hated it so much they pulled out at the last minute.
I mean, what a fucking bad PR disaster. If the rest of like AAA game companies knew what they're getting into, like it's like a completely unpopular kind of thing, and like holy shit, if they knew where they're getting into, I mean, they will obviously not fucking do it, but they're still doing it.
Well, they just see the money in their eyes, don't they? Dollar signs and that. So obviously, let's jump on this bandwagon, no matter how shitty it is.
But I mean, if they saw like whatever financial potential they will have with like the NFT shit, why wouldn't they see the warning signs from like the people hating NFTs?
Well, obviously, it's like EA, isn't it? Everybody hates EA, but they're still doing the same scummy
Yeah.
tactics. So obviously, money's more important than honor.
Yeah, I remember that line from Stephanie Starling doing the CEO of EA doing like evaluate kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like kind of like a Doctor Who kind of robot kind of shit where he has no emotions or whatever. Like I feel about that. Like the majority of executives from like AAA game companies kind of feel that way. They're like probably not human. Yeah, I mean, if you meet Bobby Kotick in like a fucking building, okay, burn the whole building down. If you have meeting him in a restaurant, get away, run away from the place entirely. If you like, if you're next to him, run. Okay, if he lives next to you, goddamn demolish the building and burn it down, unless you know he's spreading around eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't trust anyone like that. No, absolutely not. But hey, what do you know? It's it's capitalism to the purest. So yeah, I don't know about it. But hey, there's also like an attempt from Konami, I guess. There's also like
Oh yeah, they're doing the Castlevania ones, aren't they? They're doing.
wait, are you making a video on the Castlevania NFTs?
No. I'm just saying they're doing Castlevania NFTs.
Oh yeah.
Map and stuff like that. So.
But yeah, there's also like I think it was like Atari or something that were doing also NFTs.
Yeah, Atari getting into it as well.
And like they're doing like surprise NFTs, right? Like loot box NFTs, which I mean, it makes me, like
I know.
loot box NFTs.
Let's make it even more shitty as possible,
Loot box NFTs. What kind of twisted idea is that? Honestly.
Exactly. We're gonna fuck you over. We're gonna tell you what we're gonna fuck you with. So.
Oh Jesus! Like it's like combining Hitler with Pol Pot at the same fucking time and making like a baby out of it, or something like that. I don't know, but it's horrible.
Absolutely.
Two horrible things at the same fucking time. That must be really tasty and delicious for the majority of executives out there from Atari. Yeah. You want to guess about what happened in 1983? Oh, nobody knows what happened in 1983, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
What are you going to do? Like, bury these NFTs in the Alamogordo desert or whatever? Like, digitally bury them in, like, the internet desert? Like, you did all the million copies of E.T. or whatever? Oh, do you think there's gonna be another crash like 1983 with this shit?
No, it's too big for that now.
I was just curious.
Mini crashes maybe, the stuff like that, where people get sick of one thing or the other. But I think the industry's too big and too wide to get like that anymore.
Well,
in America,
yeah.
Anywhere else in the world, which Americans seem to forget that the rest of the world exists.
Yeah, well, there's also like the conflict in Ukraine or whatever. Does that affect anything in the video industry or whatever? Or like, is that gonna influence anything?
Little things. I was supposed to have my new video was supposed to go up yesterday, and it was sponsored by War Thunder, and I had to pull the video because they didn't want to be associated with the Ukrainian war. So, video up. So.
Yeah, so because like the company is like from Ukraine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or like.
Well,
shit.
Well, you could play as Russian ships and tanks and planes in it as well. So.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it really sounds like really bad timing over there. Yeah.
No. Yes. Exactly.
Like, yeah, oh, holy shit. Like, I don't know. I don't get like the majority of like the right wingers trying to LARP as like the Russian shit and like everyone cheering on the war efforts. But I'm not gonna probably detail like on that shit. Honestly, this is like a video game episode. It's like really chill shit. You know, really chill shit. But yeah, I got something special. You might heard of this controversy before. It's the Horizon Zero whatever alloy controversy, which apparently it seems like a bunch of like angry gamers TM or really horny gamers who have no real standards of femininity are criticizing Alloy for looking too woke in some regard.
Okay. Did I have? Can you be woke in a post-apocalyptic future? Then can you? Or...
I don't know. I have no fucking idea. It sounds funny. Like, is even politics involved in like the post-apocalypse or like any basic idea of like current fashion trends or current cultural tribes in the post-apocalypse? Last time I didn't see anything like that was in Fallout New Vegas. I don't think there's like anything like that in Fallout New Vegas, as far as I know, unless you mean like the obvious Mad Max references and like the classic Roman LARPing shit that the Caesar's Legion does on a regular basis. Yeah, you remember like Fallout New Vegas?
Yeah.
Have you got a fact about it?
Roman things, Roman characters.
Yeah, the Roman character. Yeah, have you got a fact about it?
I probably have, but I can't get it off the top of my head for something like that at the moment.
Oh God.
I
Yeah.
know that in Skyrim, which is similar to Fallout, none of the ladders work in the game.
Yeah, isn't it funny that when you got Fallout New Vegas, you still sell like a bazillion editions of like Skyrim. Like, the most lucrative like game on the Bethesda collection might be Fallout New Vegas. And like you're all you're doing is like basically copying a new edition over another new edition of like Skyrim, which is like the most buggy mess you could ever fucking encounter there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sad. I don't know. Why do they keep selling like fucking Skyrim copies all over?
Oh, somebody keeps buying them, but they do keep re-releasing it, didn't they? I think they're doing a PS5 and Xbox Series X version soon, aren't they?
It's a bit weird. I don't know. They're gonna probably release it even on like the PS5 and Xbox, whatever. Like Jesus, it's the same game, literally, isn't it?
Exactly. Well, I think they're a bit far away from doing the next one, really, aren't they?
I don't know. Like we're also planning like a new Elder Scrolls game. What happened with that, honestly?
Yeah,
One wonders.
stuff, so yes.
Yeah, one wonders what happened with that one. Honestly, I would rather see them. Yeah, I would rather see them release another fucking edition of Skyrim than like release the Elder Scrolls 6 thing or whatever it's called.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I don't know. Well, they're doing that Starfield next, aren't they? So, but that's going to be like an Xbox exclusive now.
Well, yeah. And of course, with the Microsoft acquisition of Bethesda and ZeniMax, well, it's he kind of icky. I feel like like this practice called like dumping, right? In like common capitalism shit, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
there's going to be a chance of a Fallout New Vegas 2 now because they bought the company that made that as well, didn't they? I've forgotten their name.
yeah, also that. But what I mean by dumping is that when you like try to acquire like a smaller company as a really big company in like a business or whatever, when that other smaller company refuses to be sold out, what you do is try to compete with the smaller company by reducing your prices or whatever to a point where the smaller company starts getting losses. So when they got no other choice than just selling out to your company, because of the amount of losses they got, what you do is like buying off their company, but then rise the prices back to the original size or more. So because you already got that company, and that's a practice called dumping, which is a common term using capitalism kind of shit. And what I'm afraid with this Microsoft acquisition of like Cinemax, Activision, Blizzard, whatever, is that they're gonna end up doing like that with the Game Pass shit.
Yeah.
Which is
No, well, I think they're acquiring it just so they can put it on their thing and they don't have to worry about having to take it off afterwards.
what they're basically doing too is like spending all their money on like acquiring big brands, and I'm not sure if they're gonna end up acquiring stuff like, I don't know, Sony or Square Enix. I have no fucking idea about it. It's kind of scary, honestly.
I don't think there's been any sort of Japanese companies for sale yet. I've not seen anyone try and buy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but like this constant threat of monopolizing everything, that's really scary, isn't it?
It is.
And like Microsoft trying to acquire every single company possible, because Microsoft previously had like a bit of an exploration in terms of like a Japanese market, which I think I remember there was this game on JRPG. It was about it was called Endless Sonata. I think you might be familiar with it, I guess.
Yes, I do. That's the one about is it like Chopin?
Yeah, Chopin. Yeah, the famous classical musician, which is, I mean, it's a completely bonkers kind of JRPG, which, I mean, panders to like the JRPG genre so much, even to the point of overextending cinematics to like absurd levels.
Yeah.
And like, Jesus, that was a flop, obviously, for Microsoft in the Japanese market.
Yeah,
But
the Japanese are very sort of anti-foreign for their consoles anyway. They're any sort of foreign.
yeah, like a lot of Japanese audiences in the American market tend to hate American shit. So like, it was obvious it was gonna probably fail, obviously. But what I mean is that Microsoft was previously looking into like sort of grabbing the Japanese market by the balls or the butts,
Yeah.
because they just probably are focusing efforts now in trying to expand themselves so fucking much that it literally becomes nearly a monopoly or something, right?
Yeah.
Because they want to sort of work in this metaverse thing. And like, we were previously talking about Alloy, right? Like the Horizon shit.
Yeah.
And like it's shit like shit like fuck about having like a beard on her face, which is actually like the hair that women have on their face or whatever, which normal women do have that kind of hair on their face, right? But it's not a beard. You know what I mean?
No.
Shit like that, really. And like it's just really weird shit. Like, she looks manly. Like, it's the usual shit these like entitled gamers tend to throw around a lot about the Alloy shit. Like, we got to a point where we had such hyper realism where women are like so realistic they actually look like actual women, and a lot of fucking anti woke gamers are like basically angry at that. So that's the whole point of that.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Because I mean, why the fuck will there be an like there was like this Photoshop, right, that some gamer made about Aloy, which looked like one of those TV hosts that you see on Telemundo or something.
Yeah.
And like, why the fuck would you want that? It's just unrealistic. It's just completely, utterly unrealistic at this point, Like, we're being conditioned into like these unrealistic standards of femininity that you don't see in Lost Ark too. Like, a lot of women there look like fucking sex dolls.
Yeah. Well, same with men as well. They're always like super muscular.
Yeah, like everyone in the game in Lost Ark looks like a fucking sex doll.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's that, honestly?
Exactly.
I don't know, like it's like in League of Legends or something where like every sort of character is sort of sexualized or whatever, unless it's obviously a fucking ugly monster or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know anything we don't know about League of Legends though?
No, I don't really look into it, to be honest. I don't really. That's not my sort of cup of tea. League of Legends.
Yeah, I here to remind everyone else: don't fucking touch League of Legends. Don't ever fucking touch it. If you touch League of Legends, you're fucked. You're not gonna be coming out of that. Honestly, I tried because of the Arcane Netflix show. Because I mean, who doesn't get into League of Legends after watching Arcane on Netflix, right? But Jesus, don't get into fucking League of Legends. Jesus. Yeah, have you got like I was wondering, just out of curiosity, have you got like other sorts of gaming facts that you might want to show us, like anything that you're probably putting out in videos or whatever in the future?
Well, my next video is going to be about hidden video files that have been discovered in games over the years.
Ooh.
So yeah, really weird things like trailers for games that were never released and things like that.
Kind of like the video for World of Warcraft or whatever, like the Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne or whatever.
Yeah, a bit similar like that, yeah. That isn't one of them, by the way, but yes.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. There was like a very very early trailer for like World of Warcraft where like every character looked like a mess, but like like combat was like Jesus, that game really went through a whole lot. And I mean a whole lot, I'll be honest. A whole lot. Because it had its rise and its fall. You know perfectly the whole debacle with Activision Blizzard and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, any evolution over there? I might not be aware of anything there. I might be missing out on the Activision Blizzard shit. What happened there?
Like I said, I'd have to look into it. Really, you'd have to.
Yeah, okay, whatever. As far as I know, like there was unionization efforts on like Activision Blizzard from Activision and Blizzard employees. So like, just a reminder here for everyone listening to this: to support your unionization efforts on Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft. Okay, that's what I'm gonna probably say about it. But yeah, like there was a whole video on the whole history of World of Warcraft from its inception to like its fall from grace, which it was made by a famous World of Warcraft YouTuber, I think. I don't remember its name, but it had like his avatar had like a red armor kind of thing, like sort of thing. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, it does. I don't remember either, but like it was like his persona was like a red World of Warcraft character with a red armor or whatever. It's like a human character in World of Warcraft with like red and yellow armor and like sort of he's a warrior or paladin kind of thing, right? But I don't exactly remember who this guy was, but I remember seeing it back then and like knowing the whole history of World of Warcraft and everything. Like, I mean, wow, must be a lot. And we didn't even notice like the other sorts of controversies that World of Warcraft faced and everything. And even like the South Park episode of like World of Warcraft, right? You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
I mean, it's like way a lot different than World of Warcraft is right now. Like, I remember playing like the last time I played World of Warcraft was like in Shadowlands, and like I had like this dwarf warrior guy as a character, and like I had my chopper shit. He's called Noble Hassan, and like Jesus, like it's being toned down in like a lot of accessibility shit. I don't mind like easy difficulties in games, right? Like I don't really mind it honestly. Accessibility and like for gameplay or whatever is kind of fine for me. But I think it's more grindy.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah.
a lot of World of Warcraft lately is a lot grindy, and it's especially considering that I have like a day job and whatever, where I don't have all the time in the work to sort of like grind on World of Warcraft. Especially considering like nothing in World of Warcraft outside of the game itself is really valuable, honestly. Unless they probably do something like in Diablo 3 previously did with the auction house, real money shit or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Which I mean, the two things that must be like a warning sign of the game industry are the horse armor in like Oblivion and like the auction house from Diablo 3. I think how the fuck the auction house from or like the horse armor happen?
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's just, and it doesn't even do anything either. It's just cosmetic. It doesn't even actually help your horse in the game.
But whose idea is like to sell horse armor like that?
Well, somebody thought it was a good idea at the time, didn't they? So
Yeah.
it was completely stupid. Everyone took the piss out of it. There.
Yeah. I think I gotta like leave gaming for a second and like try to talk to you about something in particular you might be familiar with. I think you're one of the creators that remain on that guy with the glasses. You might remember about one.
Yeah.
Like, how's it looking? Like, you're probably the last man standing there. Like, how's channel awesome? How is it going?
I've not spoken to them for quite some time. They just put my stuff up there automatically now, really. So I don't have any sort of involvement with them. They never asked me to be involved in any of their videos or anything. I'm just there, really.
So basically, he's re-uploading your videos on the channel awesome website.
Yes. I mean, he's just embedding them, really. He's not, you know.
Well, yeah, embedding him, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And like, basically, you had no contact with Doc Walker or whatever on like that regard, right? Or what's his name? Like
he spoke to me once. He spoke to me once and thanked me for staying on his side, staying with him and stuff like that. So that's about it.
Yeah, because like I remember back then there was a whole controversy going on with all the that guy with the glasses creators or whatever regarding like the bad treatment from like what is it, the manager of like that guy with the glasses or whatever.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Well, like I say, that's up to them to say what they've done, because I never had any personal experience myself with it. But it's they just reporting that's him getting rid of them and stuff like that, really. So, like I said, everybody's got their own story, and that would be all day if I went through them all.
Wow, because it must be a real fucking lot.
Yes, I mean, there was over 50 people there at one point, so it was quite a massive site.
Yeah, like 50 people who were like, but had like some dirt with whoever runs that guy with the glasses.
Not everyone had dirt with them. Somebody.
Oh.
A lot of them, quite a few of them, left in solidarity, you know, for their friends and stuff like that.
Yeah, including people like Angry Joe, Lindsay Ellis, who you might have heard about Lindsay Ellis, who recently left the internet for good because of the amount of harassment she was facing and everything.
Oh, I think she left long before that. I think she left before this all brewed up, I think.
Yeah, but she had like a little bit of a Twitter presence or whatever, right?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Like, she ended up even leaving Twitter or whatever, like closing her Twitter account and everything in an internet presence, like because of the amount of harassment she was facing.
Oh, what was that about then? What was she getting harassment for?
I think it was about her saying something about the certain Disney movie with Asian characters or whatever.
Oh, that's right, is it? Yes. It wasn't the Mulan film, was it, or something?
I don't know, maybe Mulan or something, but she got absolutely canceled for it or something. And I feel like a lot of far right trolls did use that to their advantage to further harass her too.
Oh,
So
quite
you
right.
can imagine how much shit she really got for it. Honestly,
Hmm.
Jesus, getting myself in that kind of girl's shoes is pretty ugly. I'll be honest. But hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I think I want to comment you something.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
I think it would be like 33 minutes into the podcast, but like, I want to sort of comment on this thing. It's about a guy on Twitter who plays Elden Ring. You might know about that one. And
No.
he plays basically like this. So you might want to watch for yourself. And also, Fungus. Um, Fungus is she's telling me she really wants to join, but she still doesn't feel physically able. Um, she can't show up, and she might end up leaving for an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, she has another idea of another subject to talk about, but like, I mean, if you look at the footage of like the Elden Ring shit, he goes full kamikaze on that shit after whatever fights he got successfully got through like the rest of things in Elden Ring that we probably faced. He even got through the tutorial even. And like he's kamikazing the shit over. And I feel like, does this feel like bait or not?
Hmm. I can imagine. No, it's learn about. Look, it's a lot of thing of the bosses in Elden Ring is to learn their patterns more than anything. It's old school boss fighting. That is.
Yeah, like a lot of them. It's basically like gameplay shit where there's a lot of telegraphing their attacks and everything, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
So,
I fought that boss a couple of days ago. That lion faced that lion.
is it a lion?
It's a lion's body with a sort of gremlin's head, stuff like that. But
Eh.
no, I mean, it killed me a couple of times. You have to learn its tactics, and it is pretty basic for what it is. I mean, it does have a thing where it just stands still for a few seconds, but he's playing as a melee character as well, and they're a lot more difficult to fight any bosses when you're a melee character. I mean,
Yeah, you can
gone
but
through
look,
amazing.
yeah, what this guy does is like sort of fat roll and like directly attack while getting himself vulnerable to further attacks. Like roll when after he attacks. Like Jesus, it's I think it's pretty obvious he's trying to bait for like attracting like the hardcore gamers as they call to like sort of enter the gate good discourse.
Yeah, it just wailing on the bosses is never going to work because they'll just ask your hand you.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the get good discourse is just basically a lot of people sort of trying to be better than everyone else and like boasting about it, like trying to like discriminate people based on like their ability to like play games because of like the whole casualization of games or whatever.
Yeah. No, I
And
know.
that's
I know people just moan about games having an easy, but Elden Ring is considerably easier than the Dark Souls games.
Yeah, like that's the point. I feel like I played for a bit of Elden Ring, just a tiny bit, at a friend's house, and like it was particularly kind of easy, you know. Like the
It was, yeah.
tutorial boss is like a breeze, even.
Yeah. And
The
it's super
tutorial boss is like a fucking doofus with like an armor and like shield that's way smaller than the tutorial boss in Dark Souls 3.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And like I mean, it took me like literal seconds to end that tutorial boss. I don't know about the rest of bosses yet because I didn't advance too much. But like, yeah, they say it's like comparatively the most accessible and like the most easy of Soulsborne games.
I mean, if you want to play an easy Souls game, just go and play Jedi Fallen Order because that's what that is.
Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah.
Wait, is that? That's not from Software, is it?
It's not from them. It's EA. EA's completely ripped it off, but it's
Oh
a
yeah.
Dark game. But they've made it super easy in that.
They do have even invasions or whatever.
No invasions, no.
Oh jeez. I mean, a Star Wars game with invasions. Imagine.
That'd be quite good having the Sith come and fuck your shit up.
The fucking Sith. The fucking Sith raping your ass.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Darth Maul coming along, kicking the shit out of you.
Yeah, they're just kicking your goddamn ass.
Yeah.
Just fucking beating your ass with a fucking glowing stick. That will be crazy. Or like, I don't know, like whatever signs you can put on the floor about. Or in Elden Ring, what they do a lot in Elden Ring with a message in the ground shit is they type Fortnite, which I mean, not naming names particularly, but yeah, imagine that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And like that's basically because there's a lot of people who are playing Elden Ring right now. I'll be honest.
It's a hot new thing, yeah.
It's like, yeah, like even like people who came from like playing Animal Crossing or other games are basically introduced to the Soulsborne genre through Elden Ring. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, I'd agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's like, yeah, there's a whole difficulty debacle in Elden Ring, which yeah, it's Gamergate level shit, I'll be honest. And yeah, Fungus told me I should probably ask you about the new generation of Pokemon being set in Spain or Portugal, which I've been noticing lately. Apparently, some areas in the new generation of Pokemon are based on like Spain, basically. Which I mean, I know it because Madrid, like especially the center of Madrid, is like a lot of concrete. So they probably have someone investigating there.
Yeah.
I mean,
they do travel around and that, taking photos and things like that.
I mean, yeah, a lot of game studios tend to do that as well. I think, right? Like, I mean, nothing new under the sun, I guess, but you know, it's good to have like Spanish representation in like a video game.
Resident Evil 4 set in Spain, and they went round.
Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah. Except, you know, the Spanish zombies or whatever you might call it. They have like a Latin accent. Like a Latin American accent kind of thing. Which kind of sounds a bit weird. Kind of shit. But I guess that's also Spanish representation in the video game.
Yeah. Exactly.
And what else, honestly? I think this must be another game that I don't really recall, which had like Spanish representation or something. Do you remember any?
I'm trying to think. Street Fighter 2 with Vega.
Yeah, Street Fighter 2. Vega is like the guy with the claws, I think.
That's the one with the mask, yeah.
Yeah, and the mask. But I mean, he just looks like some sort of like average kind of ninja type of character or whatever. I think that I don't know what about the maybe it's that kind of Phantom of the Opera aesthetic about like some.
Well, I think it's based on trying to make him look like a bullfighter more than anything.
Well, yeah, I kind of feel like it. But if they will actually make it look like a bullfighter, they will give him like tiny swords. So like kind of like the swords you use to like stab the ball or whatever.
Yeah. But
And like
slash at the bull instead.
Jesus, it's horrible to see bullfighting. I'll be honest. It's basically animal torture camouflages art.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's ooh. Oh man, that's oozy, but yeah, Vega. I think there was also like Samba Amigo, but that was like rather a little bit more Latin American, I guess.
Yeah, I'd imagine that sort of.
Yeah, Samba Amigo also like had a little bit of Spanish thing over there, but
FIFA and stuff like that.
also like Sonic 06 didn't have like a Spanish looking town there, or was it like a more European kind of thing?
Possibly. I mean, sometimes I just get an amalgamation of sort of Europe. They just think
It's kind of weird because there's like Sonic characters alongside these human type characters that look realistic. And like it's a weird kind of clash, honestly.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, you mentioned like that Sonic game that got recalled on a video of yours.
Oh,
Why didn't you fucking recall Sonic 06 after all?
it didn't make enough money for them, so they didn't want to patch it. That's why.
Oh yeah, of course. Like it's way easier to patch that sort of game because of like the Xbox Live or whatever kind of thing. But when you like got cartridges and shit, that's way more. Ooh, that's way more darker territory, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Sony and Microsoft. Well, I don't know about Microsoft, but Sony definitely charges companies to release a update patch.
What?
At least,
Really?
like, yeah, and it's at least about $5,000 an update patch.
$5,000 to patch a game?
Exactly. Yeah. So they have to pay for it. They have to pay for update.
What? Oh, Sony must be completely far up their goddamn ass, and they also charge like what, thousands of dollars to publish a game on like PlayStation or whatever.
Yeah.
Like a game like Black Tiger, whatever it's fucking called, that shitty game about a black tiger.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
And like, who the fuck
Down
pays?
money,
How much does it cost to publish a game on PlayStation 3 or 4 or whatever?
I don't know. A lot of the sort of money for indie devs and that who go on sort of Kickstarter and that. A lot of that is just licensing it to go on there.
Jeez, and like you're basically paying thousands of dollars to get a Unity asset flip like that into fucking PlayStation. This Gilson B. Pontus fuck, who basically publishes trash on PlayStation for some reason. I don't get how the fuck he gets these games into the PlayStation. Does he have like a relation with like the fucking Sony executives or whatever? It's like he's like the familiar of like a family member of like a Sony executive or whatever. What the fuck happens there?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get any idea what happens there.
Indeed.
Because nobody absolutely knows who this Gilson B. Pontus is.
No.
Like,
well, obviously people just buy them for ironic sake.
Yeah, but like, jeez, these games. He's even trying to like sort of quote unquote rip off the Dark Souls kind of thing in some regard. Like these games are mostly an asset flip, and there's like a moment in these games where you can walk on water. I mean, unless it's out for ironic purposes, who in the right mind buys these? Game reviewers, perhaps. But this yeah, it might be understandable if you're a game reviewer and you're looking for PlayStation trash or whatever. But Jesus, like, it's oh god, that stinks like diarrhea shit. Yeah, it's kind of crazy with these fucking games. Might comment a little bit. I guess you may not be familiar with this, but there's like this whole drama with the E1M1 magazine. I'll try to summarize as much as I can, but are you familiar with like the E1M1 magazine?
No.
It's a magazine dedicated to boomer shooters and retro FPS games like Dusk and Medieval, Iron Fury, whatever the whatever games there are, right?
Yeah.
And like the one of the owners, I think it was called Jake. He got involved apparently, allegedly in abuse. I say it like in open quotations here, allegedly, because I'm not sure if this is true or not, but he got allegedly involved in abuse. And one girl by the name of Miss Laura called out on it, and I mean, I'm not surprised really. I knew like a lot of these boomer shooter doom world types to like have something to hide, but like it's like they like to call out on the abuse they sort of see on others, but like when they abuse me on or complicit on the abuse against me, they like go completely silent. It's just weird shit, isn't it?
It is.
You know, like I mean, like sort of like this sort of silent drama about the Doom World community and like the boomer shooter community for so goddamn long. because of like, not only because I used to be a fucking Nazi before, right, but also because they hold such unrealistic grudge about me, even though I managed to like come in good faith and everything,
Yeah.
and like the whole ordeal of it is that people like Dave Oshry, all these people in the boomer shooter community like really fucking hate my guts, and it's really hard to like network with these people when like, especially when you got bad actors trying to ruin your reputation, whatever, from whatever Kiwi farm shit there is, like Jesus. But yeah, it's not really surprising that that maybe, just maybe, a lot of these people are basically reading the Kiwi farm shit and like sort of judging my character because of that. And I don't know. I guess you're not much familiar with that kind of shit, but
No, it's news to me. Yeah.
yeah. Like, do you know any other drama in the boomer shooter community or whatever?
No. I'm not really part of that sort of circle, so I don't.
Like, I don't know, Doom, Doom 2,
Oh, well, I know the games, but I don't know the community.
yeah, because the community is a whole complete other thing besides the actual games. I gotta mean it. Like, it's a whole completely different thing, I'll be honest. But yeah, so, what was I talking about? Yeah, that's a thing, really, I'll be honest. I don't know, maybe. What are you planning to do like in the next following days? Like any plans for videos or whatever, or aside of like the hidden videos or whatever?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do more singular topics for videos as well. Like the Sonic one did quite well, I think. But,
Yeah, that one kind of works very well, I guess.
so I'd like to do some singular topics now. I think I've done some interesting topics over the years and that, but I think hiding them behind top 10 videos and that has sort of been a detriment to what the views they could have got. And I've proven that with things like the Drivergate and the Dynamite Ducks video as well, because I've done them separately before putting them in their fact hunt, and they got far more views that way.
Yeah, it gives me like a bit of memories about the Driver 5 kind of thing, isn't it? Or Driver 3, yeah, Driver 3, yeah.
Yeah.
The Driver 3 video. I think as far as I recall, there was like a marketing agency posting as forum users.
That's right, yes.
So like, I mean, that's some like internet trolley lever shit. I'll be honest.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, change direct the opinion of people and that. So I know
It's a bit icky, yeah. Like nowadays you normally see this sort of stuff from like really shitty indie developer or something from like Steam or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, it's just so weird how they do it.
Exactly. I've not heard of it since, really. I've not heard anyone doing it since, but if you get caught doing it,
Yeah.
things goes to shit. So yeah, so you have to be completely stupid to consider doing it nowadays.
Yeah. But yeah, another kind of similar. I think it's like kind of similar marketing tactics that a company like Digital Homicide will do. Honestly.
Okay, what Jim? Oh, okay, yes. Oh, you're talking the ones that went after Jim Sterling that time.
Well, Gem Stephanie Starling, but yeah, that one.
Yes.
Like Jesus, that it's a whole lot to process already. Like there was a lawsuit, some debate with Gem Stephanie Starling, and like this whole lore going on. I remember there was like a down the rabbit hole video about it even. Like there was a lead collab with Down the Rabbit Hole, right? With like the Game Life video.
Yeah.
Have you got any other detail you might have probably forgot about Game Life or whatever?
Not really. Just some stories about his personal life afterwards. He got married and stuff like that, but I didn't think that was relevant to talk about.
Well, did he got married?
He got married, yes. And the other one, Dave, The one that looked like a Frankenstein. He was his best man at the wedding. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, didn't he get out in jail, or whatever, or something?
No, that was Andrew. Andrew's the one who got married, and he's the one who got. He didn't get put in jail. He got house arrested. He wasn't allowed to out, and he wasn't allowed to go near a computer for about a year. Or so.
Yeah. So the one who got married is someone else, isn't it?
It's Andrew. Andrew, the main
Andrew.
Guy, the one with the glasses.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know, but Game Live, they also had like some sort of like really old block shit. Like we're talking about what one level shit, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's general, proper police stuff. It's not like, libel stuff like that normally gets them finished off. But no, he's,
So, I mean, basic gist of it. The main guy behind Game Live got in house arrest and has been not able to touch a computer ever since. For how much? Like, he's still not able to touch a computer yet?
Yeah, for a year, I said.
What, for a year?
He wasn't allowed to go near a computer he wasn't allowed to go online on a computer for a year and stuff like that.
Oh.
Basically, he got banned from the internet by the police.
Yeah, for how long then?
For a year.
For just 1 year? For
a year, I believe it's a year, but yeah.
And what did he do afterwards? Get married and like what else?
I don't know. I don't really follow him. So
I don't know. I assume like anybody like you possibly know kind of a bit of it, I guess, but like I don't know, who cares? Yeah.
A lot of the people I know who were friends with him all had a big falling out over it as well. So.
Yeah, well, there was like also like this friend of his who became like an esports kind of star, whatever. I don't remember his name, isn't it?
Oh, Jeff Mendocino.
Yeah, Jeff Mendocino. Yeah.
Yeah, I speak to him quite a bit.
He was like in
a friend of mine anyway beforehand. So.
Yeah, and he was like a Smash Brothers kind of thing.
Yes, he's quite good at it. He does PR. He does PR now for a video game publisher. I can't remember which one. It's like an indie company.
Oh.
So, yeah, he's doing all right for himself now. So.
Wow. I mean, the rest of the Game Live crowd must be doing really great, apparently, I guess.
Yeah, some of them are doing quite well, I think. I mean, a lot of them sort of went their own way and that and done quite well.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Game Live, I guess, how many subscribers they got now, apparently? Or...
Well, they've still got 600. I mean, if any new subs they were received would have been either from mine or what's his name's video.
Down the Rabbit Hole.
Yeah.
Freddie Nuxon.
Yeah. So yeah, any new subs would have been from our videos.
Huh, yeah.
I mean, pretty much a whole world of...
What, did you say 600 or 600,000?
600.
600?
Yes.
Holy shit, that was around the size of my previous YouTube channel before it got banned or something.
Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, no, it was, well, like I said, back then it was considered massive. I mean, that was 600 subscribers enough to get my TV show on MTV, so...
600 subscribers and you get a TV show. That's fucking incredible.
That's the old days, yeah.
Yeah, I really wish I also had my own fucking TV show or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It would be fucking crazy. Like, I probably got like, what, 300 subscribers or something? Is that enough for a fucking TV show? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, it's way different the way we measure metrics on YouTube before compared to what is now. Because if you really want to like a big TV show, you at least need like hundreds of thousands of subscribers or something today.
Yeah.
Like Smiling Friends, right? Zach Hadel and like Michael Cossack, Psychic Pebbles and Michael Cossack, yeah, right? They had like a TV show on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
And like how many subscribers that like Zach Hadel got? Like I don't remember how many, but I might look into it, I guess. Give me a minute. Psychic Pebbles. Hold on. I guess I can look into it in a minute. Psychic Pebbles. He's got like is get like a 1.5 million subscribers. Yeah, 1.5 million
I
subscribers.
don't think it is entirely down to how many subscribers you got nowadays. I mean, PewDiePie hasn't got his own TV show and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But then again, being a Nazi, saying nasty stuff too. It's tasty, so.
No, the problem with PewDiePie is that he's a Mr. Magoo of racism, which, I mean, he's pretty much associated with Nazism, yes, but like, he accidentally drops the N-word every time he gets angry or whatever, so like, he's practically the Mr. Magoo of racism.
Yeah. But,
And on the consequence of that, yeah, go on.
I said he's one of those people who, he's not racist, he just says racist things.
Yeah, like the etchy bro humor kind of shit.
Yeah.
And the whole consequence of that is that a lot of the other creators on YouTube had to pay the price for that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I did that in my machinima video. He basically his antics and that got everybody screwed over and had to take a massive pay cut. Everybody in the network.
Yeah, holy shit.
The end of machinima, yeah.
Yeah, he's such a fucking doofus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, machinima owes me about $4,000 still.
And like, I mean,
really do it at the moment. I can really do it at the moment.
Yeah. Back to the point of like Psychic Pebbles, 1.5 million subscribers, but like the whole point, I think it's that I think there's a way to present a pitch to Adult Swim or whatever, if you're like good at animation or whatever, and like you want to present like a pitch for a show or whatever. You can easily present it to Adult Swim at a certain point in time. I'm not sure, but how does that even work, honestly?
Exactly.
You don't even know either.
No, I don't know either.
I mean, it's like this whole process of pitching like an Adult Swim show, whatever. But honestly, it's like, if you didn't watch like Smiling Friends, anyone who's listening to this, well, go watch it. I'll be honest, it's a really good show. I've been enjoying it on HBO Max so far, and like it's like fucking random humor on steroids, right? It's so good. It's so fucking good, and like I think this has been like a long time on the making, and like please go on HBO Max and like watch the entire season 1 multiple times, because I think we need a season 2 at this point.
They announced season 2 today.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, that too. Yeah, and a season 2, it's already on the works, and that's because of the amazing support it got.
Yes.
And like, it's a really good show. I'll be honest. I remember the Mr. Frogpit and like the Halloween episode, and like, they still gonna release like the last 2 episodes on HBO Max in Spain, in Spanish, right? For like for Smiling Friends. Still, I'm not aware of how is it going right now, but I still gotta watch these 2 last episodes in Spanish. I think it was like the Frowning Friends one, and like the Christmas one, right? The one with the devil.
Yeah.
There's like even a pain elemental in the like the Christmas episode, the last episode of season 1. If you notice, like one of the details on like the foreground of one of the scenes of that episode is that it's basically a pain elemental from Doom Eternal. It's kind of crazy.
Speaking of games set in Spain, how about Blasphemous?
Oh, Blasphemous! I never played that one, but I heard it's good.
Yeah, it's a 2D Dark Souls game, but it's quite good.
Yeah, would you rather call that like a Metroidvania or whatever?
Yes, a little bit, yes.
So yeah, it's basically like a Metroidvania game, except with a Dark Souls aesthetic and like pixel art kind of thing.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard like there was like a YouTuber who got involved with it, who was really into game design and everything. He had a YouTube channel specifically dedicated to like game design, and he once made a tutorial for like how to map in CS:GO or like Counter-Strike, right? Really big talented guy, I'll be honest. It's really cool shit to see that kind of shit. Do you know like any other Spanish games out there? I know like maybe there's like a couple here that I know, but that I cannot come up with out of my head or something.
There's another 2D Ghouls and Ghosts game set in Spain as well. I can't remember what it's.
Oh, Maldita Castilla.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I heard. I think I don't know if I got it. I don't know. but it's gonna be a good one too.
So yeah,
And like aside of the fact that Resident Evil 4 had like is set in Spain or whatever, but it's not. It's not like it's not made in Spain. I tried to like come across with the lines of that the Spanish zombies in Resident Evil 4 did really say. It was like "Atrápelo!" Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, with the Pokemon shit even coming out with the Spanish thing going on, um, even though like Spain is a very fucked up country in regards of politics and everything, because I don't know if you did heard about like the burning of like the Sun Gate in Madrid.
No, that's news to me. What happened there?
Yeah. It's all I'm saying is that it basically smells like burnt paper over there, burnt paperwork. Because a lot of the things that happen in Spain is in regards to politics is that the right wing is so goddamn corrupt, and the left wing, at least the liberals ones, is like so incompetent and shit that there's corruption everywhere. The Socialist Party of Spain has like several corruption cases, and like the People's Party, the right wing one, has got also several corruption cases. And I'm not even getting me started on Vox or whatever, which is another right wing, extreme right wing political party. Which I mean, they got like even funded by a bunch of like rich millionaires from like a bunch of Spanish corporations. So like, yeah, it's this political scene in Spain is pretty ugly. But hey, it's got good aesthetics.
Well, we own a part of Spain as well, don't we? We own Gibraltar.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, so that's
Like a lot of these Spaniard monarchy people are so goddamn sort of like regretful of like Gibraltar and everything. What about that?
exactly. Yeah.
Do you feel proud of owning Gibraltar?
Well, I don't see the point of owning it really. I mean, it's just because a load of expats are there and just
Yeah.
about keeping it there.
Just
Like,
like
same
also
with,
like
the Falklands as well.
yeah, the Gibbons and everything, right? Like
The Jersey Island as well. That's technically French.
yeah, I mean it's
We own that.
basically what people got from colonialism, isn't it?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. Good old colonialism. The ugly shit that comes out of it. Yeah.
The British are absolute bastards. Over that history and that. I
And
mean, the Chinese Navy, China wouldn't allow us to move opium through their waters, so we just went and destroyed their entire navy until they said, "Yeah, go on then." So
yeah.
horrible way.
Well, you're not alone. The Spaniards, us Spaniards have a history of like colonizing South America and Mayan and Incan territories to the point of genociding everyone and like bringing smallpox to everyone.
yeah.
So yeah, we're equal grounds of colonizer ugly shit. But yeah,
Well, that's all
That-
they were doing, wasn't it, at one time?
yeah. Anyway,
All in other countries who at war with each other. So.
yeah, that's pretty usual.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. Be sure to check JMAA.tv. Larry, will you want to plug your YouTube channel, or whatever?
No.
Obviously, everybody knows your YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's youtube.com/Larry.
YouTube Guru Larry, you mean?
No, just Larry. YouTube.
Larry. Oh, okay. All right.
I remember. I managed to. In the early days of YouTube, you could get a vanity address, and it belonged to some guy who got banned. So I snapped it.
Oh, right.
Even though there's lots more subscribed Larrys on YouTube, I got the best dibs. So.
You even got Larry clones on Gmod.
Yes. Oh God, I got people pretending to be me on sort of Instagram and TikTok and that, which is annoying.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying too. Yeah.
I'll tell them people that are pretending to be me. They don't bloody do anything. That's even more annoying stuff. I've got loads of people saying, "Why don't you post out any videos?" I said, "I do. You just subscribe to somebody pretending to be me." Stop it.
Yeah, that really sounds shitty anyway.
It is. it's even more annoying that they don't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's something completely out of our control.
Yeah, can you prove who you are or anything? No, just completely ignore it.
Yeah. Anyway, listen to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and I'll see you next time. See ya.
Goodbye.
Turn it off. Turn it. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Hello and welcome once again to yet another episode of the JMAA Live Deluxe Podcast. I'm your host, JMAA, she, her. And sadly, Fungus couldn't make it. I'm sorry. Yeah, like, they couldn't make compromises at the moment right now, so I at least tried. But to make it through the lack of a co-host or lack of another person on the podcast, I got another co-host, Gunny. Can you like introduce yourself to like the listeners or viewers or whatever? So in case anybody doesn't know you at all.
Sure. I'm Connie. My Twitter handle is IconicArt55. I've been a friend of Jones for a little bit now. And okay, hold on 1 second.
All right.
I'm having issues.
Typical podcast problems, I guess. I don't know. It's whatever. But yeah, so basically what she's doing on her Twitter is basically post a lot of or retweet a lot of porn. So, you know, it's a bit of a content warning in case you don't like porn or something. I have no fucking clue. Yeah, so all right. You good?
Hold up.
Okay. But yeah, I got while she's busy doing a bunch of stuff, I got like a bunch of a couple emails with like a couple McDonald's stories, and we got a little bit more of something here, like something good stuff actually, like whatever. I guess okay, I'm gonna probably entertain everybody for a while right here. Fungus, on the other hand, I think they're pretty much dealing with a lot of stuff right now, and I don't want to bother them with this sort of nonsense anyway, which is kind of icky at this point because I think they kind of promise much on coming to the podcast or whatever or something like that. But okay, you good now or? Okay.
What about now?
Oh, okay. Okay, right. There you go. So yeah, you actually had like something to tell me about some story or whatever they wanted to tell, basically, or something like that.
Yeah, I had a couple friends that well, mainly just one that actually did work at a McDonald's. They've seen some stuff. I couldn't get a hold of them in time, but I do know for a fact that they had by the way, is my thing still sounding right or?
Yeah, the thing still sounded right. I don't know about it, but yeah, it still sounded right.
Okay, I'm making sure because I could hear myself previously, and that was kind of making me stumble over my words.
Don't worry about it too much, honestly. Go on.
All right, so my short bit. So I used to work at a store. It's a discount store that I don't want to name names, but you'll see them more or less every 5 miles in the southern regions of America, and I'm pretty sure
You
the
got a bit of
colors are the
experience
same.
with working at retail, right? Like,
Yeah, quite a few years now. The color is of a bee. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah, you get the idea, basically. Just
Yeah,
safety things. We gotta keep it safe, honestly. I don't want to mention my job either. So, yeah, it's
yeah.
just basically that. Go on.
So, anyways, though, there was this dude. I could say his name because his name's like generic as fuck. So, his name was Michael. We got him hired on because, it was, kind of a slow time. We hardly had any people working for us. I was more or less kind of working every single day. Didn't get a fucking day off.
Yeah.
And is it alright if I say the fuck word?
The fuck what? Hold on.
Yeah, the fuck word.
The fuck Gordon.
No, fuck word.
Oh, okay. The fuck word. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, English is probably not my first language anyway, but yeah, the
Oh,
fuck word. What's so wrong
yeah.
about it in a way?
You know how YouTube is. I was gonna say, if need be though, you can bleep me.
Oh no, the fuck word is fine. What I
Okay.
mean is probably the slurs or whatever. I don't know. It's whatever.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say nothing like that now.
yeah. Obviously, it's just that. Yeah. Just in case, I thought you were gonna say a bunch of slurs or whatever. I don't know. It's just weird how you said it previously.
Oh, I say that because it's like it makes fun of
Yeah,
censorship.
YouTube stuff, right? Like they tend to demonetize you if you say like the fuck word like in the first minute or something, which is absolutely
Oh,
fucking
oh
weird.
yeah, yeah,
But
because
yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. It's like what, like beyond 1 minute right now, which I mean, and I don't even give a shit about it. I say a bunch of whatever swears I can say, whatever. It's okay, right? The previous episodes had similar swear words previously, so it's no problem here. Yeah, it's typical podcast problems.
I was gonna say I know it's just like if I remember correctly, Eric from Internet Comment Etiquette made like a whole deal about it in like the beginning of one of his episodes, like because it's like the first 30 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, no, I thought it was the first minute, or like the first 60 seconds.
It's like I might be getting the number wrong, but
I thought, yeah,
anyways,
maybe I think it's gotta be the first 60 seconds or first minute or whatever. I don't know.
I was gonna say anyways, I think I'm getting off track here. Uh, so anyways, though, it was slow, barely doing anything in the store. We needed people because I was working every single fucking shift more or less. Barely got a day off. Uh, so they get him hired in. And this place, it basically hires anyone off the fucking street, if I'm being honest. Um, as long as you haven't been
Yeah,
personally caught stealing in the store, they'll hire you.
yeah,
And so you know, everything went fine. I actually managed to get a couple days off, but he was awful, and I mean awful. Um, he would just stand in an aisle, stare off into space, and do nothing. And this kid wasn't on drugs either or anything. Like this kid, I think he had a mental problem or something.
yeah. Probably procrastinating a little bit or something, or like too much. I think.
Uh, Probably. And then there were moments where he would go to the bathroom and he would sit in the bathroom for an hour.
Ooh.
I mean, an hour and play YouTube videos on his phone loudly. So it's like he wasn't even like actually using the bathroom. He was just sitting there and
Yeah, it's like the kind of stuff that will
goofing off.
anybody will say these people were born in the wrong generation or whatever, like old people
Yeah.
usually do. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah. By the way, I saw like a McDonald's ad this afternoon, and I kind of felt sick about it. You know what? Have you ever seen like the film Super Size Me at any point?
Uh, I I think I have. Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Because like the dude would get like really sick, like
yeah.
seeing
The
the ad.
the Morgan Spurlock film. It's like a guy who basically eats McDonald's for 30 days straight, only McDonald's. And I mean, it's kind of got its problems, right? Obviously, it rips on fat people, and it obviously combines like Morgan Spurlock's problems with alcohol or something. Because at the first scene where he's eating McDonald's, he's basically projectile vomiting out of the car or something because of how much booze he drinks. But I mean, it kind of makes like the obvious kind of point that we might know already, but it's still a valid point regardless. And that is that cheap fast food is really bad for everybody's health at some degree at least. Like you gotta understand that if some meal is sold at that cheap price, right? There's gonna be obviously another price you're gonna pay either with your health problems or either with anything else, basically. Because I mean, there's no such thing as free food, right? You know.
It's it's all the preservatives, it's all of the grease, and I'm not even gonna really say anything specifically about like pink slime because
Yeah,
where
people tend to think
that
like the pink slime thing is a bit of a hoax or something. Maybe I kind of saw on sites like Snopes or whatever where it tells basically like the pink slime thing is a hoax, but you get the idea, right? Too much fat, too much grease, too much additives, probably some additives too. Too much
oh
chemical
yeah,
stuff
like
in the meats and the
MSG and yeah, it's like MSG and everything. It's like because that's what gets you addicted.
yeah, at least in the United States. I'm not sure what's about it in the European Union, but in the United States at least, like they put so much shit into it. Like, do you know how to make the chicken McNuggets? It's basically like a mishmash of tendons and all the crap from the chicken breast, basically, which is not good either. Shredded up and mass manufactured like that. I don't know. I cannot
Oh yeah,
remember it was something like that, but that's how they made the chicken McNuggets in McDonald's. But
there's another
yeah,
thing too. That flavor of the chicken McNuggets.
yeah,
Uh, that that's like artificial like chicken flavor. That's not even like actual like real chicken flavor.
yeah, it kind of makes a lot of sense, and it's funny because a lot of people usually, especially in the United States, tend to consume more McDonald's than usual. If you look at that little island in New York City, for instance, that particular island in the middle of the New York City River up there, they
Long
have
Island.
like a barillion McDonald's places all crammed up in that little island at least. And you can possibly imagine how many more McDonald's stores are already there. Like the documentary also goes on a tangent about how 1 out of 4 people went to McDonald's. I mean, this is like basically like 2004 standards, right? But yeah, it's got a huge grip on like society, especially when you have to consider the amount of advertising and lobbying money a corporation like McDonald's spends on a regular basis. They probably spend trillions of dollars on that sort of stuff, which is
Na-
yeah.
I was just gonna say, now that you're telling me about that, like I just can't imagine the amount of like specifically like power waste and food waste and everything. Like that cannot go on for too much longer. Otherwise, like that's gonna be a major problem.
Obviously, yeah. And I don't know, like Super Size Me again. My Habits Problems, a 2004 film. It's a product of its time, honestly. But I mean, it kind of makes a bit of the point for the time being. I know it kind of rips on fat people or big people a bit too much, especially for a 2004 film. But I mean, I was about to recommend it until I realized Morgan Spurlock, the director of the film, had also like sexual abuse allegations or something, like sexual misconduct
Oh,
allegations.
I hadn't heard about this now.
Yeah, and it was back in 2017 when the hashtag Me Too thing was probably going on.
Yeah, because like the last thing I'd heard about him was like he did a second movie and tried to do it about like the chicken industry and
Yeah,
KFC.
I also heard this like a sequel when I heard about the sexual misconduct allegations and everything. Like that, it was literally his career death by then. Like after that movie, the sexual misconduct allegations came up, and it basically ruined his career, basically, like entirely. There's like even an article.
Damn.
I don't remember if it was from like the New York Times or whatever, but he got fucking blasted off this career, you know?
I didn't know about this. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Uh,
guess. Yeah, I guess it's men and their problems. I don't know.
I was just about to say, are we allowed to talk about allegations? Because that, or I'll just look into it later. Because, like, okay, shit, I didn't know about this.
Yeah, I didn't know about this either, honestly. I just was basically baffled by this, alongside with all the problematic stuff that Super Sesame was all about, honestly. I mean, yeah, it gets kind of ugly, but I don't know. At least we can say that for the basic, very basic bare bones stuff, Super Sesame has got a bit of a point, even though the point is already obvious.
Oh yeah, it's like,
I mean, it kind of
um,
makes sense.
I would say this: instead of showing what happens to a person after they eat, that much McDonald's and everything, I would say it would be more effective to show the goings on inside. Like, say, for example, like the production facilities that send the beef and send the chicken and everything.
Maybe that will
Uh,
work too, yeah. But do you know
because
something about this? That 10 years later, there will be a guy by the name of Cisna who will try the same kind of deal, ordering McDonald's for 90 days straight and still lose weight. The problem with Cisna, though, is that he's a bit of a mouthpiece for McDonald's at this point. He did a documentary. There's even a phrase he slipped up on the documentary Cisna did, which he said something along the lines of, "Let's see if we can tell McDonald's if this is working or not." That's what he said verbatim, at least I think. But
hmm,
yeah, a bit suspicious. And then after the documentary came out with the Cisna one, he went on to work for as a McDonald's representative for 2 years, which, yeah, it's a bit suspicious. There's a lot of people trying to prove otherwise, that to sort of like debunk this sort of 30-day McDonald's thing that Spurlock tried to do in the documentary and Super Sesame, and do their own version of their experiment to prove him like that McDonald's is obviously not a health risk. However, a lot of these people, I think, are probably McDonald's mouthpieces at this point. But the funny thing about this is that even though McDonald's didn't say a goddamn thing about Super Sesame that much, except for like a press release or something, they did remove the supersizing from the meals, and they did a bunch of other stuff as well. So, maybe it takes like a very sensationalistic documentary to actually do just a tiny bit of damage to McDonald's, because McDonald's had a lot of losses after Super Sesame, only to eventually get back up to record profits afterwards, and all that shit. But yeah, Super Sesame. I got like a couple McDonald's horror stories that I got on the email. Do you want you want me to read them or something? It's from
yeah, let's hear that.
Yeah, it's from Conrad. Thanks, Conrad, by the way. Okay, so here's one titled "McDonald's the Hole." It reads, "I worked at McDonald's at the age of 16. It was a short time, but the income gave me a lot of money compared to the nothing I was making before. I must say, despite the nightmares that this story gives me, it was still worth it to buy my own GameCube, Xbox, and PC. There was a drain in the floor, one of those small drains of for mop water or whatever to make sure the floors don't get slippery. Well, one day the drain was clogged. Look down that drain and you just see darkness, because it's a drain, except not this one. This drain was filled with a pitch black muck. Imagine Satan's shits after eating all the evilest souls and then add a stomach bug and then just bump that up a few notches. As a miner, I was very limited in what I could do. I could work the fryers, register, draft through, that's about it. No kitchen, minimal food interaction. So when it came time for someone to unclog the drain, I was chosen. I lost my home a few years later in Hurricane Katrina. When we went back, we had to wear a mask full of scents to enter the home. The smell was so bad. I lived through the entirely of what that whole situation again before I look at the hole again. I'm honestly surprised I didn't bomb it. I had some poor excuse for gloves and I had to dig the drain out by hand. They eventually stopped me because digging up all that muck was getting the smell in the air. I have most of the experience blocked from memory, but I will never be able to block out the horror of the hole. So that's the email, the first one I got. And what do you think?
Oh God. What that sounds like is
It's horrifying, yeah.
yeah. That sounds like the grease trap that just was never fucking cleaned.
Yeah,
And eventually, yeah.
it's the kind of shit that you make you go like, I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. It's like I'm
Jesus
loving
Christ.
the diseases.
It's fucking ugly. All the shit, black muck, smelling like
Yeah.
shit. Wow.
Yeah, it's because
I must
it keeps. Oh, good. Sorry.
Yeah, I must imagine it must smell worse than like the last kind of gastroenteritis diarrhea that I had like a couple of several weeks back, I think. But holy shit.
Yeah, it's like those are supposed to be cleaned like very regularly so that doesn't happen. But apparently, the manager of that store doesn't give a fuck at all.
I mean,
Because
a lot of these McDonald's stores don't really give a shit about like hygiene and something. They tend to like skip a lot of health inspections or whatever. I think. Probably, maybe. I think it's Super Sesame too. They had this problem where they tend to hide like the nutritional value sheets of their meals in some really hidden places, so people don't get to know the basic facts about if they're making the right choices at the time of eating at McDonald's. But I don't know. It's completely unrelated, honestly. Second email, stuff from Conrad. Thank you, Conrad. Reads as follows. Not as interesting, but they will make us jump in the dumpster and push the garbage down when it was full. Bags will pop and squirt juices. You might think that McDonald's food smells good, but I promise you that after 10 minutes, the smell goes from tasty to disgusting, and then all put together in a bag with drinks and condiments. Yeah, only did that once quite soon after.
That is so nasty. I couldn't imagine that. Just
Ooh, I'm loving it. Makes you go like that, you know? It's McDonald's. Run a McDonald's. But the McDonald's play place, you know? It's all fun and games. It's all good. Finger licking good like in KFC or something. You know that?
That's one to make me love a bullet.
Oh, girl.
That's because that's vile.
It's fucking vile. I know. All this shit. Is it? I mean, I heard about people wasting the grocery store food that don't sell like a lot. I mean, it tends to happen a lot in grocery stores like, I don't know, Walmart or whatever, right? Like, they tend to throw away like a lot of the stuff they don't sell, like especially food, in the dumpster. And that's food anyone could basically get if they cannot afford it, basically. And
Yeah,
what's it ended up there for? Like rotting like stink and then stinking like ass and being unedible as crap? You know? It's such fucking vile shit. Jesus.
that's one thing I was thankful about. Like that previous place I worked at,
Yeah.
uh, we would actually take the stuff that's like just about to be out of date, but we know wouldn't go, you know, go bad and hurt somebody, and manager would look at us like, okay, you want this like really discounted, or it's that way we're making somewhat of a sale, or you want to just take it to a shelter or something. Because
Mm-hmm.
like the canned food, like that's something that'll stick around at least about 6 months afterward,
Yeah.
and so we would do that, and like there was like some foods we couldn't do, like meat and stuff, because we had coolers and we sold like packs of sandwich ham and everything, and that's one we wouldn't do, but like the other stuff, like like yeah, that was kind of free game because somebody could actually eat that, and it's not on their dime technically, and except when it came to stuff that we wanted to buy, but
Yeah.
we would donate it, and we technically weren't supposed to. But I don't work there anymore, so fuck you.
Yeah.
It's not like they could do anything to me now.
At
So
least you donate the stuff to someone else, I guess, Like that's good. That's
yeah,
because
because
yeah, like I said, a lot of retails like that tend to throw away the food and everything into the dumpster, and yeah, it's a waste. It's all a waste. I don't know if it's like a U.S. exclusive thing or whatever, but it's just basically a waste. Oh well.
it. I think it might be just a U.S. thing because everywhere I've seen, like especially like other places too, it's like they'll sit there and you know try to donate it or what have you, but it's like sometimes it varies company to company.
Yeah.
Because the company I'm working for right now, I'm not gonna say their name, uh, they do donate stuff like that. Like, and they actually tell you in the training, like, hey, so when it comes to stuff like this, we donate it or we put it on clearance. And
Mm-hmm.
like it that even extends to like clothing and like mulch for like grassroots gr- groups and companies and everything.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, so it's like if they can't use it, we'll use it ourselves in the store in areas we have to, or like I said, we donate it, and so it's like not actually getting fucking wasted.
Yeah, it's kind of like one past friend of mine who used to work at a pizza place, and whenever they had like leftover food or whatever, they used to eat it basically. So, I mean, it's kind of like, what's the word? Like, kind of the leftovers were basically like, a bit like, old or something. But at least, I mean, they got something for dinner afterwards in the breaks or whatever. So, I mean, it was kind of alright. I don't know.
Oh yeah, because the one friend that like told me the story about Michael that used to work with me, uh, he would get free food up to $7, like 750 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
So
I mean, at least it's put to good use. I think unless that so-called Michael doesn't get to really work that much. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's just that millennials and Zoomers are tired of the usual toxic work environment that boomers tend to quit. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Honestly, maybe
no,
that's
it's that actually is like kind of a true thing. That is something I
yeah.
have noticed.
Or
And I've
yeah.
actually. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what it's. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say it's. I've actually admit to kind of pushing back a little bit when it comes to some stuff. Like, cause it used to be back then, you had to sit there and you had to take getting cursed out by customers and stuff. Like nowadays, like somebody curses me out on the phone or curses me out like right there, I'm gonna tell them no, I'm not gonna serve you. Take that attitude elsewhere,
Yeah.
or I'll hang up on them. And I've actually been told by my managers like, hey, don't sit there and don't take this. Somebody's treating you like this, like the moment they swear at you, call one of us. We'll deal with them.
Yeah, it's like every bad decision the whole company makes, as like the executive branch does, is you gotta pay for it at this point. You're right.
Somewhat, cause there's rumors that my store might be 24 hours again. I don't know.
I don't know.
Again, I was gonna say again, it's just rumor. But thankfully, not yet so far. And I'm not gonna work longer than my time. That's like, don't get me wrong, I like overtime, but no. I got a life to live.
Yeah, get riff. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta be wary of saying this kind of stuff, otherwise we'll be called communists. Who
Oh,
knows?
oh,
Oh
oh,
no.
oh yeah. Because it's like some
Oh,
people.
be careful with that. We cannot afford being called communists at this point. Otherwise, people will get mad at us. Like a bunch of I said on Twitter, like there's this show that Sam Hyde made called Fish Tank Live or something, right? And it's basically like he traps a bunch of people in a house or something. I have no basic idea what it is. It's like a reality live show where there's surveillance on a bunch of random people, Sam Hyde or something, and it's basically bait for right wing people to just laugh and point at marginalized voices or whatever, as per usual. So I tweeted, do you know basically that the creator of Fish Tank Live, Sam Hyde, is a neo-Nazi troll who donated to the Daily Stormer, a neo-Nazi website, and the obvious shit came by. The usual communist Wojaks or Sojaks came by as per usual, which I gotta admit it's kind of ironically like a good rebuttal at least. I gotta admit, yeah, but yeah, it's as expected as you can probably get out of there. I don't know. It's we cannot afford getting called communists, or otherwise we get people mad. I don't know.
But it's funny how you know if I remember correctly, he he is praised by these people, but yet he calls Ian. No, because I can't say that because that would actually get me in trouble. Uh, he will post online. He doesn't call in. He will post online and say that he's a school shooter every single time a major school shooting happens. And it's like, you think this man is funny, but yet he's being so disrespectful to people that genuinely died, kids that had
I mean,
nothing to
isn't that
do
this
with
whole
anything.
shtick to make people uncomfortable and sort of being disrespectful to people? I think that's his whole shtick by now. It's not funny, but
Oh
that's
yeah,
pretty his whole shtick by now.
it's like, don't get me wrong, there's ways to make people uncomfortable and it still be funny. I mean, look at Impractical Jokers. But at the same time though, like that's like haha laughing at the dead, and it's like these are kids, man. Like, I guess you want to laugh at dead kids, but I mean, that's your call if you want to do that. I mean, I'm still gonna call you a fucking piece of shit and an asshole for doing that, but
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. I mean, what's so funny about watching a guy in the Perfect Guy Live podcast just say a bunch of random fucking nonsense that makes people uncomfortable for like, I don't know, 2 hours or something? That's, where's the funny? I cannot find the fucking funny in there, honestly.
Well, the funny part I did see about him is he tried as hard as he could to get involved in that fight, that boxing match on YouTube, and
Yeah, wasn't like Froggy
ev-
Fresh that the some hot train or something?
I think so. And it's like everyone just straight up fucking ignored and banned him because they knew
Well,
it's like, okay, if we let this dude in, he's gonna cause trouble.
yeah, I mean, he previously tried it himself. Sam Hyde tried it himself to get in a fight with someone at probably the creator class or something, the first one. And then the second
Yeah,
one, he had Froggy Fresh, who made
but
a really uncomfortable joke about Anissa. And then, like, somewhat was basically similar to what happened with Sam Hyde, basically, because Froggy Fresh is buddies with Sam Hyde. He's the same kind of typical piece of shit. No, I mean,
so,
literally the
so
same
this ain't
shit happens.
so when you say Froggy Fresh, is this the same dude that was like he made that song like he's like a really back southern dude like he's got a deeper southern accent than I do, and like was singing about how he's the baddest of them all, and it's like his rap name used to be Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, I
So
don't know about
it's
that.
the same dude. Let me just gonna say because I didn't think he turned out like that. Shit.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't know about that, honestly. Is that even a thing?
Uh, so his name is Froggy Fresh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Froggy Fresh.
I am Froggy Fresh on Twitter.
Yeah, I assume it's Froggy Fresh on Twitter. I don't know. I didn't look too
Uh,
much into it.
oh God. Let me check just to be certain. I was like, oh man, he used to be cool back in the day.
Yeah, I think he did like a couple cool videos when he was a teenager or something. I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't,
he used to be cool. Oh man,
now he's buddies with Sam Hyde. I ruined your shit.
yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
No,
Ruined shit. Oh no.
that's ruined.
Yeah. Kinda
Because he actually
sucks.
turned
Yeah,
like
childhood heroes. Don't trust them all the time. Just saying.
never meet your heroes.
Yeah. Don't ever. That's at least what I can say about this sort of people is that it made me possible to sort of make fun of all these shark mindset people. You know the shark mindset?
Uh, I
Shark.
believe.
Yeah, shark mindset.
Mm,
Yeah.
gonna say that's the first time I've heard of that term, but enlighten me.
Well,
Enlighten me.
I mean, it's kind of similar to that of CEO mindset or the
Like the what's his name? Everyone Sigma male grind set type
yeah,
shit.
the Sigma male grind set type of thing. Except here in Spain, we call it like the shark mindset. I have no fucking clue why. It must be about the whole astroturfing of all these financial guru shits in Spain that overuse that term a lot. But yeah, that's actually how we say it in Spain. Shark mindset.
Well, I could see it because it means it's just you get the scent of blood in the water. Like that ends up being like the only thing you think about.
Yeah, maybe that's how it works. I'm not sure. I'm not a marine biologist, right? But like, kind of makes sense for a bit, except I have no fucking clue.
Well,
Um,
that's my knowledge when it comes to sharks. You're gonna find out something about me today, Joan. My persona is a shark because sharks had a large impact on me since I was a kid. Ever since I watched the first Jaws. So
oh, okay. My persona is a hyena. I
I was
get
gonna say I remember because I did that piece for you.
Yeah, it's I don't know. The faces sound a bit weird though. I don't know. But it's whatever. I don't know. Have you heard about this Mr. Beast and Chris Sunny Beach video that released like a short while ago?
I have actually, yes.
Yeah, it gets
Because
real icky. I don't know, but The video was basically mostly a lot of transphobic comments, just boosted up,
That's
just to
I
excuse
hadn't
that. Chris might be a nightmare to Mr. Beast or something, which it's not true, obviously.
gonna say yeah, because I had seen about it while on my way to work one day, and so I didn't get a chance to actually watch the video. It's on my saved, like not saved, but watch later list. But
Mm-hmm.
from what I could gather and reading, yeah, like you said, it's you know Mr. Beast came out and defended his friend Chris, and Sunny V2 was basically talking shit, which
Yeah.
someone
That's the whole
someone did
gist
a
of it.
video. Oh yeah, somebody did a video on Sunny V2 actually.
I think it was
I have
like
to
Big Joel or something. I remember.
Big Joel or like Elvis the Alien or someone exposing how he doesn't really do as much research on his videos, and like he's not as accurate as he says he is.
Yeah, like I didn't need to watch all those videos exposing him, and I have this feeling like he does this sort of poor research thing. It kind of makes sense now, yeah.
It's
Like,
like
but
after
that's
I
what you
watched it.
expect from uploading like a video at least each week. That doesn't barely give you breathing room for research or whatever. Like, I tend to release videos every 1 or 2 months, and that gives me like a little bit more breathing room for research or anything really. But this guy has to release a video every week. What's the
Yeah,
fucking need for it? I don't know.
it's like unless it's like easy content, like talking about like Karens or something. Like this one channel I've been watching, like I think they're like Public Freakout, and he's got like a second channel called The Reckoning, where he goes back and you know researches what happened to Karens after, which just takes like 5 minutes of research.
Yeah,
But
basic googling shit, right?
yeah, but still though, it's like when it comes to the like Sunny V2, like that's a lot of research, dude. Like you need to chill it out and maybe take a breather or two, so that way you can make sure your information is actually right and accurate.
Yeah, here's what I guess what's going on here with Sunbeat 2. I think he's probably just regurgitating what's already been said and maybe other videos or other content that he is about to make it about. So what happens is that you see normally in his videos, right? He regurgitates a lot of the comments made about on the topics he talks about, like TikTok or YouTube comments. He tends to regurgitate a lot of those, and like, what's the fucking point of that?
It's said that because where he already has a pretty decent following, uh, he I guess he feels that he can get away with it, and like
I
like
mean, it
don't
kind
get
of
me
sounds
wrong,
similar
there's
to the situation with like Behind the Meme. I think. Oh, I think it was the name of that previous channel, right? It got
yeah
like a
yeah
huge
it's
drama with employment or something.
yeah let's God, what was his like intro thing? It's like it's like let's get into the meme or something like that. Like it was really bad, but like his
Yeah,
content
it's
was like
fucking horrid.
his his content was digital McDonald's, because even though it was stupid, it was horrible. While sitting there cooking, I would just
Mass
watch over
consumption,
and over
yeah,
and
it's
over.
it's
Yeah,
easily digestible shit that it's mass produced, so it makes sense, yeah. I don't know, like in
now
the
I wish
times
he was
of
still.
in the times
Go
of
ahead, sorry.
video essays that last like 1 or 2 hours or even 8 hours, like Quentin reviews did an 8 hour video essay about what iCarly. Like in times like that, I do think I expect more people to do their due diligence of doing research, at least a minimum, on important things like or topics, you know? But
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
God, couple months ago, a YouTuber I watch called oh God, I'm gonna have to look up his name. This real Billiam.
Yeah.
did like a 2-part video about, like, I don't know if you know the animated series because we're around the same age. Code Lyoko.
Oh, I remember that one. Goat Lyoko. My crush was
Yeah.
Aelita.
Ah, God. Oh, that those big foreheads. That's a style like that's hard, in my opinion, to kind of recapture. Not due to like the art style alone, but just like the era, because it
Yeah,
made
like a
fun
mid
of.
2000s era type of art style, right? Do you mean that?
Yeah, yeah, because like I think everything was still like hand done, like hand animated and everything.
Yeah.
And like they got away with so many references, because like there's an episode where they fought the xenomorph from Alien, but it technically wasn't the xenomorph. Had dreadlocks like the fucking Predator, and then there's another episode where they fought a Terminator and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, like
The
I'm gonna
basic
have to.
gist of the show, I think, is that where stuff happens in like the virtual universe, it tends to bleed out into the real world. So they have to get into the virtual world to like sort of stop the weird shit in the real world from happening. I think that's how I remember how it was,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you got it right. It's it's like the villain was named Xana, and
Yeah.
that's why there was to explain the Alien and Terminator references. Uh, there was for the Alien one, there was a movie dude that was looking for some of the kids to see if they wanted to, act in his movie, because he was wanting to do like an Alien sequel,
Yeah.
and he had the puppet with him for the Alien, like the animatronic, and Xana managed to hack and take control of the fucking xenomorph puppet.
Yeah.
And so like that's how like Xana was like, controlling it and like terrorizing the kids, and they had to stop it. And it's show every single time it was different, but it was the same thing every time. Last minute, somebody's about to get fucking nerked. Not
Yeah.
nerked,
At,
murked.
yeah, at
And
some point, Alita also like tend to also go out of the virtual world instead of being just like a VTuber kind of thing.
oh yeah, it's like they actually managed to get her, because that was one of the
Like
main
it was a
goals of the first
fucking
season.
big deal. It was a fucking
Yeah.
big deal, honestly, because all the time, with the virtual world especially, we saw like this kind of crappy CG type of stuff that in the mid 2000s era, like 3D stuff. But like, wow, okay. They managed to pull her out of the virtual world for some reason and make her into bone and flesh, apparently. Which I mean, yeah, I don't know. It was kind of a big deal back then. But yeah, what was about that YouTuber that was commenting on that? Probably.
Uh, like he. I was just going on about how like nowadays that's kind of the big thing, because it was his video was like an hour long, and the part that someone else did was like I think also about like an hour long.
Yeah.
And it's like that's 2 hours of my life wasted about a cartoon that I've already seen 3 or 4 times, but it's still I'm gonna watch it
People are still
because
gonna
it's
watch that kind of stuff. I don't know.
like it's like a topic that catches you.
I mean, if I think that if something exists, there must be an audience for it. Just like if it exists, there's gotta be porn about it. You know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. In my line of work, I'm gonna go ahead and admit it. Yep.
Yeah, and that makes
Because
sense. Yeah.
I've been commissioned for some stuff, and I ain't gonna say the dude's name. He's a real sweet dude. Uh, but there was a cop show, I think Brooklyn 99, that he had me commission, like, or he commissioned me to do one of the characters for him, and he got like as a weird commission, but
Yeah, it's. I don't like the characters a bit teenager or underage something. I think.
oh no, no, they're adults. It's like
Oh.
a cop show. It's like a parody cop show.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like because I anything like if the character actually isn't of age, like I like no, because I'm real picky about that, because
No, obviously you're not
I
gonna do it. I mean,
yeah,
you're doing it
because
right. You know.
Because I blocked and cussed out a dude on Twitter because he wanted me to commission of he wanted a commission of Hickam and Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon doing stuff, and I was like, dude, he's a 15-year-old kid. No.
Yeah, there's people like that usually. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, map Twitter, I guess. What do you know?
There's always going to be like those kinds of freaks and weirdos. Like,
Oh yeah, speaking of freaks and weirdos, have you heard about the Pentagon Discord leaks? I said
yes,
a whole full
yeah,
video about it, and here's the whole story, right? So like, there's this kid called Jag, goes by like the moniker of Jack the Dripper, and he's basically like an employee at the Pentagon or something. As far as I recall, which what he did to impress like his own Discord server, which was the Thug Shaker Central, he printed like secret classified Pentagon documents about Russo-Ukrainian war on like a printer from like the SCIF servers or whatever. He went all the way home with all those classified printed documents, and he photographed them with a phone, and that's how he leaked his stuff on the Discord, the Thug Shaker Discord. However, there's a huge problem with that. He did it through Discord, and not just that, his Discord handle already hints his real name. It's basically called Jack in Discord, right? But also,
yeah.
you know how Discord tends to like send the FBI any data that is impertinent they need, just in case anything illegal happens in there. Well,
Oh yeah.
not only that, he also paid for Discord Nitro, which gives away your billing information, your billing address, which also gives more of a hint of where you live exactly or who you are, right? So you can imagine what basically happens next after he leaked the documents on Discord.
Oh yeah. It's like they automatically squeal it on him. Like,
They pulled a full brigade on him, basically. And he was coming out arms raised, and he was arrested right there. He's facing 15 years in prison for being the dumbest kid on the fucking internet,
if
basically.
I remember correctly, Mudahar said like the charges he's getting is like treason or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Or just
even
like
to the
leaking
point of
classified documents.
even to the point of authorities saying he posed a threat to national security. I mean, if the law tells you that, well, fucking hope Better Call Saul helps you on that one, because I don't think you're gonna get out of that one.
Oh yeah, because like that's no, no.
No, like
Like,
you're not gonna get out of that one, obviously, and you fucked up
only,
colossally. And not
the
only
only
that,
way.
Not only
Okay.
that, yeah, you not only that, because you're the dumbest kid for using Discord for that and paying for Discord Nitro for that. You know the huge privacy issues there's already on Discord, let alone doing that like that.
Oh yeah, and it's like the two things for me when it comes to it. It's why did you do it for Discord, and two, was your job really worth it to show off to a bunch of NPCs in your Discord? Was it really worth it?
Yeah, I know it still baffles me for some reason. Why? I mean, the Thug Shaker Central is basically right wing memes about sort of religion, manliness, or whatever it is, right? It's basically like sort of like a typical Chad alpha male kind of shit in there, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like the Andrew Tate shit, and
hmm.
it's but it's like it's like every other week, you know. Someone on the War Thunder forums got arrested for leaking documents.
I mean, that kind of makes sense because I
Like that
mean,
one, that one does because like you know they're actual like you know tank enthusiasts and everything, but still,
but the Thug Shaker Central though. in a meme Discord. You know?
It's like most of them are gonna look at it like oh, they, because a lot of these people
And
in the
then what?
mindset that,
It's spelled then into the Wow Mao Discord, the meme YouTuber guy. And like
oh
at least
yeah, I remember.
30 of the 300 documents are leaked on the Thug Shaker Discord. And then on some other Discord as well. Which eventually landed him into the pro Russian media as well. And you know what? It's kind of silly. It kind of fucks up even more the situation of the Russo-Ukrainian war even more. I don't look like I get that. I mean, I'm not here to pick sides on this war. It's a horrible tragedy. I get it, and like it's fucking ugly. But it gets more fucked up eventually when that kind of stuff happens.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna say this. I'll admit I've got my sides kind of picked when it comes to stuff like that. But I'll explain my stance on it too. Um, I support Ukraine,
Yeah, that's
but at the
understandable.
same but at the same time though, I don't hate Russian conscripts because they're they're there and they don't want to be there. Like yeah, I've told you before. Me and my partner, we have friends that are conscripts, and we've stayed in contact with them throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, the whole
They
thing
were,
is generally ugly at this point. Yeah, I
yeah,
get that.
like they were told, you're just going out for a training exercise. Like this isn't going to be like anything longer than a day or 3 days.
Yeah.
They get there and they're seeing the whole line of trucks actually going into Ukraine. Trucks, BTRs, tanks, and they're like, "Okay, this is a training exercise." Yeah, it's a training exercise. Then the jets come in and they start bombing civilian areas and trying to bomb crucial areas, and they're like, "Oh, this isn't training."
Yeah, it's that kind of
And
thing that makes you go like, is this really training right now?
yeah, yeah, and so far, one of them has gotten to go home because she got hit with shrapnel, and I thank everything above
Jesus.
because yeah, she was actually looking at deserting
Yeah.
um, until it got told because she got reassigned to a group that was led by Wagner. I've told you about Wagner
Yeah,
PMC,
Wagner
haven't I?
Group. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Putin's personal army. Yeah, I know that.
yeah. And say they they had the new protocol. Anyone who runs, anyone who betrays, you get in the hammer. Literally a sledgehammer. They'll break your neck with a fucking sledgehammer and they'll bust your head in.
Yeah.
So she kind of ixnayed that idea, and thankfully she got hit with shrapnel and got sent home, a quote unquote hero. A hero of the new Soviet Republic or new Soviet Union, whatever Putin wants to fucking call it.
Yeah, kind of fucking blows the situation. I don't know. Tankies are bad as per usual. What? Nothing
Yeah.
new under the sun. What do you know? Yeah,
Well,
I
on the
don't know.
bright side, everything seems to kind of be going to shit for Putin. Aside from being labeled
Yeah.
a wanted criminal, his own people are turning against him.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. And there's this new beer, the ultra right beer. I'm pretty sure you responded to it on Twitter as
Oh
well.
yeah,
Like literal piss
yeah.
water.
Oh God, yeah. And do you want to know a little bit of information that people dug up about that?
Yeah, apparently I heard like it's the same company that makes Spotlight or something, right? Like
Yes,
literally.
it's the same brewery as Anheuser Busch, and
Yeah.
it's but it's
They
like the
got him.
dudes like because people actually tracked it down, and it's like, dude, this is made by Anheuser Busch, and he's not responding to anything. I personally DM'd him. Other people have DM'd him, have commented over and over and over on his thing, and he is not responding. He ain't saying a word because I think he realized like, oh fuck, I got caught on my grift.
Yeah. I mean, I bet your ass that very particular beer, the ultra right one, That's gonna taste like actual piss. I'm not
Yeah,
lying.
it's because he says there's only 4 ingredients in it, and it's like I'm not much of a beer drinker. I'm more for liquor, vodka, rum, stuff like that. But still, there's a little bit more that goes into beer than just 4 ingredients. If
For,
you want it to actually like
let me
taste
guess.
good.
Let me guess. Other ingredients are woke or something, right?
That's what he thinks. He's not, he's not counting any kind of like flavorings or anything that some beers are, have in them.
Oh
And
wow.
it's
Yeah.
probably, yeah,
Gonna make
uh,
sense. I might be woke myself because I normally drink my beer with lemon.
yeah. It's like, oh, you're woke. What,
Is it?
dude, you're already
What kind of
transgender, so you're
what kind of
you're, you're double
nonsense
woke.
is that? Like
Dude, you're,
thinking ingredients alone are woke. It,
it's
what?
it's what it is. It's woke is just the current, like the 2023 catch-all term for anything that's bad. It's like back in the 90s. I'm pretty sure you remember. It was probably like this in Spain too. Whenever, like in the 90s and early mid 2000s, if you didn't like something, oh, that's gay. That's gay.
Yeah. And it's like in
It's
2016 they used the term SJW a lot.
SSJW and cuck and
And soy boy and all
soy
these funny
boy.
words.
Yeah,
Yeah, throwing them
and
around. What a great rebuttal. Just like someone in my mentions like throwing around like a soy jack. Communist soy jack in my mentions like, oh wow, great rebuttal, my dude. And I bet you're fun at parties.
it's like all I could think about now. It's like these people still use like this to go into that a little bit. These people still use like the soy jack meme,
There's even
and
weird soy jack videos. Like there's one about Germany. There's another one like combines the soy
oh
jack with South Park. There's a whole rabbit hole of soy jack like
oh
reaction videos or something.
oh yeah, and
And then there's like the one with like what the soy jack fish connected to a soy jack shark or something, or something like
I
that.
haven't seen that one. Like the ones I've mostly seen has been like music paired with like sound effects. Like uh there's one I'm trying to remember the name. It's a Russian song, but it's like it's like don't okay, I remember it now. Don't tell mom I'm in Chechnya.
Yeah.
Well, but you're a tank driver in Chechnya, and it's like they actually have sound effects like the gunfire, bullets denting off the tank getting blown up, and Russian radio comms going on and everything. It's like very well made,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
like
like
wartime ASMR or something. I think I don't
yeah
remember the channel name, but it was like
with music, but
basically
it's
wartime ASMR stuff where they put like a certain track of music related to that particular time period, but also like the sound effects of the battlefield and the gunshots and the gunfire and tanks rolling in and artillery and all
yeah
that sort of war ambience.
yeah because they had one that's like that I really like called Ain't No Place for a Hero from, or no, the song's called Shortchange Hero from the Heavy, but you're the last survivor from Operation Red Wings, and they used gunfire, they used sound effects like the voice comms and everything from Insurgency Sandstorm, and that actually got me into playing the game because
Yeah.
like it actually like it gives you the experience like this is what it's like actually being in war or somewhat like your kind of reactions
Yeah, I
and
remember
this is what it's
getting
like
banned
being a
entirely permanently from Insurgency Sandstorm back in the day when I was on the far right. Because
that's okay. Sorry.
because I was basically trolling people by just team killing or something, or like blocking people's sight or something like that while yelling a bunch of military U.S. Navy SEAL stuff in the in-game voice chat. I think it was, but I don't know. I got banned permanently with probably one back ban, and that's it. And yeah, I cannot play Insurgency Sandstorm anymore. So
That's
yeah.
why that's why I'd play it like offline, because I just wouldn't want to deal with those people. I because all I want to do is sit there and shoot NPC bots, and because I also
I
I'm
didn't know
I'm
we
a
had
firearms
offline
enthusiast.
though.
It does now, from my understanding. It's like it's got like bots and stuff now.
Huh. Weird.
But it's like I'm also like a gun enthusiast. I'm a firearms enthusiast, so I like seeing how they accurately display like reload animations and jamming and everything.
Yeah, I give credit that game for that. Honestly, at least it's a kind of the most accurate type of game when it comes to that, I guess.
Yeah, it's like because I don't want to play something like what's his name, Arma 3, because like that's too much.
Yeah,
Like
that's
because there's too much going on, and like at that point I might as well just go ahead and sign up and actually go out and be in the field.
yeah, like that's a little bit for like really, really too much into the nerdy stuff. I think, right?
Yeah, like my partner, like they would be into it because where they're like actual like active duty and everything.
Yeah,
Because they understand everything that's going on, and like I understand a good bit of it now because we've been together 5-6 years,
mm-hmm.
and like sometimes that's all they talk about because where it's their job, it's their work, but
Yeah, makes
still it's
sense.
like, but it's still it's unless I'm actually going to be like active in it, I don't want to be that deep into a game that has that deep a curve
Ooh,
when it
yeah.
comes to like that kind of knowledge and everything.
Yeah, I think some games like that tend to have like a really deeper difficulty curve at some point.
Now if there's like a slim down, simplified mode or something for it, like
There's also
I'd be
like
down for it.
RP servers for Armor 3, right? Like that's
Uh,
like that is in Garry's Mod RP servers. There's also in Armor 3, I think. At least that's what I know.
let me look into that real quick. But something like that, like at that point, just play airsoft, unless
Airsoft.
it's.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know what airsoft is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Oh, okay. Uh, there's some people I meet that don't know what it is, and I have to go through and explain it. It's like it's fun, but unless you're actually wearing like a vest or something, it can hurt like fuck because there's some people that'll
Oh yeah.
really
Yeah,
have
yeah.
their guns tuned up. And
Yeah. Yeah, I
all
know
right,
that.
so what's next on the topics then?
Yeah, well, I was gonna basically say that there's a coincidence, right, that happens in like Gmod RP servers, which are
Oh,
basically like the 1945 the RP servers in Gmod. They're full of fucking neo Nazis. Oh, big shocker, right?
oh, yeah, I can't say that I'm exactly shocked because like the Axis team that you
Yeah, I
play
mean
on.
either. Yeah. But there was like even this giant neo-Nazi admin for one of these servers, the 1945 RP servers in Gmod, who basically anyone who charged back donations to his server, he docs on Discord or whatever, on his forum or whatever it is, and he also was exposed by Unicorn Riot like not long ago
Was
when
this the dude that like paid $50,000 for a fucking server?
Oh no! This it's not the
Okay,
same dude. It's like a neo-Nazi that
okay.
runs like 1945 RPG mod server, right? And yeah, he got caught by Unicorn Riot when he was going on a trip on with a bunch of Nazi guys in a hate group or whatever, and he got caught by the cops pretending he was like, oh, I'm just going on a hike with some friends. Well, his car was entirely broken and everything. He really shat his pants and all that shit. Imagine that.
What?
I mean, the guy was
What's his
so
name?
fucking shitless scared of the cops. He eventually got caught along with like the neo-Nazi friends he got and everything, basically. But I mean, is the usual kind of dude that looks like the typical basement dweller nerd shit, you know? And he was like also yelling at Planned Parenthood at some point in a video, even though you cannot see his face in there. But he was like a typical basement dweller shit that thinks he's Aryan shit when he's really not. Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
God, that's like that reminds me of that meme that
I think his name was something Adam. I think Adam Adam something. I remember. I don't remember it correctly, but I mean, he used to be in a Discord kind of group called the Adam Buffin.
oh yeah, the Waffen.
No,
Found him right here.
not the Adam Buffin, the Adam Buffin, like Adam,
Oh.
Adam and Eve kind of stuff. You know,
Oh, okay. Because I seen Adam Waffen and
there's a difference between Adam Buffin and then there's
yeah.
Adam Buffin. I don't know. I cannot nearly spell it like the same way, but you get the gist.
I think I see it here.
Yeah, because the name of it is kind of like a
Yeah,
wordplay on the actual atom muffin.
yeah. It's like the actual terrorist group and
Yeah, and you can imagine by now, like with that sort of shit, what kind of shit they say on like the 1945 RP servers OOC chat. Oh no, wait, it's literally hate speech. Oh wow, I'm calling me surprised, right?
I
Like,
was gonna say
yeah,
I can just imagine. Uh, but I haven't seen this dude yet. But I can already picture it in my head how he looks. I don't know if you remember seeing the meme. That one dude is like, I look Nordic as fuck, but like his chin is like sunken in, and like he's got like
double
a
chin
backwards
rather,
broke.
right?
Yeah, it's like a double chin mixed with his main chin being sunken in,
Yeah,
and like he's got like an arm that's like twisted and wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, but he's Nordic as fuck, and he's this major like neo-Nazi kid.
And there was like also the one with the Samhite typical fan with a Samhite shooter T-shirt, who
Oh
was a
God, I haven't seen
blonde
that one.
kid, really up to his bones, thin as shit, like looking disgusting. Yeah, typical
But
Samhite fan. Yeah,
well, that's the funny thing about people like this, because there's some that get involved in the ideology, and if I remember correctly, that's how you got involved with it. Is it's not that you actually feel that way in your heart, but you're looking for belonging. You're looking for a group to be with, to be a part of something, and then you get fed this whole big amount of bullshit about how it's like, oh, you're not the problem. It's you're there's nothing wrong with you. Everyone else is the problem. And then you get fed in
yeah,
and
I get
lied to
that.
about like it's like it leads into the whole like they tell you that, and then it goes further and further. Like specifically, these people are the problems: Jews, African Americans, Asians, and it's like no,
Yeah, they tend
that's
to
no.
grab a lot of leftist shit and sort of like deflect it on marginalized groups that cannot go away as a way to have a constant scapegoat that to keep the eternal conflict kind of thing. Because fascists tend to like rely on or like a constant conflict. They have to rely on that sort of shit. They need a constant enemy that doesn't easily go away. Right.
It's a mix of needing constant conflict and a victim complex. They have to always be a victim, because
Yeah.
if they're not a victim, then they can't plead their case about how like, oh, we're treated, we're going, treated like shit, we're going away. And it's like there's it, this is something that bothers me personally, because you know growing up in the South, you'll constantly, at least in my area of the South, you'll constantly hear this shit about how it's like, people of color, they're replacing us whites, and as soon as they get built up enough, like white
Yeah.
people are going to be a minority. It's like, no, that's not how that fucking works. If I remember correctly, the way the direction is going to go after a long, long, long period, there may not be race anymore. There'll just be different cultures. Like South Park even mentioned this with the people from the future, where like no one had hair and everyone was one specific color, but like they still had like different cultures and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, but then again, at that point, knowing how the human race is, even when if it gets to a point like 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 40,000 years into the future, and there is not specifically any kind of races anymore, there's just different cultures, there's still going to be something to bitch about. There's
Like,
still going to be these kind of people.
yeah. Like, you mean like urban tribes or whatever, or just cultures?
Um, I'm not certain, if I'm being honest, because this is just kind of me estimating based off some stuff I've seen. Um, but the point I'm making is, though, it's like there's this is the main point. There's always going to be somebody bitching about something. There's always going to be somebody bitching and complaining about something, because I
Yeah.
guess it's the human need for conflict.
Yeah. Like this, I think I remember this whole video, which is called "How to Radicalize a Normie," and it goes basically on to say that there's not only the victim complex, it's also the sense, like you said, the sense of belonging in the far right, and honestly, it kind of makes a lot of sense because it then goes into a whole onion layers type of rabbit hole where you slowly radicalize with each and every passing point. But the problem is, the far right as we know currently is not really centralized with a leadership or anything. So eventually you get all of these lone wolves or whatever who don't know what to do, but the far right in general wants to wash off their hands and just use the sort of the useful idiots until they're not useful anymore, and then sort of create all this sort of stochastic terrorism type of thing.
Oh yeah, because there, from my understanding and seeing things, at least from what I've seen, no group like this is really centralized, and in a combination for a few reasons. Number one, they can't, because some of their beliefs and ideals are so extreme, they can't be out in the open with them.
Yeah.
So that kind of leads to somewhat of a bit of isolation. And number two, when they have one leader, there's always going to be somebody that's like, oh, he's not, he doesn't believe the same way I do. Like, he's not good enough. And
Mm-hmm.
it's a case of like, they're not crazy enough, because if you've seen right now, there are people that are still holding on to Trump as hard as they can,
Yeah.
and are trying to do whatever they can to make sure Ron DeSantis doesn't win, the primaries to be the Republican candidate. But then there's people on Ron DeSantis's side that are fighting against the Trump people, and then there's groups that are like, okay, we don't want any of this going on in the Republican Party. We want the old Republican Party that didn't rely on mud throwing and all this. And then there's the people that just completely out of fucking left field, like Paul Joseph Watson and what's his name with the gay frogs? I forget his name.
Yeah, the Alex Jones one.
Yeah, like the Alex Jones type shit. And then then that leads a little further. It's like Alex Jones, I think I think he's one of the agents. And they go into the uh I can't say the word because the video might not get posted. Not on your end, but like YouTube's end. But the specific Anon people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna avoid the first letter, but those specific people, and, because they'll sit there and their shit is crazier and deeper than Alex Jones, and then I bet you 10 there is someone that is crazier and deeper than that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense when you have stuff like 8chan and 4chan, right? 8chan at some degree is kind of worse than 4chan at some extent, but even then it's still kind of some
Oh,
shit.
I haven't heard any like much conspiracy aside from the certain anons when it comes to 8chan. What I've mostly heard is people, go to 8chan specifically for cheese pizza.
Yeah, yeah, I
And
get that. Yeah.
that's so it's like
I heard about that too. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. And then it goes the whole shit about QAnon and everything, which claims to protect the
that
children from the satanic cabal of,
oh
yeah, and
yeah.
yeah, it's kind of icky like that.
My grandmother to tell a story about that actually. My grandmother she works for a store. She works for a retail store as
Yeah,
well. Not the same one as mine. Um, and she literally had a lady tell her like, "Hey, so you've heard about like pizza places, right?" It's like, what do you mean the pizza places? It's like they're sitting there and kidnapping kids and taking them underground underneath the pizza places so that way they could sacrifice them to Satan and take out their adrenal glands and
yeah. I
and so
mean,
no,
it's kind of
and
crazy,
she
honestly.
like it scared her to the point like she asked me it's like, Connie, honey, is this true? What's true? There's pizza places kidnapping kids and molesting them and killing them. No, no, no. And I
Yeah.
had to go into like a whole explanation on that.
I mean, because the shit is already obvious by now, right? Like, it's already been
Oh,
debunked multiple times already.
the first one, the pizza place was debunked because if you remember, the pizza place didn't even have a fucking basement.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I guess people didn't see the signs enough. I guess, you know.
Oh, it's like no, they didn't press the button that unlocks the door for the secret basement.
No,
He
I guess
paid
not.
he
Wasn't there
paid
like
off this.
eventually one guy who like tried to shoot up at one of these places because he thought there was like a
Yeah,
basement with that sort of shit?
that's the one I'm saying. It's like he went there and he shot up the pizza place. No one got hurt, thank God. Well, I think somebody got shot, but they didn't die. So thank God. And there was no basement. He
Yeah,
kept asking, "Where's the
yeah,
basement?"
there was
There is no
nothing like
basement.
that. There was basically nothing like that.
He shot some dude. Like I said, who thankfully lived
Like,
for no fucking reason.
yeah, it makes no sense. What is the fucking point of that? I don't know.
Uh,
Kind of silly.
it's like I love on the outside looking in these conspiracy theories like this because some of them can be so damn interesting just to listen to. But the fact that what bothers me about them is that people actually believe this. People actually think this is true, and it's like, no, this isn't true. Like, no, I
I
promise
mean,
you, it's
yeah,
not. And
yeah. It's like when, like, in the Stone Age, you eat a berry and then get sick and then attribute the sickness to the berry. That sort of shit. Yeah, it's,
yeah,
what's the, I don't remember what's the term called for that, but yeah, yeah, it's typical humankind shit. Yeah.
um, I could actually wheel this back around here too. Um, these people like that believe these conspiracy theories actually have like a high chance of being involved with these groups
Yeah.
because these groups will latch onto these people because since they already believe a bunch of nonsense and bullshit, they'll spin it around and spin it into their web of lies, essentially saying like it's like, oh, there is a conspiracy going on. Didn't you hear? It's like it's a conspiracy against white people. It's a conspiracy against you because you're right.
Yeah,
The
like the
woke
victim
are.
complex, you said, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
It's like
I mean that's how it works basically. But
it's
yeah,
like they spin it like that, and like because these people are easily manipulated because they're not understanding what's going wrong in their life. So they're looking for answers, and here's this quote unquote magical person that has all the answers for them. And
yeah. Like people tend to believe in sky people who do not exist or something.
oh yeah, it's one of the things Eric from Internet Comment Etiquette actually makes fun of. Like he talks about the cloud people all the time,
Yeah. Oh
and
well.
it's like.
Yeah.
And it's like it's like people actually believe in shit like that. And it's like no, no, no. It's it, it's an interesting topic, but I think it might be best that we save something structured for like another podcast episode, so that way we can actually kind of go into it a little bit more in depth and actually be a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, maybe that makes sense. Anyway, yeah. Gonna wrap it up. Um JMAA.tv. Check out the podcast on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, I mean Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts even, I think. And yeah, see you later. Hello again, welcome to yet another episode of the JMA Live Deluxe Podcast. I'm your host JMA and Connie. Uh, this is this is a bit weird because I think some of the shorts videos that were featured in the podcast channel did actually work out pretty well at some point. I don't know how is it going, but I can't watch it right now. But yeah, today's topic, Karens. I think that was Connie's idea at some degree, isn't it?
It was because ever since the pandemic happened, it seemed to be that there was just an absolute rise in these videos of what people started calling Karens. Uh, there was there's a few other names like Barbecue Betty and a couple others that like just these middle-aged to older ladies that just absolutely cannot mind their own business, nor can they just sit there and let people have a good time, because if they're not having a good time, no one else can have a good time.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because it's kind of like a post-pandemic thing, isn't it?
It started like it gained traction with the pandemic, and it's continued onward. Um, these people like that, like the Karens, um, have always been around, more or less, from what I could tell. But they actually gained traction, and they were actually like brought out to the front online since the pandemic.
Yeah, it makes sense because I think it kind of somewhat relates to that time period during the pandemic where people were snitching people who were out of the confinement or something, and like they were
Oh,
basically snitching to the government or whatever about people who get out of their homes when in the middle of the confinement or something, right? Or something like that.
uh,
I remember something like that happening or somewhere, right? I don't know about
it's
it.
that they were doing that. They were also doing the opposite. They were screaming about masks and like being upset, like, "Why are you wearing a mask? You don't have to wear a mask. I have a medical exemption." Like,
Yeah, it's a bit
that's not
weird.
that's not how that works.
I don't know. It's a bit silly.
Oh, it's something like there are YouTube channels dedicated to just people having encounters with Karens and ripping on Karens, and um can't remember the name of the YouTube channel, but there's one that like their thumbnails are like the funniest thing ever. Like, I'll have to send you a link to them because there's like thumbnails of like so you know about like WWE and MMA and stuff in the US, right? So you know some
Yeah,
of the
the
athletes.
yeah,
So,
the wrestling scene, isn't it?
yeah. So you know who Brock Lesnar is, right?
Not familiar with it. I'm more familiar with people like The Undertaker and Hulk Hogan and maybe someone like Vince McMahon or something. I don't know. Maybe
Um,
maybe something in those lines, or like John Cena or something. You know, the Ching guy.
okay, so Brock Lesnar, he's kind of built like John Cena, but think bulkier with a more squat head, and he's the one that has the the flat top cut, like almost to the close of being like Guile from Street Fighter,
Yeah.
but like not as flared out and wild.
Mm-hmm.
They took Brock Lesnar and they had him pointing a fucking gun at a Karen. And
What?
like there's these yeah, that's the thumbnail. Like they photoshopped it to make him pointing a gun at a Karen. And there's so many like first person views of like, the first person view of a gun being pointed at Karens and Karens getting beat up and shit, and like it is just wild.
I don't know.
And it's like
Yeah.
they're I was just gonna say they're all Photoshop jobs, but like it's like that really bad funny Photoshop.
Yeah, I think it's probably on the lines of there was a YouTube poop back then that was exemplary of like the crappy Windows Movie Maker tier YouTube poops from that time. I think it was like something in the lines of Luigi's Spaghetti Dinner or something. It had crappy MS Paint jobs during the whole video, and I think it might be kind of a similar thumbnail, I guess. Or do you mean like, I don't know, because I've seen plenty of anti-SJW thumbnails from anti-SJW YouTubers and the sort from that time period, and maybe that's what you probably mean, that level of the quartering insanity kind of thing. I don't know. Because
And
I've probably seen crazier, the quartering or netrotic thumbnails that are sound similar to that, I guess.
they're something else, and it's like it's closer to the YouTube poops than it is quartering one. Um, like I'm trying to look it up now for you.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I can
Like
I can imagine something like that, but I don't know, if you don't actually show me that, I don't know what you mean. Basically, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. Thumbnails, they're like a bit of an art style of itself. I think. Speaking of thumbnails, I've been noticeably consistently at some point using a thematic use of red and black for nearly like especially most of the thumbnails for the JMAA TV channel, right? And sometimes they try to invoke that sort of like weird artistic aesthetic of invoking curiosity on the viewer or something like that. They try somehow to be like, at some point, I tried to imitate something in the lines of Disrupt TV or something at some degree, but then I don't know, I just went through with it and just went crazy with. You seen probably in like the Chat GPT video, right? The one about the PlayStation Stop sound, like that. That video is probably the out of the usual formula, I guess. There's, I don't know. I have like a bunch of thumbnails saved in the burner for like for other sorts of videos, but I think I deviated from the red and black formula because red isn't that much of a visible or like attention calling color, I guess, compared to something like white. It's like, at least from lettering, it's not as readable as like as a white letters. I don't know. it's creating a good thumbnail that actually sort of calls the attention of someone enough to click on a video is hard work by itself, even to the point of trying to make it beforehand. You make the entire script or the title of the video. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how you get someone's interest is the thumbnail usually. I'm pretty sure you remember back in the day. Oh my god! So I found the channel that's got all those. I'll have to send you this. But back in the day, and I think there are some channels that still do it. They'll have just like a random picture or screenshot from the video, and then they'll put like a random neon red like
Knife.
arrow pointing.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
no
not
arrow,
knife, but
arrow.
like
Yeah,
I remember the 1,000 degree knife stuff like that. That got wild
yeah.
too.
I
That's
know
that
that
was
too. Yeah.
similar vein. Uh, but they like would just point at random stuff with the arrow that wasn't even in the video, or like brought attention to it. Like oh, there's nothing special about what happened there,
It's it's a
or
bit
like it was completely
it's
different.
really weird clickbait stuff. It's like I don't know. It's like the type of content that will be generated in a sweatshop. Apparently, I don't know.
Oh
I
yeah.
kind of have the feel of that, and it's kind of weird. It's like a time capsule from another time period, if you know what I mean. Like it's strange. It's alien to the current time period because nowadays, lately, you'll usually get like at least the Mr. Beast type of thumbnails, right? Where it's more sort of packed in this family friendly commercialized product style kind of thing, like in a McDonald's meal, right? But
Yeah.
those are a bit like a bit of a time capsule in some regard. Like I remember even not just the 100,000 degree knife thing, right? But also like the fidget spinners and like then
Oh
the
god, yeah, it's like 1,000 spinners on the thumbnail, and
yeah, and like there's also the typical formula of the let's play with a screenshot of the game or something, and like the face of a guy soy jacking to the extreme with a silly face on the side of the thumbnail. Like, I don't know, you can bait some sort of shock or whatever. It's like the PewDiePie time period thumbnails or something. It's. I think it's that kind of similar in that vein. I think it's like a whole Twitter account dedicated to shitty thumbnails. I think I don't remember what it's called, but like everything it tweets is just basically shitty, crappy thumbnails from random YouTube videos.
oh yeah, because like they're usually like the ones that are just like no effort whatsoever,
Yeah,
clickbaity, and because I don't think I'm following the Twitter account, but I have seen the account before.
yeah, and I also see like a recent. I seen this in Parasitical's channel, right? When the video is telling on something along the lines of huge X drama, and the thumbnail is a tweet, a fake tweet presumably, of someone saying like, "Oh, goodbye," or "Yeah, I'm done," or something along the lines, like a famous Twitter account with a tweet in the thumbnail. It's a typical formula in the parasitical circle of YouTubers, commentary YouTubers of the 2016 era, I think. It's, I mean, it's kind of annoying because most of Parasitical's videos on the Paralive channel are mostly filler, basically. It's basically what you expect from trying to fill 10 minutes of video with nonsense garbage nearly entirely until you're filling the 10-minute quota or something. And like it's kind of effortless at some degree. Like
Yeah, which it got to a point that he was joking about like it was actively like a joke in the video. Oh well, I got to make it to 10 minutes.
yeah, it's but one thing is joking about it, but like actually doing it, it's unnecessary. I like, it's
I I feel like um
I
in
guess he's doing it for a meme, but come on, it's Wild Spartans. You remember that guy? He's now called Spans on YouTube, right? But he used to be Wild Spartans. Now he makes like really
oh
quick.
god, yeah.
He now makes really quick, like below 2 minute or 1 minute videos, or like something like that of the commentary type, right? And
Yeah,
it gets
cuz
just right
he
to the point. It's just
I was gonna
that
say, cuz he used to be like one of those folks that he I can't remember the name of that one game, but it's like you had like that glove that you had to pull yourself from one place to another. Because
ah
Leafy would play that game, and
yeah.
then like
I know
Counter
the game, but
Strike.
I don't know the name basically. But
Yeah,
yeah, I know what game they're talking about.
yeah, it's like that, and like Counter Strike. The maps.
The surf maps, yeah.
Yeah, it's like because he used to do like that kind of video content, and I think like Overwatch and stuff too. Back when Overwatch didn't fuck its players over.
Yeah, and I think it's a case of adapting to new times, probably, especially trying to innovate a bit. Because Wild Spartans, I guess he's trying to innovate with this sort of stuff, at least in the commentary YouTube genre. But I mean, I know it's not much, but it's something at least, compared
Oh
to
yeah,
someone like
because
Pyro or something. And then you have people like Colossal who barely fucking upload anything. Like most of the time, Colossal will upload like a video documentary or a video essay or whatever, exposing a YouTuber or whatever. And he rarely fucking uploads. He's mostly busy with the To Be Honest podcast or um whatever Colossal is doing with his buddies on the To Be Honest podcast, like
oh
or
god,
like
yeah,
live
because
streams. Yeah, he live
yeah, because
streams,
Colossal barely like posts like regular videos anymore.
and that's like the running joke in the commentary community is that by the time uh I don't know YouTube closes down, Colossal might have uploaded a video. Like that's
But oh,
he,
go
he
ahead, go ahead.
yeah, he might get fucking super old and die of old age before he uploads a new video. Maybe he will post a new video beyond the grave or something. By how that's like the running joke of Colossal is crazy. That he sounds like an old person.
He actually kind of does. Thinking about it. No,
Well,
no
yeah,
offense,
shit.
Colossal.
It kind of sounds like
I
a
like your
really
voice.
yeah. I like it too. It's like it sounds like a really posh voice in a British accent, that type of shit.
He's like old school posh, and
It kind of sounds a little bit snobby too, I think, but I don't know.
but I think he does that like the snobbiness on purpose because usually the folks he goes after, like especially in like the ones he makes videos on, like they're not the best people.
Yeah, the last thing he did was like a collab with Nerd City about J Station.
Yeah, because
And yeah, like J Station is not really put in a good light. He's being considered the worst YouTuber on the planet. Well, to be frank, I know worse cases, but you know what I mean. Um, the whole video is it's gonna be a two-parter, and so far the first part is like what 30 minutes or 1 hour.
yeah, it's 1 hour. I'm looking at his channel now, and
Yeah, it's like
uh,
1 hour for the first part, and I don't know about it. Like especially we got to a point where we generate really long videos, and like this kind of format is working out, especially when you somehow combine it with the new features like shorts or whatever. And I think that's like a strategy I've been trying out for like the last weeks or so. Is that to try to somehow create a link between shorts and long form content just sort of. I mean, the shorts. The shorts purpose is just to generate subscribers and try to build up an audience or something, right? Eventually, because I think these are the ones that generate the most subscribers apparently, and sometimes they will blow up out of nowhere. So my exposure with shorts is way bigger than there is with long form content. And then, like, long form content's purpose is to somewhat funnel the audience into some sort of like newsletter or external content to YouTube or something. That's what the way I imagine how it's working out for me, at least. But there's like a general trend of like video essays of say 1 or 2 hours. I think we already talked about this in the previous episode, right? Where there's even a Code Lyoko video essay of about 1 or 2 hours. We already talked about that. And like,
Well, I was
yeah,
gonna say I've got one to top that. Last night, I sat through the entirety of a Legacy of Kain retrospective. That was, I think, 5 hours long.
it's not. I mean, it's not as long as Quentin Review's video about iCarly. I'll
Oh
get
no,
you that.
God no.
Who will watch 8 hours? Everybody said, who will watch 8 hours of this? And seemingly, apparently, a lot of people seem to watch 8 hours of this stuff because
Oh,
I can imagine the amount of views that video has already got and the subsequent videos after it.
now I want to see just the views and everything because I've got an app on my phone that it can check likes and dislikes. Like it actually shows the dislikes now.
Yeah, I think it was it like a YouTube alternative app or something that let you see dislikes, I think.
Yep. It's you have to modify the YouTube app, but it's like Android only.
Yeah, I see that. I don't know. But I think I'm familiar with it. I just don't remember the name out of the blue. But
Uh,
yeah,
uh,
yeah. Well, go on.
uh, so I was just typing it in, and he's done a 5 fucking hour long video on the scandal of Salmon Cat.
Ooh, okay.
Like
And
like the the sequel series to iCarly.
Jesus, like
Yeah.
it's becoming a meme. Like the Quentin reviews meme is still going on. Like,
Well,
and
there's a whole retrospective for the entire Elder Scrolls series that is 24 fucking hours.
wait, what? 24 hours?
Yes. Yes.
24 fucking hours. I
Just for the Elder Scrolls.
I cannot believe you. Where's the fucking link?
I'm sending it to you.
Ch- I'm I'm without words.
Correction, it's 12 hours.
Oh,
But it's like
good fucking grief. It's 12 hours. 24 hours
the, the Elder
is a bit
the
too
Elder
much.
Scrolls 4 The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Analysis, a quick retrospective.
Wait, can you link it? Or
I'm just about to.
oh, okay, but oh, mama. Okay, I don't wanna I don't
Yeah,
wanna accidentally activate the audio or anything just in case. But okay, it's
it is
12,
12 hours,
literally 12 hours.
So it's basically
oh, sorry.
and he's got one on Morrowind that is 7 hours and 53 minutes.
Jesus, look at in the chat. He's done the effort of doing the chapters and everything. Are you fucking shitting me?
No,
This
and
imagine.
he's got one for Skyrim. That's an analysis, a quick retrospective, Act 1, 9 hours.
Oh, Okay. You know what I say? I like at least I applaud the effort, right? I think the effort is well worth it. Like, good job on that. I assume it's a long fucking time trying to edit all that stuff and compose it all together. But who will watch 12 hours of Oblivion?
I
Not for
don't
real
know
though.
because like you could just play 12 hours of Oblivion. No,
Like,
no offense to the guy. I appreciate the effort. And,
it must be, at least if it catches steam at some degree, that's gonna be a fucking gold mine for the amount of watch time it's gonna generate.
like ads and stuff too, which I
Not just that, but
mm,
also depending on the audience retention, it can generate like loads of watch time on that. And that is
well,
some, and the algorithm is constantly craving for that type of shit. And
keep
then,
in mind too, like videos like these, people don't even like actively watch. They just put these on and go to bed.
oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Maybe listening to while they're going to sleep or something. That makes much more sense. I think
Yeah,
maybe in the sense that they're listening to it like it was some sort of podcast or something. I might assume it might be something like that. Because
yeah,
another
because
genre of
it's
YouTube that is gaining traction these days is the podcast genre. I should probably told you about it in the previous episode, but apparently the main reason why I restarted the JMAA Live Deluxe podcast is to try to catch on the trend of long form content type of podcast content
oh
because
yeah.
there's apparently a new function that you see on YouTube on the YouTube Dash Studio that lets you create a very specific type of playlist that's called a podcast, and it has like the cover of a podcast like you will see on Spotify. It has like that sort of like functionality of a podcast, and it even is gonna probably show up on the YouTube Music app or something similar to that of Spotify when you look up for podcasts. So maybe there's a bit of like a gold mine there just that I could probably use apparently because I'm kind of desperate for money at this point at some degree. You know.
Well, I mean, you gotta make cash wherever you can, really.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's just trying.
I
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't know how well that would work just on the grounds of the way YouTube is, uh, especially with their weirdness and trying to figure out what to say here. Uh, especially with their weirdness when it comes to stuff that isn't consistently uploaded, like either daily or like weekly, like
Well,
because they
I sort of keep like a monthly basis of uploads at least because I give myself breathing room to sort of have the videos edited or whatever. But yeah, like there's like the main point here is like trying to build an audience on YouTube to the point of bringing them to a funnel where you sort of send them to your website and build a newsletter mailing list and sort of try to sell them stuff through there. That's kind of how I kind of make it things work out, I think. And apparently, that's the general advice people can give these days on regards to YouTube. YouTube alone cannot do shit. Apparently, it's all the best. You gotta treat YouTube like it was a part of your business. Apparently, because the long gone is the time of the usual YouTuber who rely on YouTube alone to like sort of try to rely on YouTube alone for basic revenue. But now you got the Mr. Beasts, you got like probably sadly the Andrew Tates and all these people just only having YouTube as a part of their business, and the rest of their business is either situated in a website or a Discord or whatever where they can funnel an audience into generating some sort of additional revenue, like a type of passive income or something. And
uh,
that's how things work out apparently recently. It's sad
well,
to see like the YouTubers of old go away like that. But yeah, I guess it's either adapt or die. When I say, you know.
Well, and when it comes to that, specifically the Andrew Tate thing, that's a little different, just on the grounds of
Not to say it's a
he
grift as well.
is. Oh, saying like he's funneling people in to Discord and everything to try and sell them more or less on a scam, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like I said, it's basically a grift.
yeah, yeah, it is very much a grift. Because did you watch the drama between Moist Critical and Sneeko?
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with it. Yeah, like Sneeko threatened McCritical with a gun or something. Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. But in that time, multiple YouTubers came out and made videos on Sneeko, and they revealed he is more or less scamming people. They've got to pay $50 a month for these classes, and Andrew Tate was selling the same classes. I don't know if he still is or not, because last
Yeah,
time I heard, he got locked up uh, due to the human trafficking. They found him based on the pizza box, but I don't know if he got released yet or not.
yeah, it's a bit.
No,
Even though that's a bit of an untrue story for some, the pizza box alone didn't do shit, but it's still a funny story regardless. But I mean, it's more complex
oh,
than
oh
that. That's
no,
what I mean.
like they managed to find his location based on the pizza box.
Yeah, even though didn't they hold an investigation for longer than that?
Like the investigation had, from my understanding, had been ongoing for a bit, but they just needed proof that he was
In
at
Romania, yeah,
yeah, and they found him based on like the Romanian pizza box being
yeah.
like a local chain, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, but he would sell these like classes, like I've got these classes, I'll teach you how to be a man and
Yeah, be an
be a
alpha male and
sigma
all that
male,
shit.
and
Yeah,
yeah, and it's like no, that's
and
not the
yeah,
grandstand here. Oh, go ahead.
yeah. Like he will also teach about the things about the Matrix or some shit, as per usual. Because that's like a tier of fantasy, conspiratorial nonsense that's present in Andrew Tate's stuff that differs from the rest of like the YouTube guru shit is all that sort of mystical matrix conspiratorial stuff that is somehow chasing Andrew Tate down for some reason, and like it's still bullshit. That's what I mean, but that's what apparently differs from the rest of YouTube guru shit that teaches you like the basic stoic advice and alpha male advice and all that shit.
Oh yeah, because Sneako's like his stuff was
Yeah, it's basically a copy paste of Andrew Tate.
yeah, like his stuff was based on Andrew Tate, and he was saying like there's like a feminization, and he was actually spreading the great replacement um,
Yeah, a bunch of
conspiracy
anti-Semitic theories.
theory.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it was fucked.
like even for Andrew Tate standards, it was way more fucked than Andrew Tate. I gotta be honest.
Oh, uh, Andrew Tate's stuff is. I'll say this: his wasn't as fucked as Sneako's, but the impact it's had has been wild. Uh, I've seen like YouTube videos of there's just one of this kid who stands up to his teacher saying like this punishment stuff it's not happening anymore. I am the alpha now. And the
Ooh.
teacher's just looking at him like okay, you're the alpha, but I'm the teacher. Well, this punishment's gonna stop. Well,
It's the kind of cringe, I imagine.
yeah, it was, and like it was funny, and like I appreciate the teacher kind of leaning into it so that he didn't embarrass the kid. that shows like good social skills of kids and everything. But still,
Like, speaking of another subject I got on the list, isn't Elon like following around on the Andrew Tate bullshit apparently, or am I just
uh,
imagining things?
he has been for a bit now.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's getting to the point that he has gone down the rabbit hole so far, which he was doing this before he bought Twitter. He's gone down the rabbit hole so far that unless he had these feelings and just didn't say it publicly, but it's possible he didn't initially, fell down the same rabbit hole that you did, with like the right wing shit. If you remember,
Yeah. Yeah.
because like it started out as memes. It was funny enough. It started out as memes and jokes and everything, but then like he started getting like serious, and
I think we all know
then
what or how it really started with that, and it's with the
yeah.
Grimes divorce.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just because he got mad he couldn't have his silver wife from Cyberpunk 2077, and
Reading the Communist Manifesto,
yeah.
like I don't know, even backwards. I guess it's what I can call champagne socialist, but still.
Well, he ever since the divorce he went to like a dark place, and you know like you'd said before, like when you fell in with that shit, you were kind of in a dark place, and so it's prime opportunity to grab him up and sit there and feed him all of this bullshit. And now now that he's temporarily the CEO, because there's a new CEO selected so far, so we're gonna see what's gonna happen with that.
Yeah, but
um,
he will probably still hold like a vital importance space in the Twitter executive branch, but I don't know, whatever. Yeah,
we'll
like
see, because which, if
yeah.
you remember, he initially tried to back out of it because where he
He got
realized
bullied
like,
out of
oh
his ass. That's what happened. He got
yeah,
bullied.
but
Like,
he was like, oh god,
yeah, you see Elon just acting like a fucking ass baby, like a lot. I don't know about it much because I got him blocked on Twitter, but Jesus fucking Christ. He, he's actually trying to install functionality on Twitter to remove or ban accounts that are inactive for 30 days. Jesus fucking Christ.
I had heard about that.
He went through it, then apparently. I don't know about it.
Well, I'm about to lose my Safe for Work account then, because I that thing has dust on it, but it's no biggie.
I don't know.
But
Yeah.
my only guess is he's trying to do that. Like, the only logical explanation for that, if it wasn't for Elon, would be just killing dead accounts, so that way it can make space on servers. So that way it's not just like
Or
a
like
bunch of abandoned bots.
trying to incentivize activity on Twitter in some way
Oh
or
yeah,
something
which
like
that
that.
that too.
Yeah, because that will make much more sense than just getting rid of inactive accounts for the sake of cleaning up servers. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's the case because they're gonna save up money because they're losing so much. But yeah, like Elon. Jesus fucking Christ! I don't know what to say about Elon at this point. It's
It,
uh
he was somebody that I admit for a while there I looked up to, because I figured like, okay, so he's the really intelligent guy. He's wanting to get us to go places, especially like go back to space again, because I keep
yeah,
saying
that's
uh
that's probably what
like
I thought as well at some point. I don't know. I don't think it was. I even knew Elon Musk when I was in the far right or something. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense because at some degree we bought into this whole mythology of Elon just basically doing great things, that he's gonna send us to space or whatever. But deep
Oh
down,
yeah,
he's
it's
like
like
a con artist at the end of the day. Like he always
oh
has
yeah,
been.
yeah, because he had a thing for a while there where like he had I'm stumbling, I'm nervous. Um, he was selling solar panels, and they were supposed to be like you pay for like the pre-order, and then you pay so much on them
Yeah.
until it's paid off. It's like you start at almost like kind of like a payment plan on them, and there were over hundreds of thousands of people that jumped for it because oh, my house can finally have solar energy. I don't have to worry about regular energy anymore. Like I don't have to get screwed by the power company anymore. Nope. Only maybe out of the hundreds of thousands of people that pre-ordered and paid in full, maybe 7,000 people have gotten their solar panels, if that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, I remember the flamethrower he had for a while. I think that one is that Griff is still going, isn't it? Like you can still buy it.
I mean, not sure, but Jesus, why will you buy a fucking flamethrower?
My guess is just because you can. Um,
Bit
they're
silly.
$500 each, and
Yeah. And like the Tesla cars and the PayPal thing, and it all sounds like he lies about like his own narrative about around these things. It's very evident also, well, like from like the PlayStation startup video that I did, when Elon is creating this false narrative around him and this false mythology to the point of having a lot of simps believing it, right? But like he's always the Griff has always been there apparently, considering he's being the one who inherited a great fortune from like his father from apartheid South African emerald mine shit. But yeah, like he's a big giant piece of shit. No, no,
he
no,
he is
no contest.
like he wants to bank on the fact that he both is pretty smart. I ain't gonna lie, he's smart because he had a hand in PayPal, SpaceX, and a few others. But at the
Yeah,
same time, though, he doesn't care about screwing people over. He doesn't care about actually achieving what he wants because, in the end, even if those businesses fail, he's still going to be rich because you know how he spouts about like, oh, I'm a self-made man. I'm self-made. I'm self-made. No, he came from old fucking money. Um, I'm
yeah.
trying to remember. Like his father, I think, owned diamond mines in South Africa.
Apartheid South Africa. Yeah,
Yeah. Just want to make sure that I'm telling the truth there, so that way I'm not like
I think it was
bullshitting and
emeralds,
lying.
right?
It was some kind of emerald mines.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
how the cookie crumbles. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like his dad owned emerald mines and shit. So he comes from old money, technically.
Yeah.
And if it comes down to it that, he, like I said, Twitter fails or SpaceX fails or anything, he's still set for life to the point that he could live comfortably for the rest of his days.
And yeah, that's the sad
So,
reality of it. It kind of makes sense, even. Like, I don't know what's gonna take for Elon to go completely bankrupt, personally, but it's gonna take a long while before that happens. I gotta bet.
it's going to be unless something major happens, like something big happens.
Yeah.
Um, like a major kind of lawsuit or something, which I wouldn't be surprised with. Like you had mentioned the Tesla cars. Those have been like getting recalled because the batteries have been bursting. catching fire and shit.
And China, I think, is right.
U.S. too. It's been
Yeah,
happening in the
yeah,
U.S.
yeah. Like big time lawsuit, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, that should make a lot of sense, and I will not be surprised if Elon will end up fucking ass blasted from all the lawsuits or whatever, because I think it's a long time coming at this point. I don't know about it. Like billionaires of the times come and go in like droves, and there's already a graveyard for those who already passed to um bankruptcy already or something similar.
What?
It's yeah. Um
No, no, no.
wait.
Looking on like major news websites here. I just typed in like Tesla lawsuit, and Elon Musk documents subpoenaed in Jeffrey Epstein lawsuit by U.S. Virgin Islands. Oh fuck.
Oh, you seen the photo with Ghislaine Maxwell, isn't it?
I don't see a photo yet. I'm just reading the thing, but like, oh, that's
Like Elon Musk had a photo with Ghislaine Maxwell next to him.
isn't she like his wasn't she Epstein's mistress?
Yeah, she was Epstein's mistress or something. Yeah,
Oh, this
she's related at least to Epstein as well. So yeah,
it's gonna get real interesting.
shit's gonna come out of that. I know that. And speaking of fucked up shit, Hasbro, I know you've probably seen this one. Hasbro is sending Pinkertons against
Oh
YouTubers.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the whole gist
I
is that is because apparently a YouTuber received like a set of cards of Magic the Gathering that they were not supposed to sell yet at that time. So
oh
instead of
god
recalling
yes.
that, they sent the fucking Pinkertons to their house.
Me and some friends have discussed this one. Um, it's weirdly dystopian that they'll send, more or less hired thugs to harass a dude over like playing cards, essentially. Like they're like collectible cards. Because yes, they were released a month early, technically by him,
Yeah.
but from the story I remember reading, he bought them legally from someone who wasn't supposed to give away early cards. Like, it wasn't on the guy that the Pinkertons went to. They didn't follow the chain up to find the actual leaker. And it makes no sense that they had to harass and intimidate him to the point they made his wife cry. The dude said his
Just
wife
just
cried
because
out
they
of
got a
fear.
clerk at Hasbro has sent the wrong box from a storage or something. Jesus Christ. And considering like
Yeah.
the Pinkertons are also illegal in the United States since like the 19th century.
Oh, they're technically legal, but they're all they can do is private investigate. From my understanding, they're not allowed to intimidate. They're not allowed to get physical.
Like they
They're
were the bad guys from Red Dead Redemption 2, throwing
yeah,
dynamite out of the cliffs and fucking getting in gunfights and shit.
yeah, like they were breaking up unions and physically attacking unions so that
Yeah.
people could quote unquote go back to work, and it's twisted. And I'm surprised that they're still like around nowadays because a lot of companies are getting very supportive of well, not supportive, but they're allowing people to kind of band together and unionize. And I the fact that these people are still in business makes no sense. The only way I can see them being in business still is the private investigation portion of trying to help find people that may be missing or trying to recover stolen assets. But in this case, this isn't a stolen asset. This is somebody that just fucked up. But
Yeah.
like, you don't have to sit there and force yourself into someone's house and then, like I said before, make their fucking wife cry over some goddamn cards.
It's ridiculous. It's
I
fucking
mean,
ridiculous.
and as I have found out dealing with people and, people dealing with me and everything, you don't get your way by being violent and aggressive. Being violent and aggressive builds immediate resentment. It builds distrust. It builds anger. If you want to get what you want, you be nice. All they had to do, knock on his door. Hello, so and so. We're doing an investigation, and we'd seen on your YouTube channel that you had gotten some ill-gotten cards. Um, those cards were not supposed to be sent to you. We're here to take them. You're not in any kind of trouble, but we're here to take them because they're not supposed to be released yet, and you will be compensated. That's all they had to do. Because the dude he seemed to be the type that if somebody approached him politely in that situation, they'd provide proof of who they are, he would have followed along, he would have complied, and, that would have been that. Doesn't take Inspector fucking Columbo to know that. But apparently these dudes had to sit there and go around swinging their big dicks and be, violent and aggressive, and they even threatened that, like, dude, you're gonna be arrested for this. You're gonna go to jail.
Yeah,
And it's like
like
they don't
they
actually have that authority.
even following orders of Hasbro, even at some degree, isn't it?
It's on Hasbro for somehow the cards getting out. I don't know if somebody just stole a box or two. That does happen.
Yeah.
But still, even then, you don't send Pinkertons. It's like, if I were running the company, I would have just taken it as free marketing. Because
Yeah.
that gets people hyped and excited for, hey, these cards are going to be coming out. Check them out. And, be looking for them in stores.
Yeah, it's kind of
You
similar
know.
to what happens to Nintendo games and everything with the terms of emulation and ROMs or whatever. It's kind of similar to that way. And if I were a Nintendo and a lot of people are emulating my Nintendo games, I will take it as free advertising of those games in some degree. Like, it makes no sense to be so blatantly aggressive against piracy, because it's demonstrated that piracy helps the industry more than it does harm to it, because it's a way to make a product more accessible to more people in some way or another, even though you might get a virus or something with games or whatever, but still.
Well, the virus thing that I can say for certain is that's just like bad pirates trying to sit there and get access to your shit. Which
Yeah.
viruses aren't like how they used to be. I'm pretty sure you remember growing up.
Yeah.
Because
I
we're
don't
close
remember.
to the same age.
I was
Oh,
growing up
good.
with piracy a lot, and like I don't remember getting viruses for that sort of shit. I gotta be honest. Like at some
Oh,
degree, they start popping up, but not in a way
oh,
that.
I don't mean like
Yeah,
viruses from piracy or anything in general. I'm just saying like viruses as a whole.
yeah,
The big thing used to be, the fear of Trojan viruses.
yeah,
Then it came to rootkits, in which I actually personally have experience with rootkits. This was back, God, 2011, 2012. I
mm-hmm,
had my first laptop,
yeah,
and I would download games, I would pirate games because being a kid in school, don't got a lot of money,
mm-hmm,
and I um I did the stupid thing. I didn't have that good a virus protection because I had like um not Avast, but it's the AVG. Uh, and it is just the most dog shit virus protection you will ever see, as I had found out later in life. And
Wait,
uh,
ABG?
yeah, it's there's like a virus protection called AVG that is just the worst because it will bog down your computer
Huh.
like
I
bad.
do have ABG though, and it's not as actually bogging down my memory that much apparently.
It did on my laptop, but things may have changed since then. Granted, I use Windows Defender now
Yeah.
because like it's like viruses aren't like a major thing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which I'll get to that. Um, but I was just sitting there watching YouTube one day, like switching back and forth between YouTube and Second Life, and then out of nowhere, I start hearing this ad for like Activia, and so I go to the YouTube page and like, wait, so my video, like YouTube is playing, it was some video, but like there was no ad on it whatsoever. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. And so the ad ends, and then I'm just sitting there for a couple more minutes thinking like, okay, so maybe that was just like a random window or something. Then another one plays for some kind of stomach medicine. And then I'm hearing like ads like that I would hear on TV. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? I don't have any pages open. So I shut down my computer, turn it back on, and I'm thinking like, okay, maybe it was just some page I didn't see. And, I panicked because it was weird. And they start playing again without me having any programs open. Like, oh, okay, I got a virus.
Mm-hmm.
And the day ended with me losing everything on my hard drive because I don't know what was infected, what wasn't. I lost so much music and everything.
Yeah,
But
that fucking blows.
thankfully, I was able to kind of save what I could. Um, but when it comes to like the viruses and stuff, that's not so much a thing anymore because they're not trying to exactly get your information like that anymore. Because with the rise of cryptocurrency, they don't need your information too much anymore unless they want to steal what cryptocurrency you have. Otherwise, they'll install miners on your computer so that way you can mine for them without them having to use a system.
Yeah, I think when I piloted
Yeah.
some program recently, I also got a crypto miner that I erased easily on with my AVG antivirus. I mean, it was a bit weird. I just needed to like do a deep scan with that antivirus, but yeah, I got rid of the crypto miner eventually. But there's like a recent trend of YouTube channels getting hacked with viruses
Oh
from
God,
like
yeah.
the Tesla kind of bot hack kind of thing.
Oh yeah, because like people will get hacked and then it'll be like these like Indian dudes or something posting these robot videos, like robot voice videos about this cryptocurrency, this new coin, and come sign up for this new coin. And
Nowadays is Tesla though. Like Tesla live streams to directing to some sort of cryptocurrency scam or whatever.
now I haven't seen the Tesla stuff, but I'm not surprised because Linus Tech Tips, his YouTube channel got hacked for a
Yeah, at
little
least he
bit,
got
didn't
that
it?
sorted out because it's a really accessible YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, but it's the fact that like he even got nailed. So just imagine the scale of these like smaller channels getting hit with this bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, oh, kind
And
of scary.
it is because anyone could fall for this shit. Um, it was like the
It's like
repeat comments,
it
if you remember.
yeah.
Like there would be like two or three repeat comments of the same thing, and they'd include a link and pretend to be like a major channel. They'd make the channel look like a big YouTuber, but if you actually clicked on it, it would be like 0 or 1 or 2 subscribers or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they would try to get you to follow a link like, join my thing or join, come check this out.
I also
And
seeing like a lot
it,
of
like,
fake Mr. Beast ads on YouTube, where they're
yeah,
trying to scam you for like money or something, like free money thing, right? Just for being you or something. But I think it might be a malware scam or something. I might assume.
yeah, because where Mr. Beast, like, if he's gonna give you free money, he's gonna include you in a video so that way he can make some money off of giving you free money.
Yeah.
Uh, there's scams and bots and everything are still kind of bad on YouTube. It's not as bad as it used to be, but they've just shifted to the new, the new way of getting people to click.
Yeah, it's
Because
like a 40 chess tier kind of social engineering kind of thing where
very much so.
I seen someone get hacked on YouTube because they sent like a fake copyright strike from Adobe, not like from YouTube, but from Adobe or something. And it was like it had like a zip file attached to it or something. They're playing now on like a very advanced level of social engineering stuff apparently,
Oh yeah,
and
it's like
a lot of these
they'll do
emails
that.
can sort of filter filter themselves into your regular inbox instead of the spam inbox, and they know the workarounds of this sort of stuff apparently.
Another thing they'll do too is the texting, like the scams, like with texting and stuff,
Oh, I get a
has
yeah, yeah. I get a
like
bunch of
it
phone
is.
spam too, yeah. And a lot of the phone calls I tend to receive lately, it's either the phone line offers, like they try to offer you a better phone line or whatever, or either like the forex kind of scam trading thing. I think it was like strange numbers from foreign numbers that apparently all tied back to the forex trading shit or something.
And at least you're getting some interesting ones because the ones I'm getting are like they're obviously fake.
Yeah.
Because it's like a bunch of random numbers, a string of random numbers, a bunch of random letters at so and so.com, like an email address. Like I got texted an email and they're sitting there saying, Your your Netflix account has been put on hold, until you pay so and so amount of money. Click this link to pay. And I'm like, I don't have a Netflix account. I
Yeah,
don't
maybe I
watch.
got something similar to that, but with bank accounts from banks
Um,
I'm not even in. You know?
Yeah, and like I got one that like actually fooled me for a second. It was like a good hot second. I was sitting there like, oh fuck, okay, what's going on? And I actually checked my real email because it was like they made it look like it was from fucking PayPal, and like where I actively use like PayPal and stuff because we're like I've got stuff on time through PayPal, and
Yeah.
they're it said like your PayPal account has been locked until so and so due to a investigation, and it was the same string of numbers and letters at so and so.com. So like I'm checking like okay, check my email, nothing from PayPal. Check spam folder, nothing from PayPal. Trash, nothing from PayPal. I go to my PayPal account, nothing is locked. Everything's like normal.
Yeah, I mean,
And
we come a long way since all those Nigerian scam emails that try to fool stupid people into getting the bait, I think. And yeah, there's like a thing in Nigerian scam emails where they intentionally write really bad grammar and everything just so the most gullible people fall for that type of shit because they know
oh
that
yeah,
the type of audience they're looking for is not really smart people who know
there,
it's a
there,
Nigerian scam because everybody knows the Nigerian scam. but just the gullible enough people to not know what it is about.
Yeah, it's like they're looking for. I wouldn't say specifically gullible people. A lot of them are looking for older, uneducated people. They're looking for people that
Yeah, like your grandma or
don't.
something. Usual shit.
Yeah, like that way they could sit there and they could swing in and scam without a problem, and it's fucked really because the time and effort they put into these scams, they could actually try to work and have a job. Because it's from what Trilogy Media, a YouTube channel I watch that talks about these scams and everything, has shown. Uh, these scammers scamming people, it's like a literal 9 to 5 job
Mm-hmm.
scamming people because they don't stick to just one specific target. They stick to 10 to 20 different people, if not more, messaging them daily or weekly to try to sit there and get them to send money. Um,
Yeah, it even makes sense because they even got their own offices and everything in somewhere.
oh yeah. Like there's some that their offices are actually based in the U.S. Trilogy Media showed that. The Amazon scammers that
Yeah, I
will
think it
sit
was
there and say,
the
that,
Amazon coin thing. I think it was.
"Oh no, it's not. It's not the coin. It's like the Amazon Prime like customer service thing."
Uh huh.
Uh, so they'll sit there and they'll get you to sign up for their service, like because they're managing to socially engineer uh, the Google searches, like the algorithms,
Mm-hmm.
so that their stuff appears over top of the real Amazon customer support.
Yeah, I
And
think that's a similar case to like OBS and all this software that a lot of people use. They pay for ads just so they can appear in the top results of a search on Google.
yep, and so people will click that thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get help with my Amazon thing. Cause say for example, I got a Fire Stick, I don't know how to set it up, and they'll try to get people, they'll help them set it up, but then it's like, well, you pay for a service, we're gonna charge you like this fee, and it's gonna be like $900, or like they'll get them started on like some subscription plan, like IT subscription, which isn't a real thing when it comes, especially when it comes to Amazon, because customer support for Amazon products is absolutely free because you're buying their product,
Yeah.
and they'll get them started on that, and they'll just be leeching money from them. And these scams are actually in combination with another scam. Um, Have you seen the tech support scams where they'll let them on, like people will let them on their computers, and
Yeah, I think I'm
they'll
familiar with
quote
those.
unquote,
Yeah.
yeah, like they'll quote unquote fix a problem on their computer, and then when it comes time to pay them for the service, they'll have them go to a certain bank and transfer money to that bank, but they edit the HTML of the page so that it looks like instead of giving them, say for example, $400,
Yeah.
you give them $400,000.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
so, yeah, and so they're like, "Oh, ma'am, like, you overpaid, ma'am. We can't do this. I can't accept this, man. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get fired." And so they'll sit there and say, "Okay, we're gonna send you this money back. We're gonna send you your money back, but you've got to send some of it to another place too." And this is the money that they've gotten from other people. Sometimes it's the same scam. Sometimes it's, like I said, the Amazon support scam where you pay like a certain fee.
Yeah,
And, you get
yeah.
started on like a bullshit subscription for IT. And they had these innocent people receive this money and then split it up for quote unquote themselves and then send off the rest to someone else. And it's someone else's money. And what these people are called is mules. They're called money mules.
Mules,
And
like,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
because they're packing and sending it off elsewhere. It's like the equivalent of drug mules,
yeah, yeah,
but at the
yeah,
same
yeah,
time,
yeah.
but it's like it's for money, and these people don't realize that they're doing something illegal because they think they're just getting their money back from the money that they spent, but they didn't actually even send any real money to begin with sometimes. Or if they're not going to do the mule thing, they'll force them, and they'll do it like aggressively too, and I mean very aggressively. They'll force
Yeah,
them to pay it back in Steam cards or Google Play cards.
yeah.
There's a couple others they have them use, but like Steam cards are the recent thing because we've actually had to block sales at my store because they're getting like they're trying to get over $200 in Steam cards, and it's gotten to the point that we can only do like 2 Steam cards regardless of the amounts per person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like the register will lock it out
yeah,
because these scams are getting so prevalent with the Steam cards because they're untraceable, and once that money is spent, it's gone. Like it is just straight up just gone. There is no getting it back.
yeah. Like, it's pretty evident that they're making like a 9 to 5 type of business out of the scamming people.
Oh yeah, because like you said before, they have offices and everything, and especially when it comes to the scammers that are doing the IT scams and everything, they literally will sit there in groups and do this. Because I've seen some videos where they get hacked and you actually get to see like their webcam and stuff. Like it gets fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, I've seen
Like
those videos too. I think, yeah,
it's like to the point that it's like an office building of scams.
yeah,
You wouldn't
yeah,
figure like it would be like that advanced, but no, that's how
yeah.
else are they gonna make their money? Aside from actually like working.
Which it might be technically illegal if it wasn't for the fact that I live in states where or countries where it's not so illegal or it's either in a gray area kind of thing. I think.
It's I know for a fact the ones that are in India, it's illegal, but because the police is so corrupt there
Oh
that
yeah, yeah.
like they'll if they get bribed, they'll like turn the other cheek, and
Mm-hmm. Like a
you know
literal slap in the wrist.
yeah, because like at that point, like since so much money is involved, they get a part of it.
And
It's
oh,
it's almost
you cheeky, yeah, you cheeky,
it's
just
almost
pay
like
me,
police here in the
yeah.
U.S.
Yeah, and the U.S. might be way worse apparently for that type of shit.
Oh well, if you remember a couple months ago, that dude that got killed from being beat to death by like 5 different police officers.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, I'm not sure if
invest.
I remember it.
You don't remember like it was actually filmed. Those officers beat that dude to death.
Oh yeah, like he was black and like yeah, it's like kind of similar to George Floyd or something, right?
It was very similar to George Floyd, but all the officers were black too. Uh,
Yeah.
the thing about that is, as evidence has kind of come out, he wasn't supposed to die. That was supposed to be just intimidation.
Oh yeah.
Because the group the police officers were in, it was kind of like the '90s. I can't remember the name. It was like a SWAT team that was like anti-gang in the '90s. That they're the ones that, and I can't remember his name too. I guess because it's on the spot. But it led to the LA riots.
Yeah.
I'm looking up the police group that did it. Yeah,
Hmm.
because they beat the shit out of Rodney King. Um, and like they were supposed to be kind of like a SWAT team that were was anti-gang, and they ended up getting filmed beating the shit out of Rodney King, and that's what led to the LA riots. These people like that beat the shit out of that one dude recently. They were in like a similar group called Scorpion, I believe, and they were supposed to be like anti-gang, and because they got filmed, because everybody films police interactions nowadays because honestly, you fucking have to. The way police are.
Yeah.
It's what led to, and I'm sorry, I'm having a weird day today.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. We can move on to something else, which
Mm.
I gotta remind myself to do a little bit of ad time. There's a new print store at JMAA.TV. It has saucy art for the most part, but yeah, you just gotta check it out at JMAA.TV's last store. Yeah, have you seen it yet?
I did, and I kind of poked my head around there and looked around.
Yeah, it's got very saucy prints. I got especially like canvas prints, but there's also like stickers and there's also like all sorts of stuff. I think there's even a posters and all that sort of stuff. It's kind of cool. I kind of realized I could easily do that, and with Printify, I think it was right, and easily with not safe for work art and everything, right? But it kind of works out. Yeah, I didn't sell anything yet, but yeah, it might be convenient. JMA.TV/store. Check it out. Yeah, I was gonna say there's another one out of 10 that's what's we suggested a topic for looking for what's for beginners and favorite what's, right? Like,
Hmm.
what do you think about that?
Um, when it comes to WODs for beginners, it depends on what type of WOD a player would like. Though I'm not going to lie, my first WODs, aside from how I initially played Doom, was actually Brutal Doom. A friend had introduced it to me because,
Burger Doom or what?
yeah, Brutal Doom.
Brutal Doom. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. Yeah.
um, it's my
Guilty
I had
pleasure.
started playing. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you meant guilty pleasure, right?
Yeah, it is nowadays. It was my first, but like every now and then I'll boot it up and play it if I'm bored. But it was my first time I'd actually played Doom with a mod on PC. Because all the other times I'd played it was the shareware edition, like of Doom 95.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm.
I had actually gotten the Xbox versions of Doom 3. It wasn't BFG edition. Resurrection of Evil.
Yeah.
Um, Specifically just because it had Doom 1 and 2 and master levels on it. Because I admit, back when I was a kid, I was very much not computer literate. So I had no idea, I could have played this for free without having to go through all of this rigmarole. Because, I could have gotten involved in like the Doom WADs and, the source ports for free, mind you.
Yeah. And like I don't
And
remember there was a time where Doom was abandonware before it got sold on platforms like Steam or whatever. So I lived those times too, and I basically got games like Doom for free, or Doom 2 rather, and the Plutonic Experiment and TNT and all that sort of stuff. It was, yeah, the part in the middle of limbo where somewhat Doom was available there for free at some degree until it released on Steam apparently, which might coincide with the acquisition by Bethesda at some degree, I believe.
no, it was on Steam a little bit before then, but
Huh.
it was back when like Doom was just like it was floating. Because the last time we'd seen anything about Doom at that point was the weird Call of Duty esque version of Doom 4.
Oh, yeah.
The,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like I hope you remember that.
Yeah, yeah,
Where like
yeah. It was way before the Doom 2016 thing. It's gonna be yet another Call of Duty type of game, and it had like, yeah. I see where you're going.
it was
Weird.
it was weird looking, like very weird looking.
Yeah,
Because it was still first person, but like everyone looked like they were either Gears of War characters or Call of Duty characters, and it all had like the same vibe that
yeah. The same
like
brownish.
black
Yeah, the same
like
brownish look into it too.
like all I could all I can think about is because the way everyone was dressed and looked, Black Ops 1 on 360 like had the same look to it. And
Yeah,
like this trailer and stuff came out before Black Ops, but like it was that same vibe, like that same like kind of nasty brown look.
yeah. I
It was like
mean,
what Duke Nukem Forever eventually kind of released as, and like don't get me wrong, I love Duke Nukem Forever. It's one of my favorite Duke games aside from Duke 3D, but it's not the prettiest. It's not the most colorful.
yeah. It
And
kind
it's
of
kind
look.
of kind of kind of
Yeah,
nasty looking.
yeah. It kind of looks like you know Call of Duty clone, and you know how the development hell went from Duke Nukem Forever and shit.
Oh,
Like it went.
oh
It
yeah.
even went through the time period where it was gonna be like some sort of immersive sim kind of thing, and it passed through multiple engines. It passed through the Quake engine, all the versions of the Unreal Engine until its final release. So, oh god, like does you remember when it was leaked the 2001 build of the Duke Nukem Forever thing,
Oh,
right?
oh yeah. And I've yet to sit down and play it. I've got it on my hard drive though, so I need to do that at some point. Uh, just try to get away from my fucking VR headset.
That just got lost in time at some degree because they wanted to do a Call of Duty so badly at some
Oh
point
yeah.
in
It's
2011.
it's like don't get me wrong. Like Duke's always been about parodying current games and stuff, but at that point, like that's just
It's just overkill.
yeah, like because they even like they were parroting Halo and Call of Duty due to like the two weapon limit, and they even went so far as to showing Master Chief's helmet, and it's like
It's
Chief,
all
or
yeah, it's all
Duke, I
dated
got
jokes and everything.
yeah, and it's like Duke, I got your power armor here. Power armors, pussies.
And like an old 4chan joke that it really spells this and that question mark profit, that type of shit. And then like
Yeah, very much
grabbing
so, and
you grab turds out of the toilet for some reason. No.
I'll say this. I thought that was funny. I'll admit.
Yeah, at first I thought it was kind of
Get as mad as
funny.
you want to, Joan, but I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I also thought like that. It was basically like, what am I, a chimpanzee? Like
No,
in Duke Nukem
no.
voice. Oh god, no. That traumatic shit. Oh
This is gross. I gotta get rid of this.
no, yeah. The foreshadowing there. The fucking
Oh,
foreshadowing.
oh yeah, because of what 3D realm, not 3D realms.
Maximilian Moss.
Oh, I was talking about like the company that's like owns Duke and everything, what
Oh
they would
yeah,
turn into.
Gearbox. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like Gearbox, like because all they do now is like shit out Borderlands sequels or side projects, and it's like
Yeah, I
I want.
remember Battleborn. Just
Oh
remember
yeah,
Battleborn.
yeah, because I remember the ads, and like it died like as soon as it came out.
Oh, speaking of that games, guess what game also died recently?
Oh yeah. Before we get back to the wads, Overwatch has more or less died. Overwatch 2. Because
Yeah,
I just found out about this yesterday, and I texted Joan about it yesterday.
yeah,
Overwatch 2 is no longer having the player versus event stuff, like the single player stuff, anymore. They're cutting it completely. So it's literally just Overwatch 1 with a 2 slapped onto it and overpriced skins.
yeah, and like, guess what other game also died?
What game is this?
Blood Hunt. After one
Oh,
year,
oh,
after 1 year, they
yeah.
stopped development, and I called it this time. I called it. I did like a video originally last year, which was about Blood Hunt, about how it was going to become a dead game because many reasons, really, especially bad optimization, bad business, sort of the battle pass shit, it's bare bones content and everything. And like 1 year later, gone. No more development on it. It's now they're dead. Basically, a game with literally nearly no players that everybody seemed to have forgotten. And now it's his development, according to the developers. And I even did a shoot about it, and yeah, I called it.
Which I'm not surprised.
These live service
Because
games, girl, like, Jesus. When do people will start realizing that not everything has to be like a live service game?
I I don't know, if I'm being honest, because I don't like the idea of live service games, nor do I like the idea of every single game that is coming out being online only. Um,
Yeah,
that's what pushed me away from Titanfall 1, because like the game is just multiplayer. That's why I skipped it and went straight to Titanfall 2. Um, Another game that's like online only. Black Ops 4. I skipped Black Ops 4 because I liked Black Ops
eh,
3's campaign, and
I
which
don't
ain't
know.
gonna lie,
Yeah,
I bought it just because it's got the guy from Law and Order SVU, and I forget his name, but I really like him. He's my favorite, one of my favorite characters in Law and Order SVU. But because I'm focusing on him solving the cases more than I am like the actual social interactions, forget his name, but he did a really good job in uh, Black Ops 3 as being the villain character, because you eventually start to understand and side with him a little bit, because his mind has been corrupted, if I remember correctly, by this virus that's in the system, where
yeah.
everyone is cyborgs in or at least like the main character and a few others are cyborgs in Black Ops 3.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, Black Ops 4, like I've stayed away from it because it's online only. That's why I was initially hesitant to play Evil Dead the game, because it's that online asymmetrical, you know, fighting, or not fighting game, but like asymmetrical like action game, and that's partly why I've been even hesitant to get into Dead by Daylight, because I love the characters, I love the artwork, everything seems to be really right, proper, spooky. But
Yeah, it's I felt also
the
like it was a proper Halloween game, but it eventually got riddled with like I don't know, what's the name, tryhards and people competing, and what
yeah,
the fuck is the point of that? It's supposed to be like a scary game to have scary moments, not a competitive esports game, you know?
yeah, which that's like stuff like that, like the asymmetrical portion of it as well. It's like why I'm staying away from it. I'd rather have like a single player horror experience, because if you're with a group of people playing a horror game, you're not scared. If you're by yourself completely dead of night at 4 o'clock in the morning, you're gonna be scared.
Yeah.
Um,
And also take in mind people mic spamming you and everything, all that and all that shit.
oh yeah, and that's why I play like any online game. I have the mics off, regardless how mad people get. Um, I'm not gonna sit there and I'm not gonna listen to you scream and spam. Like all the stupid shit, or like screaming memes, or and they're like fuck your mom and everything. Like, if I'm gonna listen to that, I'm gonna play Modern Warfare 2, because that's where that was fun, was sitting there and
Yeah, the Xbox
scream.
Live shit.
Yeah, like sitting there and screaming curse words at somebody, and it's like, hey, I fucked your mom, and
Oh yeah,
fuck
something
you,
random.
and
Yeah, make me a sandwich. That sort of
oh
shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like, because that era of try to be as offensive as possible to your opponent pre-game, so that way they get upset and they get psyched out,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
usually that was done like pre-match before Seek and Destroy, and Seek and Destroy, you only get one life. But like nowadays, it's like you can't do that. Call of Duty will even like block your voice chat if you're like that.
Yeah.
You say one curse word or something like that, and then all of a sudden, like, nope, we're not doing this.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah, I get that. At least that's how GameStar initially built his career. Like the
uh,
Halo
yeah,
trash talking thing.
yeah, he would.
Yeah.
Um, but I do have a carryover to what we were talking about previously with the WADs and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Since I was talking about like the scary games, there are actually like if you're wanting to be involved in like the scary WADs and everything, Unloved is a really good start. I ain't gonna lie, it's difficult. Sometimes the maps are straight up just slaughter maps,
Yeah.
but it's still worth an experience. There's a lot of Silent Hill 2 music in it that really fits the mood. A lot of custom monsters that are in it. That honestly I wish were in the base game, but sadly they're not. Um,
Yeah.
Unloved. I'm trying to remember one. I think it's called Static. It's by the same dude who
Yeah.
made Unloved,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like Radio Static or Interference or something.
Yeah. So I think I got one of my favorite Watts, and it's called Deus Bolt 2. Maybe you're familiar with it. It's got this massive level of cathedral, even with all sorts of portraits of like villains and evil people or like dictators or whatever. And it's like greatly built to detail with all sorts of arches and everything. It's amazing to look at. It actually feels like the 16th chapel has been built into Doom or something. In Deus Vault 2. Maybe you heard of it.
I I feel like I have, but I could be wrong. Uh,
That's like the level I remember the most, right? Like the unholy cathedral thing. And then there was like a
mm,
minus 30th level in there too.
trying to think. So what's the name of the mod again?
Deus Vault 2. I don't know, maybe you heard about it at some point or whatever. It's
Maybe
like
um I guess maybe I'm not hearing clearly.
Deus Vault 2.
Oh. Um, that one I haven't played.
Yeah, it's like a vanilla type Doom WAD, or like at least Boom compatible, right? And it's got levels built in great detail and everything, with the unholy cathedral, especially with all these sort of portraits. And maybe I can link it to you too. Hold on, there's like you know, I can look it up too, because the amount of detail built in there is just Jesus Christ. It's like they actually built um the entire 16th chapel into Doom or something. It's like it's map 21, the unholy cathedral. I'm gonna
I
link
say
it to
I'm,
you, basically, so you know what I'm talking about.
I was gonna say
This,
I'm looking into it now, and
I mean, we're talking about a level that's fucking huge. Huge in scope, huge in detail, like immense. Like it actually feels like a massive cathedral. I'm seeing it, right?
oh yeah, I am.
You see, it's pretty fucking huge.
I'm skipping ahead just to see. It's like, oh god, yeah, that is massive.
Yeah, it's built with.
Especially 43
It's supposed to be.
minutes just for a single level.
Yeah, it's basically supposed to be Boom compatible or something, I think. But it's immense in scope, and I actually fucking mean it when I say it. Like, you see it in the details and everything. It's magnificent. It's a work of art. And I really miss that sort of like stuff in Doom, especially outside of the usual Jesus Doom Major Arlene shit, which I mean is so easy to make, but still, this, however, takes immense effort because of the engine limitations, especially, and I just kind of love it at this point, you know?
Oh yeah. Um,
Yeah,
I found out the name of that mod, by the way. The one I couldn't think the name of. Dead Air.
yeah,
It's spelled like dead dot air.
yeah. What
It,
is it
it
about?
um, it doesn't really have much of a story as far as I can tell. Like there's no text to it. At least the one that I played, which it could have been an earlier version.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you're trapped in this strange world where there's these bird-faced creatures that are like they replace the imps,
Yeah,
and they're like super freaky looking because like they don't even have like beaks. Like the beak is fleshy and everything. The way he drew it, like oh my god, it's fucking freaky.
it's kind of like the
Like
thing from Beetlejuice, I think.
yes, very much so. Yes. And he modified like the pinky demons and everything. Like it is worth a play.
Yeah,
Another one that's really good. City of the Damned Apocalypse. I don't know if you've played that one yet or not.
yeah. I think I played that one before. It was by Tormentor 667, I think.
I think so. Let me check and
One of
see.
the earlier maps by Tormentor 667, I think, which feature like uh
Yep,
like a final cyber demon boss coloring green or something.
yep. Which Apocalypse? I think they replaced the final boss with what's his name from Blood?
Chernobog.
Yeah, Chernobog. And the atmosphere in Apocalypse is so much better than the first City of the Damned because it's very slow. Everything in it is just absolutely very deliberate. And there's moments where you have to go into a shelter due to like a growing darkness that will kill you if you don't get into that shelter.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it's a bit like Silent Hill to some degree.
It's very like there's a lot of Silent Hill influence, blood influence.
Yeah,
It's like it takes place in the 1920s. Is like the kind of vibe that I get from it. Um, God,
Yeah,
another
yeah.
one. Another one I liked. They're supposed to be doing a third one. Now, I will go ahead and give a heads up for the listeners. If you have colorophobia, do not play this one. I used to be a sufferer from it, but I actually managed to get over it. Uh, it's called Happy Time Circus 2. The first one, I'll be honest,
Oh
the
yeah,
first
the
one's
one with
bad.
Pennywise and everything, right?
Yep. But the second one, it's a whole big map, kind of like the Deuce Vault Unholy Cathedral,
Yeah.
that you unlock sections as you go, and it's weird describing a single map as being Metroidvania. But instead of you acquiring like not level ups, but like upgrades, you're acquiring keys and unlocking areas, and there are these balloon enemies that are in the game that are just absolutely um, horrifying, if I'm being straight up honest, because they start out as balloons, and then as they get closer to you, skull faces develop, and they bite you. Fucking balloon biting. You wouldn't figure that would be scary, but it actually pretty much is.
Yeah, I think it exploits a bit the kind of like trope a little bit.
Yeah, it's like when you shoot it and kill it, like it pops and like there's blood and everything.
Yeah, like in it.
There's very much so, which I think that was the purpose. Um,
And there's
so
even Pennywise, I think, too. Yeah. I
yeah, like
think
he's the main boss if I remember correctly.
yeah, I think Grezzo Due like ripped off the level from like this particular wad at some point. Like the circus level is directly from that wad, I
I
think.
think so. That or it's at least either Grezzo 2 took from it or it took from Grezzo 2. I'll have to look at
Oh.
the dates and find out.
Yeah, it's most likely
There's
that Grezzo 2 took it from there.
I wouldn't be surprised because the dude who does Grezzo 2, um, he just swiped from everything, which I am honestly not even upset about because the game is enjoyable. The mod is enjoyable for what it is. It's fucked, and I love it for it being fucked.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, that's the whole point of it, basically. There's gonna be like a sequel too to Grezzo 2.
the demo thing's already out.
Yeah, I believe it is at this degree. I'm not sure.
I was just saying, like the demo's already out for Grezzo Do 2. Um, it's just that I can play it, but I'm not enjoying it as much
Yeah.
because, well, I'll be honest, I don't understand a single fucking thing going on because I don't speak Spanish or Italian.
It's Italian, yeah. If it was
Yeah,
Spanish, I will understand it, but it's basically Italian.
I say Spanish because I've heard back and forth that sometimes, like there's a closeness that you can somewhat understand it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
somewhat, but not so much. I mean,
it's
maybe.
which even when it comes to like the English port of it, for Grezzo 2, I still don't understand on the grounds of the Italian celebrities. I don't know who some of these people he's making fun of are.
Yeah, it's good to doing the same kind of thing with Italian celebrities at some degree.
Yeah, because that was the whole purpose of it, to be as offensive and to talk shit about um,
Yeah,
Italian celebrities. The only one I did know was Padre Pio. But that's just because I have a somewhat interest in like religion and religious topics, and um, to talk about that just for a second, uh, what he was talking about in that video, or not video, that mod, turns out Padre Pio. So you know how he has the stigmata in his hands, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or at least that's what he was known for, was having and experiencing stigmata. Um,
I wasn't aware of that
he,
though.
yep, that's what he was known for, like in the religious communities, because he was like, it was quote unquote recorded
Yeah.
that he had experienced stigmata.
Uh-huh.
It was found out that, I don't know if he really experienced stigmata, but it was found out that he kept cutting his hands open to quote unquote prolong the stigmata.
Oh man.
Yeah, yeah. So that kind of makes me question, did he initially just like run knives or nails through his hands just so that he could sit there and, oh, I'm experiencing stigmata. See, Jesus is real.
Oh, jeez, yeah. And don't ever get me started on how many pedophiles are in the Catholic Church as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm I'm not against Catholics, but some of the practices,
Yeah.
and like, even though I know that's not like a proper actual practice, it's just like an occurrence. I don't like.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, shit happens. Anyway, I get a call for this podcast. JMAA.tv. Check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, even YouTube, all that sort of shit. Want to say something else, Connie?
Um. Well, if you want to check me out, Iconic Art 55 NSFW on Twitter. Like I said, heads up, it's an NSFW Twitter. Um, Not taking commissions at the moment, but any kind of likes and retweets and stuff, that's appreciated.
Yeah. All right. See you next time. Hello and welcome to yet another episode of the JMAA Live Deluxe Podcast. Your host JMAA and Connie, and yeah, it seems we missed a lot of stuff on the last month. We being without a new JMAA Live Deluxe episode, but on the good news, apparently we got first good news. Pat Robertson is dead. Good fucking ripping piss. Ooh. Ripping piss. Pat Robertson, piece of shit. Yeah. No, you won't be missed. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, like he is not going to be missed at all.
Like it's on Pride Month too. We got like a bunch of stuff in here, but especially on Pride Month, especially considering all fucking companies are going woke now for some reason, according to the majority of right-wing fucking dingnuts around. But yeah, Ford is woke. Fucking Target is woke.
I was just about to say Target.
Wait, oh yeah, because the backlash. Yeah, I got it, but
Yeah.
you get the idea. Like too many companies are getting woke and apparently getting like a lot of fucking shit for it, and it's not pretty. If they're willing,
it is not.
If they're willing to constantly bombard any company with nonsensical attacks and harassment, to like companies at least given a minimum fraction of Pride Month stuff, imagine what it will be to the rest of mortals around here. Like,
Oh,
yeah.
well, let me go a little further, Joan. Do you know what they did to Target?
I think so. This was like they destroyed a bunch of stuff in the stores, or probably something like that. I guess I don't remember exactly. It's been like a month or so.
No, like a couple of people did destroy stores, like especially like that piece of shit Ethan Schmidt. I'll go into that a little bit further though in a minute here, but there were actually people calling in bomb threats and making threats to those Target stores.
Yeah, I might imagine.
Straight up domestic terrorist shit.
Yeah.
Saying like, if you don't take out Pride merch down, we're gonna come in, we're gonna blow up the store, or we're gonna blow up that section, or we're gonna shoot up that section. Like, because the only thing right wing conservative hillbillies can do is stomp their foot and act violent when it's something that like doesn't even concern or bother them.
Yeah, I might
It's like,
imagine something like that. And
I was gonna say it's like it doesn't affect them. No one is trying to groom their kids. No one is trying to pass any kind of weird pedo laws like every one of them claims. But like, because it keeps the hate train going and it keeps conservatives, getting, elected and everything, they'll keep spreading that shit. They'll keep spreading that lie.
yeah, and it doesn't either concern or bother like straight people or cis people at all either way, because like we don't groom children at all. That's that point. Like nobody is grooming children save for these conservative Christian fucks. That's the complete irony of that.
And I'll go ahead and say this now. I don't see why anyone would want to groom children. Frankly, I fucking hate kids. I don't hate them like that one subreddit does, but trust me, if you had to sit there and hear kids scream and cry over the littlest shit like I do at a store, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I hear it day in and day out, man, just over like a little bitty $5 toy or a candy bar. Or because, they don't get to go down an aisle.
Especially, like children around me, they also tends to like build anxiety around me because I'm not obviously grooming them, because quite frankly I get annoyed by children at least, and I get anxious at children at most because they're screaming and yelling and crying and over the most absurd shit nearly every fucking time, and it makes me kind of uncomfortable to sit through.
Oh, it does, and I don't know if this is just my perspective, but like I've also kind of the mind that the planet is overpopulated as is, so why do we need to have more kids at the moment?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the fucking reason about it other than the fucking right-wing Christian shit. Like, maybe expanding the lifespan of the human race? I have no fucking clue.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. We could live longer. We could obviously live longer, honestly, but no can do, I guess. I guess the more people, and I guess people can get too old to basically somehow expand the life cycle of the fucking humanity or whatever. So, I mean, we could. It's kind of hard to honestly have a point on this, I guess.
I was gonna say I could actually explain about that one, about the conservatives, why a lot of them have children. A lot of them have children because it takes it from. I'll have to look it up just to be certain. But there was a phrase that was very popular, especially with like the Bible crowd, of "Go forth and prosper."
Go forth and prosper.
And,
yeah.
Yep, and a lot of these conservatives, they take that to heart literally, and so they go forth and they prosper, and in the process have a bunch of little bitty conservatives that hopefully they can sit there and control in the hopes that they spread their message and they spread their genes. It's about the fact that because it's their kids, they can control, or at least they think they can control how they think, how they feel, how they act.
Yeah, because kids don't know what they want in life, at least yet.
Not really.
Yeah, it kind of make that kind of makes sense out of everything, honestly. Yeah, is everything
But
all right over there? Oh, hold on.
yeah, yeah.
Uh I don't know what to say about this. Like, yeah, they're. It's not just that they're having possibly a hissy fit over what Target is doing or what any other of these companies are doing. This is escalated like way further than that. At least that's what I get.
Well, it kind of has because the grooming thing, the claim that we groom comes from the fact that we're currently right now the boogeyman. Do you remember back in? Yeah, because I know you're old enough. You're actually older than me. You remember the whole satanic panic scare about like Dungeons and Dragons, heavy metal music, video games.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was too autistic to live through like know what was going on, but I think so. So yeah, that was the thing too. There's too many coincidences with the '70s and '90s satanic panic with the modern LGBT panic going on. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's like because it's something that's weird to them or they don't understand it, they don't want to understand it. Um they demonize it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like this very weird dissonance of because it's different, they don't want to understand it. This is kind of something I've actually noticed in my day-to-day life. For example, I was ringing up a customer for a Xbox card,
Yeah.
and as soon as he came in and came to me, he asked me, "Hey, where's the Xbox cards?" I point him in that direction. Could you just show me where they are? I don't know a thing about this, and I don't want to know a thing about this. I'm like, you know what? Maybe that last bit is very much the problem because you don't want to know anything about it. That kind of closed-mindedness of it's not something I care about, so I'm not going to learn about it. So fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah.
And while that was very kind of mild and just left just left it, because where it's just Xbox card. Some people absolutely fucking hate Xbox. That kind of thinking can transfer over to trans people, gay people, lesbians, the whole of the LGBT. Like that could be transferred over, and that same kind of mindset could be applied because people just don't want to learn about us. They don't want to learn that we're not freaks, we're not weirdos, that we're just people that want to live our lives and just be left the fuck alone, just like they do.
Yeah. And that's actually a thing, honestly. But yeah, at least we got one less bigot to worry about. Pat Robertson. Yeah. He fell off.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I think he was the
He
one. I think he was one of the people who started this whole like anti-gay satanic panic going on in,
uh,
in the old ages.
I don't know if he had a hand in the gay portion, but I know he did Dungeons and Dragons. Like he was spreading that shit like wildfire because he
Yeah.
was young enough at that age that he was coherent about everything he was saying and doing. So he really took it and ran with it because people were scared at that time, over Dungeons and Dragons, heavy metal, and everything. And so that got his TV show, The 700 Club, views. And viewership got him money.
Yeah, he's in for the fucking grift as per usual. Well,
Oh yeah,
nothing
well
new under the sun.
that's all evangelists are. They're fucking grifters.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun as usual.
Yeah, exactly. And
So I guess all he can do is now rot in hell like every one of these fuckers can do.
mm,
I wonder when Henry Kissinger is next. Oh yeah, and I know, but like speaking of dead people, have you heard about the Titan submarine going for the Titanic? Going for the Titanic?
oh, as what me and quite a few other people affectionately refer to, Iron Lung from the game. Don't
Iron
miss the
Lung
Iron
sales
Lung.
is boosted up because of that shit, and it's fucking hilarious. Rich people drowning in the middle of a tin can. Wow.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go inspect the Titanic, you can do it quite a few other ways aside from like little bitty cramped tiny submarine that you're packed in like sardines, and you're packed in so tight that the guy next to you can tell that you fucking farted.
And like it's got even the Logitech controller as a literal steering wheel and shit. You know the funny thing about this? Wanna know
I
the funny
didn't
thing?
see that. I didn't see that, like the Logitech controller.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
it's got like it controls the submarine. One of these cheap ass Logitech gamepads for like that look like the PS1 controller.
Oh my god, it is, dude. You could have just sprung for a fucking Xbox controller and be done with it.
And like it's got even like the Elon Musk Tesla Wi-Fi thing. The whole thing is a mess. And you want to hear the funny thing about this shit is that eventually, you know, nobody cares when a bunch of refugees on a boat are dying and drowning on like the Mediterranean Sea because quite frankly they ain't got the fucking money to lawyer up and everything. But when these rich people's families die over and like basically the families are affected in some way and they can lawyer up for Ocean Gate, it's gonna be like game over.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be a shit show, and ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie, I'm kind of all for it just to sit there and watch how everything ends.
Yeah, like
But
I couldn't sit through like the news reports on this shit because it's mostly fluff. But I bet your ass Ocean Gate is gonna be fucked severely because these people are like fucking proletariats like us. They can lawyer up. They have lawyers. They have law firms. They got attorneys, and they can fuck you up real bad like that because
they got daddy's money.
yeah, they got money, and because they got money, they got lawyers. They can fuck Ocean Gate real fucking bad if they got the chance to. I mean, for like literally murdering like 5 of their family members in a submarine. Like, if poor people died in a submarine, their families couldn't do shit because they haven't got the money to lawyer up. But if like rich people have it, the consequences will be severe. I know it. And then it's not just gonna be Ocean Gate. It's gonna be a domino effect of the rest of the companies tied to Ocean Gate as well. Probably. I'm gonna bet your ass.
Joan, I gotta say it. I gotta fucking say it.
Yeah.
Consequences will never be the same.
Yeah, that's my vibe right now. That's my vibe. It wasn't like the wasn't like the dad of like that trans.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like Jesse Slaughter's dad.
Yeah, the cyber police dad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I done contacted the state police and the cyber police. They're tracking your location.
Yeah.
If you don't leave my daughter alone, consequences will never be the same.
Yeah, that's a line. But I actually mean it. I actually mean it because these people on Ocean Gate are fucked. And so are like probably the other corporations tied to it in any way or capacity. Like it's gonna be a whole domino effect.
One thing I just want to say: if these people are so damn rich, Why didn't they actually spring for a proper tiny sub?
It's because
Because
they're fucking dumb.
there's better submarines than that one. Like
They're just
I
they're just dumb enough to like keep in cost to like make the cheapest fucking submarine in existence.
I mean, it's controlled by a fucking Logitech controller.
That's the point. That's the point. They're just fucking stupid enough to buy a cheap ass submarine that literally looks like a tuna can, but they're not smart enough to know the consequences of that.
The front of it doesn't even look like it's fucking painted like the rest of it. The front of it looks like old used metal, like like they ripped off a piece of ship hull and reshaped it.
Yeah, it looks like a giant fucking used suppository.
It does.
It looks like a
Uh,
used tampon, but
I, I,
100 times the size.
I was gonna say maybe put it in the ocean from Iron Lung and it will, but still though, like this like
It's just
like,
dumb. It's just fucking
uh
dumb.
this is gonna be a fucking wildfire. If I'd ever seen it.
Kind of reminds me of Fire Festival if it wasn't a submarine.
But basically, like this whole thing is like a mess. I hate him to death, but Elon would have made a better sub than that out of his fucking garage.
Yeah, and they paid $250,000 for riding that thing and dying.
Well,
$250,000.
it was their choice.
I mean,
That's the reason they bought the Logitech controller. I want an Xbox controller for it. Bill, we spent $250,000 on this thing. All we got's $40 and a Coke.
like it's very strange because, like, they're being for the amount of time there was, like, what, 90 hours for remaining backup oxygen. But in that time, where was the food? Where did they take a shit? Where did they take a piss? They didn't take a piss or shit all that long, and like they didn't eat a thing. Are you like bullshitting me like that?
I could tell you about the food at least.
Yeah, I can understand the food. Yeah.
Like they didn't expect it to be this long of an expedition, so they didn't pack any food.
Yeah, but about taking, imagine holding shit in your ass for that long. You wouldn't stand it. It's gonna be like living hell.
Let me also state this, that when it comes to something like this, if the pressure isn't too much to crush your body, you're supposed to have extra divers with you on the outside in the case that something bad happens. You're supposed to have like somewhat of like a guide, or you're supposed to have, just someone there to kind of it's like living in a bad neighborhood. You have someone with you when you leave like a store or something, so that way it's like if something bad happens, you got backup. They did not do that at all. They broke that rule right fucking there.
Especially when you're going down 3 kilometers below underwater. Especially that.
That's what I'm saying though. Like if the pressure wasn't too much to injure or hurt somebody, then they fucked up.
Yeah, it's a Para di Bordo Cazzo moment.
But they. Okay, so as I'm looking through this, apparently U.S. nuclear submarines also use Xbox controllers.
They do?
Yeah.
Jeez Louis. Xbox controllers.
Yeah.
It wasn't enough with the cheap ass Logitech controllers from the early 2000s. It's also Xbox
Oh,
controllers. Like,
oh,
are you talking
oh
about
no, it's
original
uh,
Xbox controllers?
no Xbox One.
Xbox One. Yeah,
Yeah,
like the newer
it's
ones, right?
yeah, it's kind of like the one I have, but it's the like launch Xbox One with that kind of it's the matte controller with the glossy strip on the top where the button is.
The submarine doesn't even have fucking windows. It barely got fucking windows.
It's got one window, Joan. It's got one. I mean, give them
But it's a
credit where credit's
tiny
due.
one.
That $250,000, had you had to spring for the luxuries.
Yeah, but it's like a tiny one, isn't it? Or what is it?
Yeah, it's a tiny one.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Part of me questions if like that's even like an actual window. I think that's just for the camera,
Yeah.
so that you can see in the iron lung.
Yeah. I mean, this is a fucking train wreck. I'm not gonna lie. And speaking of train
This
wrecks, I know this month has been a month especially for train wrecks like the Gollum game.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of fucking train wrecks, especially the Gollum game, which I had draw parallels with the E.T. for Atari game from 1983. You know?
He look. The game could have been good. Um, my personal opinion, one of the main issues is he doesn't look like fucking Gollum.
It looks cartoony, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like he doesn't look like. In D&D terms, he doesn't look like a transforming halfling.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Because
Because they did it better in Shadow of Mordor or something, right?
yes, like he actually looked good in Shadow of Mordor. What I feel like they should have done to actually make Gollum look good was what's the name of Peter Jackson's company that actually did the
Uh,
animations for Gollum?
I think it was Magic or something. I don't know.
Maybe it was Industrial Light and
Industrial Light and Magic, yeah.
yeah, it's like I would have went with them and actually got them on board to help design like a younger Gollum and actually have them help because where they actually have computer animation skills.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the company that made it doesn't have computer animation skills. It's just apparently they weren't skilled enough to design Golem or Gollum properly.
Or maybe have the budget? I have no fucking clue.
And look, cause everything else in it looks great. Like I'm looking at pictures now.
Yeah, except it's fucking glitchy as hell and it's a broken ass game. I saw one video of the game with one of the wheels that's supposed to rotate normally. It rotates out of its axis in the air, like out of random.
Oh, to correct earlier, it's not a Industrial Light. It's a Weta. Industrial Light.
Yes, Weta.
It's Star
Okay.
Wars.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, that makes sense. But like,
but still, yeah. Okay.
yeah, it's a fucking broken ass game. And like, sometimes even Gollum's hair will pixelate itself for how crummy it looks or how crummy is rendered, you know? And there's like glaring glitches. The game is missing sound effects. The Gollum, most of the time when he dies, he ragdolls and just spazzes out like a lot when he's standing in certain places. Like, the game is easy to fucking break, that's for sure.
Apparently, they're paywalling like elven voices. Like, why?
Yeah, Elvis language voices. And they're also paywalling emotes for Gollum. In a single player game.
What?
Yeah,
No.
some of the Gollum's emotes are paywalled. In a single player game. And like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And of course, the Elvish language is paywall too. If you want to hear the elves like speak Elvish or something, and like No, for a game that's fucking broken. That's like as glitchy as ET for Atari.
No, I wouldn't go so far as to say ET. Like, the closest thing I can compare this to
Kind of like a Unity
is,
game.
I was gonna say either like a Unity game or like Day One Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Day One Cyberpunk makes sense.
It's like this looks like it even kind of looks like Cyberpunk before any kind of patch is released.
And it's made
There's
with
like,
Unreal Engine 4, too.
hasn't everyone switched to 5 now?
I think a majority of AAA game companies already probably switched to Unreal Engine 5 by that
Who the
point.
fuck made this?
Daedalic.
Do they have any actual like skill sets or like anything like to back them up?
I'm not 100% sure. I think they did previously like a bunch of graphic adventure games or something.
I see like a lot of kind of like graphic adventures.
Yeah, they did like a lot of graphic adventure games. Yeah.
Oh god, like this is okay. So a lot of these I have never heard of, if any of them at all.
Kind of
So
sounds
yeah,
like,
they
yeah.
so they contracted out like a company that like didn't know what the hell they were doing, more or less. They could have gone with Telltale, because apparently Telltale has come back.
Yeah. I
They
didn't
could
know
have
they
gone
came
with
back.
them. Yeah, apparently there's some new Telltale games coming out.
Huh. Right.
Oh, trust me, I was just as shocked as you were, because I thought they'd shuttered.
Yeah. So, you want to hear the funniest thing about the Golem game? The only funny thing, you have to consider this like a depressing game with a depressing fucking main character like Golem, right? The only funny thing that was in the game is Golem, and probably at the start of the game, making it sound like just like that.
You know, Gollum was a very interesting character in Lord of the Rings. I didn't read the book. It's on my shelf, though. I really need to sit down and start. But, he was someone that was corrupted by the ring. They could have done so much with that and told his story about from his start as a hobbit.
Yeah, but instead
To
you
his
get like a
corruption.
story about how he ended up in orc prison or something like that. Most of the fucking game, by the way, as far as I can understand.
That just sounds straight up fucking asinine.
As far as I understand, in most of the game you spend as Gollum in a orc prison or something, or sorts, like a slave camp or for orcs or something. And like, there's also like a guy called a Frail Man that like you follow around, and he's like some sort of like companion or something, yourself, whatever. But that's as far as I can understand.
No one wants to watch the Gollum Shank Redemption.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Golden Shank Redemption. I don't know how can I imagine that, but that's apparently the whole game.
Like I said, if anyone wants to see anything about Gollum, they more than likely want to see his start, how he got the ring. As he has the ring, how he turns closer and closer to his obsession, and his personality splits off into Schmeagol.
I like to see a fucking I like to see a fucking game of Gollum where he plays through this fucking game. No, we hate this game. This game is buggy and glitchy. It fixes how it treats Gollum. No, I think the game is good. The game has got good graphics. No, he hates it. It's a piece of shit. Imagine a game like that. Like it will be kind of like Postal, but with Golem or something. I have no fucking clue. That will be way better than this Golem game for sure. I see
Oh
multiple.
yeah, because
Yeah.
okay, I was just gonna say because this looks so half-assed and like no one looks like they were invested in this project at all.
It looks like a Unity game, Smeagol. It looks like an ugly Hobbits is made Unity game. Golem. Yeah. It looks like a fucking Unity game.
Okay, so I just found out something that explains why this is so fucking rancid and horrible. Apparently it's not based on the Jackson movies.
No?
But if if it's not based on the Jackson movies, then what the fuck is it based on? Because Jackson followed that source material like very, very closely.
It's probably on a fan fiction or something.
I was gonna say, let me see
Yeah.
if I can read.
I'm just wondering. I don't know. While we wait, maybe on post whenever I edit this podcast out, I can put some footage of Gollum like wearing diapers or something.
I I'm sorry, I'm just kind of baffled at like they got the license to do Lord of the Rings, and I'm pretty sure if you can get the license to do Lord of the Rings, you can get the license to reference Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. I wanna
So
and like the game's font is Arial. And here's a funny about that thing about that. On a Vine Sauce Vinny stream, they played Gollum, and what he did was basically put a bunch of text in a similar font to that of the game, well, because it's basically Arial level shit. It's like a very basic sans serif font that they use in game. They put that in the corner like a list of objectives, and some of those objectives include find that Gollum a new diaper, find 5 fingers, block the blood flow onto Gollum's throat, shit like that.
it's horrible. I'm like,
Fucking absurd
oh,
like that. Yeah, I could make that
oh.
shit up, and it's just fucking absurd. It even looks like the actual game objectives because it's the literal same font than the game uses. The same sans serif shit.
Let me stop you, Joan. Why the fuck does the elf lady look like she has eyes like Golem, like they're swollen and infected?
And like Gollum, when he gets in the dark, he gets green eyes, and he turns completely black, like pitch black with green eyes, for some reason.
Oh, who the fuck?
That like everyone.
Who the fuck greenlit this?
No, I have no idea. I think that like was the publisher as well as the developer or something. As far as I understand.
I am angry. I am upset now. Like, I'm not the biggest Lord of the Rings fan. I've always preferred Star Wars, but even then, it's like simple shit is getting
and
thrown away. It's like they could have followed canon.
And like they did a massive JPEG apology on Twitter as well, even misspelling the name of the game as Lord of the Ring Gollum. Not Lord of the Rings Gollum. Lord of the Ring Gollum. And now it's about one single ring? Dude, like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay, so now I've got to see this because this there's no fucking way, no fucking way.
Someone greenlit this for sure. I have no fucking clue who, but he's gonna get some real fucking shit, whoever that is.
Okay, I'm looking for the apology, but
It's on Twitter on like the Data Lake or the Gollum account. I have no idea. Let me just look it up for you. Hold on. The Gollum. Yeah, no, hold on. Lord of the Rings Gollum. Let's see.
yeah. We would like to sincerely apologize for the underwhelming experience many of you had with Lord of the Ring Gollum upon its release. Because again, I keep going back to it because I have several questions. Why does the elf lady, apparently her name is Mel, why does Mel have big bulging infected eyes like she's got the same disease as the guy who played Igor from Young Frankenstein?
I don't know.
Like,
Like, it's just weird. I don't know.
why? I, I'm baffled. I have so many questions, and I know for a fact they're never going to get answered.
And
No
Gandalf
one else
also appears in the
apparently,
game too.
no one else looks like this. Because I'm looking at pictures, an elf doesn't look like that. They've got everything right, but the damn eyes. And elf have almond-shaped eyes. They don't have big bulging Grayson's disease eyes.
Maybe I'm not aware of this, but how do hobbits appear in the game in a way? I
Do
know
I now?
I know there's orcs, I know there's elves, I know there's Gandalf, I know there's some humans, I think. I know there's probably dark wraiths or something, which by the way, dark wraiths are basically models of people painted completely black in a hood. Like you
Which
can see the shape of the head, completely textured black in the hood. And
that can work in my personal opinion, but everything else, Gandalf looks fine. The orcs, they look fine. They look
there
like
was a
orcs.
orc in dick armor.
Yeah, but I'm specifically looking at the facial region of these, and they look normal. Why does the one elf look fucking horrifying? Why is her eyes bulging?
I don't know. Can I see it?
Yeah. Let me send you her picture. Her eyes look like they're fucking bulged out like Golem's, but Golem wasn't an elf. He was a halfling. A hobbit.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ! It's looks like the fucking me up eyes. It's kind of like
Yeah,
the fucking Brendan Fraser meme.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. She don't look normal. That's not how an elf in the Lord of the Rings looks.
She looks like she has the eyes of telling you, "I am literally dead inside." That's what it's basically telling me.
She a combination of she looks like she's dead inside and that she's dying and she's just giving up because she has some rare disease.
Or that she's probably smoking a good fucking blunt. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think a good fucking blunt would make my eyes bulge out like that. But
Or like she needs some serious sleep.
Seriously. Like I said, an elf doesn't look like that. An elf doesn't have eyes that big. Elves don't have big eyes. Even I'd go so far as to say hobbits don't have eyes like that. The reason why Gollum's eyes are so big and bulgy like that is due to his transformation because of the ring.
Yeah.
It's like a part of his transformation. I'm ready to move on to the next topic. I'm done looking at this fucking train wreck. It's gonna haunt me in the rest of my dreams.
Yeah, Duke Nukem is back.
Oh, I had seen on the Evercade.
Yeah, the Evercade, a console that probably not many people will have. Probably, like maybe also partnering with the same guy who claims he did the Roblox Oof sound, but he also made like they took over in television to make the Amico. Yeah, as far as I know.
What I'd like to know is why make a brand new console like this in this day and age? Because the only people who are gonna buy it.
It's kind of like the case of the Amico too. Like,
Yeah, it
what's the
is.
demand for this thing?
Like, the only demand for games like this, if I'm being honest, is literally, and I mean just literally, emulation consoles so that older games that are just lying around on your shelf or in your closet can be played. No one is looking to buy these to specifically be restricted to fucking carts that only this console will use. The thing makes no sense in my opinion.
Yeah, like why the hell bring Duke Nukem 1 and 2 on this? When you could just easily bring it to Steam. It's just, I don't know, it's Randy Pitchford shit as per usual. Randy
Dude,
greasy bastard.
I would love for Duke Nukem 1 and 2 to get put on Steam because that would get people's attention. That would get people interested in Duke Nukem again. Maybe we will actually get like another game that's actually good.
Yeah, but this time with Randy, you don't. That's the point.
No, with Randy, we never will because Randy is just one of those people he's greedy. He's a slime ball.
He's a greasy
I mean,
bastard.
he is.
He's a ball of
Other,
fucking grease. So greasy, in fact, he wouldn't be even allowed on fucking KFC
like
as
other
part of the menu.
dude, like if he walked into a restaurant, he's so greasy that if a health inspector arrived, they would shut down.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like this, you own the Duke Nukem franchise. Fans want another game. They want a game that's going to be good. I don't understand why it's so hard for you to make a proper Duke Nukem first-person shooter game. It's not that difficult. Because, take for example, Duke Nukem 3D. Do something like Duke Nukem 3D. You'll get people to buy it. It's a for certain thing. Because look at Ion Storm. Which personally, I hate calling it Ion Storm. It's fucking Ion Maiden. It sold very, very well, and
Wasn't it called Ion Fury?
well, yeah, I apparently got my shit mixed up. Ion Storm is the company that John Romero owns. Yep. It's like it. I prefer calling it Ion Maiden because that's what it was originally called before Iron Maiden got on their shit. But yeah, Ion Fury sold very fucking well.
Yeah, because it's like some sort of like spiritual successor of Duke Nukem 3D in some way. That makes sense.
It is, and it follows Shelley, his sidekick that was going to be in the original Duke Nukem Forever, but then that somewhat got scrapped when it was like 90% finished. Thank God it got leaked. Then she was put in Bombshell, and then Ion Fury is like her prequel to Bombshell.
Yeah.
But part of me kind of questions if they're going to continue with the Bombshell story, because Bombshell didn't do too well. But they'll keep the character going because, now that she's actually got like a proper game and everything that isn't just kind of hastily thrown together and has to have Duke Nukem included, she's liked.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, what? It still baffles me how the fuck Randy doesn't make it a proper fucking Duke Nukem 3D style game in this day and age, but yeah, it's just a thing that probably Randy's brain could understand, I guess.
In my opinion, he is just obsessed with making Borderlands.
Yeah.
Just because in Borderlands he can get away with the constant dick jokes and all the consistent over the top swearing, and don't get me wrong, Tiny Tina was funny for a period when Borderlands 2 came out, but the fact that she's in every single one now is fucking annoying. She's a one-trick pony. So is what's his name? Handsome Jack. And they
Yeah.
keep bringing him back, and it's like,
And don't forget Claptrap. Claptrap, sorry.
Crap trap. No, let's not. He sits in the same area as
Handsome
God,
Jack.
there's so many. It's like, no, there's like a special hate I have for, like, this annoying side characters, and it's like the one specifically that never shut the fuck up. He sits in the same bucket as Navi from Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah. I get it.
Like, hey, listen, and and they keep trying to make him like funny and like different.
Isn't that
But
a bit
it's
like what they tried to do with Forspoken or something? Or like, I don't know, even the Gollum game too tried to do that approach where Gollum wanted to stop talking, or Forspoken where the protagonist wanted to stop talking a bunch of so funny shit at least, but
the only time, in my personal opinion, that has ever worked and was successful was High on Life, because at least that one was funny. They even kind of like acknowledged that, like, hey, I'm just talking, because it was the one upside to what's his name's art, his comedic style of constantly.
Justin Roiland.
Yeah, Justin Roiland, like his constantly breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah.
But because that's his style, just I'm gonna break the fourth wall, and
It's more of an improv type of style, I think.
It's very much a part of the kind of awkward humor he does. He does like a lot of awkward humor.
Yeah.
That's why he just says like the most absurd shit that he can, because it's awkward, which has gotten him in a lot of hot water even before the allegations.
Yeah, the allegations were fucking ugly. Otherwise, we'll be still getting fucking more Rick and Morty like.
Morty, we're still gonna be getting.
Morty, we're gonna go to the space teleporter, Morty. We're gonna fucking go to the space teleporter, Morty. You gotta save the world. You gotta go to the space teleporter, Morty. Oh, jeez, Rick. I can do a proper Rick and Morty impression, I think. But you get the idea. At least we got rid of fucking Rick and Morty for good, because that show was overextended itself too much.
We're getting more. They're just recasting the voice.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the same, innit?
No, it won't. I'm willing to see how things go. Though with Justin Roiland getting cleared, part of me kind of questions: are they going to backtrack and rehire and
I don't know.
just kind of overlook
Just,
things?
yeah, it's just ugly. It's just generally ugly, as I say the least, and I don't know. Like, I cannot stand another fucking season of Rick and Morty. It's like they're dragging this for too long for obvious shit, and it's noticeable at least because I think,
Joan,
yeah.
you're miss you're I think you're misunderstanding. When they said 100 years, Rick and Morty, 100 years forever, they meant it.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I could have
Uh,
forgot about that, honestly.
100 years, Rick and Morty, 100 years forever.
100 years Rick and Morty. You gotta get 100 years Rick and Morty. 100 years Rick and Morty.
We're gonna go on adventures, Morty, and it's gonna be fun. And 100 years, Morty, 100 years, Rick and Morty forever. Like I sitting there like on the fucking ground convulsing because of those. Were they? It was like eggs or something.
Yeah, like I remember when he put
Oh,
like
those
those
seed pods.
the seed pods. Yeah,
Yeah, like
they weren't eggs; they were seed pods that
yeah.
literally make
It's like I
you.
had to remember.
Yeah, they make you brain dead for like a while, I guess.
It's like it makes you smart for a little bit. Then after they wear off, they kind of make you brain dead for a couple hours.
Yeah. I don't remember that. It's been like a long fucking time since I've been watching like anything Rick and Morty related. Like at some point, the show got slightly stale. I think.
It kind of has. What I like to do with it personally is I will wait for a few seasons to come out, then I'll just kind of run through everything all at once. So
Yeah.
that way, so that way I'm not one of those people that's just waiting like with bated breath for the next season because I don't get me wrong, I lived that life for season 3 and I wasn't disappointed, but it could have been so much better. So
Oh, and don't forget the incest jokes.
the incest, there was like self-cest and everything like it. It's the series has gotten weird. The series has gotten weird.
Yeah. And I'm sorry for the Rick and Morty spoilers out there, but there was even a baby between Morty and Summer for some reason. Like,
That one I haven't seen yet, so
yeah, sorry
um,
about that. But it gets
I seen it
weird.
in the previews. I seen it in the previews. So
Yeah, it's a bit. It gets weird like that. So yeah, a lot of incest, a lot of self-cest. It's like, yeah,
which at least it's not because like Justin Roiland isn't writing that. Thankfully, he was just mostly doing the voices for Rick and Morty.
yeah,
I don't know who decided on that one. Don't get me weird. I like the idea of Space Beth and everything. Because that's interesting. That adds to the episode where she had the choice to just leave and restart her own life. But why did she have to kind of be interested in herself and like
eh,
that was unnecessary. That was very much unnecessary.
yeah. I don't know. I kind of feel the same about it. And like,
And what I
yeah,
was
it
gonna say,
gets. Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna say, and watching everything kind of play out, like since I kind of wait and then binge the episodes when she was first featured and then shown, there was never any kind of weird lesbian-esque tension with, Beth and Space Beth.
Yeah,
That seems to be something that just kind of came around like when they wrote that episode, that's when like that started, and I was like, that didn't need to be there. Like, I don't know if it was just a writer fulfilling a fantasy or what, but it was like just like straight out of fucking left field.
I don't know. But, we don't know what shouldn't be a sexual fantasy.
What?
Rammstein's sexual abuse scandals. Because you might have heard
God
about
damn
it.
it!
Yeah.
God damn it!
Tell Lindemann, you might have heard about this. Is embroiled in sexual abuse allegations
I
against him.
have not. That's why I'm mad, because like I used to really love his fucking music.
Yeah,
now
me too.
I'm gonna have to delete this shit off my fucking hard drive now.
I mean, not necessarily, but still, like, it's still it's going under court now. It's going under investigation by the German justice system, and it's just that happens that there's a lot of girls coming out with stories of their own and allegations and all this sort of crap that it got the attention of the German justice system, and we still gotta listen to what happens in the court. But I mean, it's still ugly. No, don't get me wrong. I've seen even women with severe wounds on their skin because of this. I think it relates to like one of Till Lindemann's VIP things where he gets a bunch of girls and somewhat does things with them or something. As far as I can recall.
From what I heard, there's like a thing where you could pay a certain amount and you could have like dinner with him.
Yeah.
That's what I'd heard. But apparently things progressed beyond dinner.
Yeah, it seems like it. There's even songs from Rammstein that allude to sexual assault too, like
There is.
Yeah, like you can imagine why the fuck is that there, honestly.
That's why I'm saying, like, you know what, like,
I get it. It's real icky. It's real icky.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Exactly. I felt the same when I hear about the fucking news, and yeah, I feel the same, honestly. You cannot even trust anybody on the shit. Apparently, the only good fucking people around in the metal scene is fucking Iron Maiden, say for like that case where they sent a cease and desist to 3D Realms. But yeah, I don't know. At least they didn't get embroiled in a sexual assault scandal. It's like Marilyn Manson 2.0.
Oh yeah, which Marilyn Manson, I could tell just from his vibe, like he was kind of a piece of shit. Because I actually had a friend that gave off the same vibe back when I was in high school. I ain't gonna say his name, but he had to argue every single point that you had. If you had an opinion, he had to argue it. If you liked something, he had to hate it. Because he always had to be the outlier. He always had to be devil's advocate. He always had to have some kind of argument or some kind of different stance.
It's like an etchy kid, isn't it?
Yeah, he was. He always had to be different, is one way to put it.
Yeah. And like, there's another piece of shit that also died.
Who's that?
The Unabomber.
Oh, I'd seen.
Yeah, the Unabomber died in prison like a while ago, and he was like an eco-fascist piece of shit, and yeah, that kind of makes sense.
I'm just gonna repeat the Dan versus meme I'd seen before. Just because I hate capitalism doesn't mean I'm gonna sit there and praise the Unabomber.
Yeah. I feel it's literally like I feel the same on this shit. Like the Unabomber was basically like Barb Bickerns except multiplied by 1,000.
Dude, the Unabomber was Go ahead.
It's like instead of murdering at least one person and burning churches, you send like mail bombs to people.
I'll even go so far as to say, don't burn churches. Don't do that. Don't do that. I can understand hating religion and everything. They're pieces of shit, but don't do that.
Yeah,
That's
like
that's not
obvious
good.
shit. Obvious shit. If you're gonna do it, just do it in Roblox, but not in real life.
Like it's
It's just weird.
we're at a weird place in our society where I understand being very upset with the way things are, but when you're at the point that you're praising a fucking domestic terrorist, that's very much a bad problem. That's very much the system has failed.
Yeah.
That's no, you don't do that.
Anyway, happy Pride Month, everybody. Woo! Imagine that
Oh yeah,
shit.
oh yeah, happy Pride Month, where it kind of
Like the
seems like
ironic
everything
part of
is.
this is that a lot of corporations and people are doing empty gestures on the shit, on the Pride Month shit. Well, we're literally facing like a literal fucking genocide of our kind. That's the fucking sad shit about it.
Well, that one's easy to explain because they know that if they sell that kind of shit, we'll buy it. Um, Weirdly enough, I actually kind of like the fact that they put out that shit for Pride. Not because I think that they actually support and care about us. Frankly, they don't. Because in the end of the day, a corporation just sees us as nothing but you know
Wallets. Yeah,
wallets.
I know.
But it gets us out there, it gets us visible, and it gets us seen to the point that maybe people will finally be comfortable with us. And it's a
Yeah.
long stretch, but it's that kind of mentality is what I'm looking at. I know,
Yeah.
like I said, it's a long stretch. Don't get me wrong, but I think it could maybe turn into something.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense. Except, like you said, it's kind of like a long stretch, honestly.
Well, it's because while some people will see it and be like, "Oh, I support you guys," because you guys aren't doing anything wrong. Guys, girls, and those in between. But then there's the people that will sit there and try to get eyes on their stuff that are like sprouting off anti-trans garbage. Like, oh, these people are groomers. These people do this. These people do that. And that leads me to the point that I mentioned earlier. Uh, the dude with the really shitty pedo stash and hat that goes around filming himself going to Petco, Barnes and Noble, Target, and either smashing the displays or talking shit to the employees for supporting Pride, Ethan Schmidt.
I don't remember about that, but I'm imagining what you're talking about.
Yeah, like he'll go to these stores and he'll smash displays very weakly and very, in his words, beta-ish way. Like he'll just like pull them off the shelf, lightly stomp, and then walk off. Because this guy wants to do something, but he is so much of a pussy that he doesn't want to get charged with destruction of property. So he has to do it in such a weak manner. And it's so funny because there was one video where he went to a Build-A-Bear and asked like a Build-A-Bear employee about Pride,
Yeah.
and she was like, "So do you support Pride?" "Yeah, I support Pride. I'm non-binary." Um, and he froze. It was like, "Oh, okay. You know that's satanic, right?" Like, no, no. No, well, have a good Easter, ma'am, and Easter's about Jesus. Easter's about saving your soul. and like he bowed out and pussied out because he didn't know how to react to the attendant actually being LGBT, and like it was fucked up but funny, and there has been some information to come out about him, though.
Yeah.
That really, really makes this all the more interesting. So there's a YouTuber that I watch named Shark03.
Yeah.
He does a lot of like left-wing political stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like not like the weird over-the-top left-wing stuff either. Thankfully, like it's like generalized. Like I'm left-wing. Like I support LGBT. I support like Black Lives Matter, but I'm not going to argue and fight over the smallest infraction. Like he's actually like, and honestly, in my opinion, like someone that is really good if you want to lean left is someone to kind of watch and kind of get your feet wet in the movement. Kind of stuttered there for a second, but he watched a video and he showcased a video. Apparently, Ethan Schmidt has been found on fucking Grindr.
Really?
He's been found on Grindr, and text messages have been released. So he goes in Barnes and Noble and other stores and talks about how LGBT and everything is satanic wokeism, and how it's affecting our kids, how they're groomers, how they're all this and that. But at the end of the day, after the video camera's off, he's taking cum shots on the beard. He is getting dogged raw. And he is wanting to be the most bottomest bottom you can ever imagine.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
how the turns have tabled. Like, seriously. And that goes to prove what people have been saying for years. If you project so hard about, like, say for example, like priests that hate LGBT, the priests that hate pedophiles, and they condemn them so loudly and so consistently, 90% of the time turn out to be those people they are condemning. And the reason why they're condemning them is because they're ashamed of themselves. They're ashamed of what they are.
And that's what we've been telling everybody for literal fucking ages.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what we've been saying for years. Don't get me wrong, fuck pedophiles. But, like, the fact that you're so ashamed about being gay instead of just being yourself and just accepting yourself, that you have to go and annoy the fuck out of other people to the point that a Barnes & Noble employee knows who you are straight out the gate without even speaking to you and tells you to leave. Maybe kind of do some introspection and realize that maybe you need to accept yourself and come out the damn closet.
Yeah, what's the guy's name again?
Ethan Schmidt.
Ethan Schmidt. Alright.
Yeah. He got popular or was seen on the news back during the start of COVID because he talked shit to a Dare like volunteer that was taking donations because the Dare kid was wearing a mask. He's one of those anti-maskers too.
Yeah. Well, convenient. Yeah.
But it's like I said, Ethan just needs to step away from the conservative shit. And personally, in my opinion, I don't know if he'll ever listen to this. He probably won't, because he thinks this shit doesn't stink. But Ethan, if you are ever listening to this, come out the closet, honey. Accept who you are. You can be a conservative if you want to be. You can deny masking if you want to be. But you can't deny who you are. You can't deny that you're homosexual.
It's kind
Because
of
if
like
you
a
do,
Molly
you're
Yiannopoulos
just...
case, isn't it?
Yeah. You're just going to end up being depressed. You're going to hate yourself. And you're going to turn that hate onto other people, which will in turn make people hate you. Just accept yourself. Get that weight off your shoulders. Stop making anti-LGBT videos. Because we know who you are. We know your grinder. And you'll be liked a lot more if you just come out who you are and accept yourself, because that positivity that you'll be spreading by being yourself will spread to other people.
I couldn't agree more.
Direct message over.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I could agree more with that. Well, I'm gonna cut it short. JMAA.tv. Check it out. Check us out on Spotify. Was it iTunes or Apple Podcasts? I don't know, but check us out on iTunes, YouTube, Spotify, the usual crap. Anything else you got to say, Funny?
The only thing I've really got to say is happy Pride, folks. Be who you are, as long as you're not fucking diddling kids. Be happy, be good to one another, love one another.
Yeah, same deal. I'll see you later. It's hard to turn this off. Where's the cursor? Goddamn.